Chapter 1, Introduction to the Viking Age. Duration, 30 minutes. Tonight's journey, Introduction to the Viking Age. A tale of fierce warriors, of seafaring adventures, and of a world shaped by the indomitable spirit of its people. But hidden beneath the waves of history lies another story. A story often lost to time. The story of women. Their voices, their strength, woven into the very fabric of Viking society. As we delve into this age of exploration and conquest, we will uncover the unsung heroes who stood beside the men. Women who navigated the tumultuous waters of a patriarchal world, forging paths that would echo through the ages. The Viking Age, spanning from the late 8th century to the early 11th century, was a time of extraordinary change. A tapestry of cultures, beliefs, and ambitions. It began in the year 793, the year of the infamous raid on Lindisfarne. A brutal attack, marking the start of an era that would ripple across Europe. The Vikings, often portrayed as relentless marauders, were so much more. They were traders, settlers, and explorers. Their longships, sleek and swift, carried them across the seas to distant lands. Each journey, a testament to their resilience and tenacity. From the icy fjords of Norway to the windswept shores of England, the Norse people thrived. Their society was built upon a foundation of loyalty, honor, and kinship. But what of the women? What roles did they play in this male-dominated narrative? As we peel back the layers of time, we will discover their lives, their struggles, and their triumphs. In the heart of the Viking world, women were not mere shadows of their men. They were farmers, artisans, and leaders. They managed households, cultivated lands, and navigated the complexities of trade. The sagas tell us of strong women, like Lagertha, a legendary shieldmaiden, who fought fiercely alongside her brothers. Women who held their own in a world that often sought to silence them. As we explore the Viking settlements, from the bustling marketplaces of Birka to the far reaches of Greenland, we will uncover the vital roles these women played. Their stories are intertwined with the fate of the Norse world, shaping the very course of history. But the Viking Age was not solely defined by their exploits. It was also a time of profound transformation. The clash of cultures, the rise of Christianity, and the eventual decline of the Viking way of life. The year 1066 marks a significant turning point, the last great Viking invasion led by Harald Hardrada, culminating in the Battle of Stamford Bridge. A battle that would seal the fate of the Norsemen and usher in a new era. As we look back on this tumultuous journey, we recognize that the legacy of the Viking Age is not just one of conquest and glory. It is a narrative rich with complexity and depth, filled with the voices of women who defied the odds. Their legacies live on, waiting to be rediscovered. As we draw this chapter to a close, we ponder the significance of what we've learned. The Viking Age was a crucible of history, shaping the world as we know it. But the stories of these women remind us that history is never one-dimensional. It is woven from countless threads, each one deserving of recognition. In our next exploration, we will dive deeper into the lives of these extraordinary women. We will uncover their struggles, their victories, and the impact they left on the world around them. What truths will we unearth about their resilience and strength? What revelations await us as we continue our journey through the Viking Age? Next chapter explores what happens next. What truths will we unearth about their resilience and strength? What revelations await us as we continue our journey through the Viking Age? In the shadows of longhouses and the glow of hearth fires, the stories of women like Freydis Eiríksdóttir emerge. A figure of fierce determination, she sailed alongside her brother, Eric the Red, into uncharted waters, claiming lands in Vinland. Her audacity carved a path through the male-dominated narratives of exploration. Yet, not all tales are forged in glory. Some echo with the haunting whispers of loss. The women left behind as their men ventured forth, their hearts tethered to the horizon. They were the guardians of home, weaving fabric and fate, nurturing the next generation while bearing the weight of uncertainty. As we stand in the remnants of their settlements, we feel the pulse of their lives. The remnants of pottery and tools tell stories of daily struggles and triumphs. They remind us that every household was a microcosm of society, each woman an architect of the future. Consider the role of women in trade. They were not mere bystanders, they were pivotal players. In the marketplaces, they bartered goods, forged alliances, and wielded influence. Their presence challenged the status quo, proving that the Viking Age was not solely a saga of warriors. With the advent of Christianity, we witness a seismic shift. The Christianization of the Norse world brought both conflict and compromise. Women found themselves navigating this new landscape, reconciling ancient traditions with new beliefs. Some embraced the change, while others clung to the old ways, creating a tapestry of belief that reflected their complex identities. The pages of history are often written in blood, but they also pulse with the heartbeat of everyday life. The lullabies sung in the twilight, the laughter of children playing in the fields, the quiet strength of women standing resolute against the storms of change. As we delve deeper, we uncover the legacy of women like Orger Hulgabr, who, according to legend, wielded a sword in defense of her people. Her tale, a blend of myth and reality, embodies the spirit of a warrior and a nurturer. She stands as a testament to the duality of existence in the Viking world. With each revelation, we peel back layers of history, revealing the nuanced roles women played. They were not mere shadows in the background, they were the architects of their own destinies, shaping the narratives that would echo through the ages. As we prepare to venture further, we hold on to the stories of these women. Their laughter, their struggles, their victories are the threads that bind us to the past. They remind us that history is not a singular tale but a mosaic, vibrant and alive. What awaits us next? A deeper exploration into their lives, a journey through their triumphs and tribulations. We will walk alongside them, feeling the weight of their choices and the strength of their resolve. Let us continue to seek the untold stories, the hidden legacies, and the voices that have long awaited their moment in the light. The saga of the Viking Age is far from over, it is merely unfolding, layer by layer, revealing the rich tapestry of humanity that has shaped us all. Within this unfolding saga, we find women taking on roles that defy the boundaries of their time. They were healers and seers, wise beyond their years, often sought after for guidance in tumultuous times. Their knowledge of herbs and the mysteries of the natural world was revered, a gift passed down through generations. In the warmth of their hearths, they wove tales of old, stories of gods and giants, of love and loss. These narratives were not just entertainment, they were lifelines, grounding their families in a world that was constantly shifting beneath their feet. Consider the figure of Freyja, the goddess of love and war, revered among the Norse. She embodies the very essence of their duality. Women invoked her name in prayer, seeking strength in battle and solace in heartache. Her presence in the collective consciousness served as a reminder that femininity could be fierce, a powerful force that coexisted with tenderness. But the Viking Age was not without its shadows. The arrival of Christianity brought not only new beliefs but also a challenge to the old ways, a tension that reverberated through communities. Women found themselves at the crossroads, torn between the familiar embrace of their ancestors and the promise of a new faith. Some chose to convert, embracing the teachings that promised salvation, while others resisted, holding fast to the sacred customs of their forebears. This internal struggle reflected the larger cultural clash, a dance between light and darkness, hope and despair. As we peel back the layers, we see them not only as participants in this transition but also as catalysts for change. Women organized in secret, sharing knowledge and skills, forming alliances that would prove vital in times of strife. They were the quiet revolutionaries, shaping the tides of history with each whispered conversation and shared glance. And what of the legacy they left behind? The artifacts unearthed bear witness to their lives: ornate jewelry, intricately woven textiles, and runestones inscribed with their names. Each piece tells a story, grounding them in a world that often sought to erase their contributions. As we journey further into their lives, we uncover the stories of those who defied societal norms. Women who took to the seas alongside their male counterparts, navigating treacherous waters, risking everything for adventure and discovery. They were not just wives and mothers, they were explorers, adventurers in their own right, leaving trails in the unknown. We hear legends of the Shieldmaidens, fierce warriors who fought valiantly, challenging the very fabric of gender roles. They wielded swords as deftly as any man, carving their names into history's annals. Their bravery speaks to a spirit that refuses to be confined, a roar echoing through time. In this exploration, we invite you to feel the pulse of their existence. To walk with them through the meadows, to stand beside them in the face of adversity. Their stories are woven into the very essence of humanity, a reminder that strength takes many forms, and resilience knows no bounds. As we move onward, let us draw from their fire. Let their spirits guide us into the heart of a time rich with complexity and contradiction. The saga continues, and with it, the vibrant lives of women who shaped the course of history, reminding us that their voices are forever etched in the fabric of our shared past. In the shadows of history, they crafted destinies. They wielded not just weapons, but knowledge and arsenal of wisdom passed down through generations. Amidst their trials, they forged identities, often overlooked yet undeniably powerful. Crucial to their story were the gatherings, hushed meetings beneath the cloak of night. Here, they exchanged tales of resilience and strategies for survival, fueling a fire that could not be extinguished. These women shared dreams, visions of a world where their voices rang clear, where their contributions were recognized and celebrated, not silenced. As we delve deeper, we uncover the whispers of their struggles. The challenges they faced were immense, societal structures designed to confine them, to keep them in the shadows. Yet, with every obstacle, they rose. Their courage became a beacon, illuminating paths for future generations. Consider the midwives, the healers, the scholars, women who navigated the intricacies of their worlds, often at great personal risk. They were the bearers of tradition and innovation, blending ancient wisdom with progressive thought. In their hands, the power of life and knowledge intertwined, creating a legacy that transcended time. And then, there were the artists. With brush and pen, they captured the essence of their existence, reflecting their joys and sorrows. Their work became a testament to their resilience, a celebration of their identity. Each stroke, each word a defiance against the forces that sought to diminish them. As we trace their footsteps, we find a tapestry rich with color and texture. The stories of mothers and daughters, sisters and friends, weaving together a narrative of strength. Each thread a testament to the bonds forged in adversity, illuminating the connections that made them formidable. What of the stories that have been lost? The voices that were never recorded, the lives never celebrated? They linger in the spaces between, echoes of a past that yearns to be acknowledged. We honor them, not just in memory but in action, recognizing the collective journey that has shaped our world. Now, as the sun sets on this chapter, let us carry forward their legacy. May their whispers guide us, their dreams inspire us. We stand at the crossroads of history, where the past and present collide, urging us to remember, to celebrate, and to continue the fight for recognition and equality. The narrative is far from complete, it stretches into the horizon, waiting for us to embrace it fully. As we journey further, we encounter the echoes of unsung heroes, the women whose names may not grace the pages of history books, yet whose contributions are etched in the very fabric of our society. Their resilience ripples through time, influencing movements, igniting revolutions, and reshaping destinies. In the shadows of grand events, they stood firm. They were the suffragettes, marching relentlessly for a voice. They were the laborers, toiling in factories, demanding rights and dignity. Each protest, each rally, fueled by the fire of determination, a collective heartbeat rising against oppression. Their struggles were not solitary, they formed alliances, building bridges across divides, uniting in the quest for justice and equality. The landscape of their fight was not merely political. It was deeply personal. The stories of love, sacrifice, and heartbreak intertwined with their activism. Women who juggled family and duty, often at great cost to their own dreams. Yet, they pressed on, knowing that each small victory paved the way for future generations. We must also acknowledge the cultural warriors, those who wielded the power of language and expression to challenge the status quo. From poets to playwrights, they painted a world through words, exposing harsh realities while igniting hope. Their verses became anthems, resonating through the hearts of many, transcending barriers of time and space. Across continents, we see the same threads woven into the lives of women from diverse backgrounds. Indigenous women, whose wisdom and connection to the land remind us of resilience rooted in nature. Women of color, whose narratives are often silenced, yet whose strength has redefined empowerment. They have been the architects of change, shaping societies with their tenacity and vision. But still, the question lingers, what of those who remain unseen, unheard? The quiet warriors whose daily struggles go unnoticed. Their stories are the silent undercurrents of history, waiting to be unearthed. We owe it to them to listen, to amplify their voices, and to honor their legacies. As we stand at this pivotal intersection, the air thick with anticipation, we recognize that the journey is ongoing. The fight for acknowledgement, for equality, continues to unfold. Each step forward is a tribute to the past, a promise to the future. The torch has been passed, igniting a fire that burns brighter with each act of courage. With every whisper of their legacy, we are reminded of our shared humanity. It is a call to action, urging us to rise, to stand united, to carry the burdens of those who came before us. Their dreams are not just memories, they are a blueprint for a world yet to be realized. As the horizon stretches before us, let us embrace this narrative, with all its complexities and beauty. Together, we shall weave a tapestry rich with diverse stories, ensuring that no voice is ever silenced again. In this, we find our purpose, our strength, and the unwavering spirit of those who dared to dream. In the echoes of history, we uncover the tales of pioneers who carved pathways through adversity. They were the ones who first dared to step into the light, their hearts beating with the rhythm of 1,000 untold stories. Women who faced the tempest, unyielding in their resolve, their spirits unbroken. Consider the suffragettes, with their banners held high, voices rising like a chorus against the winds of oppression. They marched, not just for votes, but for dignity, for a seat at the table. Their sacrifices ignited a movement, casting shadows that stretch far into today. Each chant, each rally, a testament to their unwavering belief in justice, in equality. And then there were the trailblazers of the arts, those who painted, who sang, who danced their truths into existence. Freyja Kahlo, her brush strokes a reflection of pain and passion, she transformed her suffering into a vivid narrative. Maya Angelou, her words a balm for the soul, reminding us of the strength found in vulnerability. They used their craft to illuminate the darkness, to forge connections that transcended generations. As we delve deeper, we encounter the stories of women who fought in the crucible of war, who donned uniforms and took up arms. They stood shoulder to shoulder with men, proving that courage knows no gender. From World War I to the present day, their contributions often overlooked, yet integral to the fabric of history. The resilience of these soldiers echoes through time, a clarion call for recognition and respect. Yet, amid these remarkable narratives, we must not forget the quiet revolutionaries. The mothers, the caregivers, the everyday heroes who have shaped society from the shadows. Their labor, often invisible, forms the backbone of communities. They are the storytellers of family lore, the keepers of tradition, passing wisdom from one generation to the next. As we weave through this rich tapestry, we must confront the reality of intersectionality. The unique experiences of women of different races, classes, and backgrounds, each thread adding depth and complexity to our understanding of struggle and triumph. The voices of Black, Indigenous, and Latina women ring out, their stories rich with the nuances of their lived experiences. They remind us that the fight for equality is not monolithic, it is a mosaic, vibrant, and multifaceted. The air thickens once more with the weight of these truths. We recognize that history is not a straight line but a series of spirals, ever revisiting the past while forging a path toward the future. As we reflect on these journeys, it becomes clear that every narrative contributes to a larger story, a symphony of resilience and hope. In this moment of reflection, we find ourselves at a crossroads. The legacy of those who came before us is not just a collection of stories, it is a living testament that demands our attention. Their struggles illuminate the path we tread today, urging us to challenge complacency, to question the status quo. As we move forward, let us carry their voices with us. Let us honor their dreams and aspirations with our actions. We are the stewards of their legacies, tasked with the responsibility to ensure that their sacrifices were not in vain. With each step forward, we breathe life into their hopes, transforming them into our own. In this shared journey, we forge connections that transcend barriers. Together, we will rise, fueled by the indomitable spirit of those who dared to dream. And as we do, we will ensure that the stories of the unseen and unheard are woven into the very fabric of our collective narrative. For in every heartbeat, in every whisper of history, lies the promise of a brighter tomorrow. In the quiet corners of our history, there exists a profound strength. A strength that has often gone unnoticed, yet has shaped the very foundation of our society. From the suffragettes who marched with conviction, their banners held high, to the laborers who toiled in silence, their sweat a testament to their determination. Each of these individuals, forgotten by time, played a role in the grand narrative of progress. Imagine the bustling streets of early 20th century America. Women, once confined to the shadows, stepping into the light. They demanded their voices be heard, their rights acknowledged. The echoes of their footsteps reverberated through time, shaking the very pillars of patriarchy. With each protest, each gathering, they carved out a space for themselves, a space where dreams could flourish. As we delve deeper, we encounter the voices of women in the civil rights movement. Women like Rosa Parks, whose quiet defiance sparked a firestorm of change. Her act of resistance was not just a moment, it was a catalyst. It unleashed a tidal wave of courage, inspiring countless others to stand up, to speak out. Their stories intertwine, forming a powerful narrative that defies erasure. Yet, we must not overlook the struggles that remain. The fight for equality has never been a single battle, but rather an ongoing struggle. Intersectionality reveals the layers of oppression faced by those at the margins. It teaches us that the fight for justice is not just for one group, but for all. The voices of women of color, LGBTQ+ individuals, and those from marginalized communities remind us of the urgency of our collective action. In this moment, we pause to honor the unsung heroes. The mothers who raised their children amidst adversity. The artists who captured the essence of their experiences through vibrant canvases and haunting melodies. Their contributions may not always fill the pages of history books, but they resonate through the hearts of those who carry their legacies forward. And as we look ahead, we are reminded of the power of solidarity. When we unite our voices, we create an anthem of change, a melody that cannot be silenced. Together, we can dismantle the barriers that divide us, crafting a future where every story is celebrated, every voice amplified. The journey is not easy. It demands vulnerability, courage, and an unwavering commitment to justice. But it is a journey worth taking. Because in the embrace of our shared humanity, we find the strength to challenge the status quo. We become the architects of a new narrative, one that honors the past while bravely stepping into the future. As we continue to weave this intricate fabric of existence, let us acknowledge the threads of pain and joy that define us. Let us celebrate the resilience that blooms from adversity. In every story shared, in every hand held in solidarity, we lay the groundwork for a brighter tomorrow. And in doing so, we ensure that the stories of the unseen and unheard are not just whispers of the past, but the foundation upon which we build our future. In the echoes of history, we find the footsteps of those who forged paths in the darkness. They marched, they sang, they wrote. Their voices rose like a chorus against the winds of oppression. In every protest, every gathering, they held the torch of hope high, illuminating the way for future generations. Consider the suffragettes, brave souls who stood firm against a tide of disbelief. They risked everything for a right that should have been inherent. With each rally, they ignited a fire that spread across continents. Women, once silenced, began to dream of a world where their voices would no longer be stifled. They were not just fighting for their right to vote, they were fighting for the dignity of existence. Fast forward to the civil rights movement, where the dream of equality was woven into the fabric of a nation. The streets filled with people, their hearts beating as one. A symphony of courage rose from the sidewalks. It was a moment that redefined humanity, where the color of one's skin would no longer dictate one's worth. And yet, the struggle did not end there. In the shadows lingered those who felt the weight of multiple identities. The LGBTQ+ community, vibrant and resilient, emerged in the face of ridicule and violence. They too clamored for recognition, for love, for the right to exist authentically. Their stories, rich and profound, became powerful testaments to the human spirit. As we reflect on these journeys, we recognize a tapestry woven with threads of heartbreak and triumph. Each narrative, a unique brushstroke in this relentless pursuit of justice. We honor those silenced, whose stories have been buried beneath the weight of history. Their pain is palpable, yet it births strength. The struggle for equality demands more than mere acknowledgement. It requires action. It beckons us to confront our own biases, to listen, to learn, to grow. Each of us is tasked with the responsibility of being allies, of amplifying the voices that have been stifled for far too long. In the face of adversity, we find our true selves. The fight becomes less about individual gain and more about collective liberation. When one voice rises, it creates a ripple, a wave that can sweep across the land. And so we gather. We gather not just to remember, but to forge ahead. To take the lessons of the past and etch them into the present. We stand on the shoulders of giants, those who came before us, who dared to dream of a world transformed. Their sacrifices whisper to us, urging us to rise, to act, to refuse complacency. Let us carry this torch forward. Let us weave our stories together, creating a powerful narrative of hope and resilience. In unity, we find our strength. In action, we carve a new path. And as we walk this journey, we honor all who have fought, all who continue to fight, ensuring that their stories will never fade into silence. Together, we will not only remember the past, we will redefine the future. We stand at a crossroads, where history converges with the present. The echoes of past struggles resonate within us. They remind us of the Stonewall riots, a flashpoint igniting a movement. A night of defiance, when voices rose against oppression, transforming fear into courage. In those moments, the streets became a canvas for change. A chorus of laughter, anger, hope, and resilience painted in vivid colors. Each chant reverberated through the city's heart, a heartbeat of a new era. It was not just a fight for rights, it was a declaration of existence. As decades flowed on, the landscape of activism evolved. From the bravery of the early pioneers to the digital age, where hashtags became rallying cries. Each click, each share, a testament to solidarity that spans continents. The fight for marriage equality, the battle against discrimination, these were not mere headlines, they embodied lives, dreams, and love. Yet, even within this progress, shadows remained. The harsh reality of intersectionality revealed layers of struggle. For many, the fight was not only for love but for survival. The transgender community, often marginalized within the very movements striving for inclusivity, faced violence and stigma. Their stories, though often unheard, are vital threads in the fabric of our shared humanity. We must listen closely. We must amplify those voices. Their courage in facing adversity inspires us to confront our own discomfort, to dismantle the barriers that divide us. As we walk this path, we acknowledge the pain that lingers, the scars that tell a story of resilience. In the pursuit of justice, we learn that our strength lies in our diversity. Our differences are not obstacles, they are the foundation of a brighter future. Each identity adds depth to our collective experience,
enriching the narrative that binds us together.
And so we rise.
We rise with the knowledge that every small act can create ripples of change. A conversation, a gesture of kindness, a stand against injustice, each moment a thread in the tapestry of progress. With every step forward, we carry the legacy of those who fought before us. Their dreams, their hopes, are our guiding stars. We take up the mantle, not just for ourselves but for generations yet to come. The battles may be arduous, but the promise of a more inclusive world fuels our resolve. Together, we weave a story of hope. A narrative where love triumphs over hate, where acceptance replaces fear. As we gather, we become a force of nature. A movement that transcends boundaries, uniting us in our shared humanity. Let the flames of passion guide us. Let the whispers of history remind us of our purpose. As we forge ahead, let us not only remember but also redefine what it means to be human. Together, we will illuminate the path forward, ensuring that every voice is heard, every story cherished. In this journey, we are not alone. We are united. We are unstoppable. Chapter 2: The Historical Context of Viking Women. Duration: 30 minutes. Tonight's journey: the historical context of Viking women. In the shadows of history, they stood strong,
quietly shaping the destinies of their families and communities.
Their stories often overlooked. Yet, they were the backbone of Norse society.
Women who bore the weight of tradition, survival, and resilience.
As we delve deeper, we uncover their roles. Not just as wives or mothers, but as warriors, leaders, and keepers of culture.
The Viking Age, a time of exploration, conquest, and transformation.
Here, in the lands of ice and fire, women navigated a world filled with challenges and opportunities.
The stakes were high. Their contributions vital. In the early days, around the 8th century, the Viking world began to take shape.
Sweeping across Scandinavia, these Norse people forged a culture rich with mythology and tradition. They lived in a society where the lines between gender roles were often blurred. Women were not merely passive figures, but active participants in the saga of their people. From the shores of Norway to the fjords of Sweden, evidence reveals that women held significant power in their households. They managed farms, led domestic economies, and made crucial decisions. In a world dominated by men, these women wielded influence through their roles as wives and mothers, guiding future generations.
By the late 9th century, the Viking Age was in full swing.
Raids and explorations extended far beyond familiar waters. But while men ventured into unknown territories, women remained at home, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of the seasons.
They wove, harvested, and nurtured.
Their hands working tirelessly, their hearts steeling against the uncertainties of war and loss. In the heart of the Viking settlement, a woman could be found standing by the hearth. She was the keeper of stories, her voice resonating through generations. Each tale of gods and heroes meticulously crafted, providing a sense of identity and belonging. The sagas spoke of the fierce Valkyries, embodiments of strength and courage.
But the reality of Viking women was multifaceted.
In a society that valued both strength and skill, women could also find themselves taking up arms.
The 10th century saw the emergence of shieldmaidens. Legendary figures who fought beside men, defying societal norms. Their bravery etched into the annals of history, challenging preconceived notions of femininity.
Yet, With every rise, there were challenges. The arrival of Christianity in the 11th century began to shift the landscape. Traditions clashed, and the roles of women were redefined. The old ways faded, replaced by new beliefs that often marginalized their contributions. As we journey through the ages, we see the complexities of their lives. In the midst of turmoil, they adapted. They retained their spirit, even as the tides of change swept across their world. By the 12th century, Viking influence began to wane. The kingdoms of Scandinavia were solidifying. Yet, the legacy of Viking women remained. Their stories, though often lost to time, whisper through history. As we reflect on their struggles and triumphs, we recognize their significance. They were not mere footnotes in a male-dominated narrative. They were the pulse of their communities. What does this chapter reveal? It highlights how the Viking women shaped not just their families, but the very fabric of Norse society. They were warriors, nurturers, and keepers of history. And now, as we look to the next chapter, a world unfolds. A world where these women's legacies continue to inspire. A world where their stories are finally being told. Next chapter explores what happens next. As we turn the page, we find ourselves at the crossroads of myth and reality, where the stories of these extraordinary women begin to intertwine with the very essence of their culture. The Viking Age, a tapestry of exploration and conquest, was also a time of profound change. Across the windswept fjords and rugged coastlines, women were not merely witnesses to history, they were active participants in its creation. In the longhouses, the hearths flickered with the light of their labor, their hands weaving tales of survival and resilience, crafting not just garments, but the very identity of their people. A sense of urgency pulses through their lives. With every voyage that set sail, every raid that unfolded, the stakes grew higher. Women maintained the home front, safeguarding the legacy of their kin while their men faced the unknown. They were the architects of endurance, their spirits unyielding against the backdrop of uncertainty. Amidst this backdrop, we encounter the Shieldmaidens, fierce warriors who shattered the chains of expectation. These women donned armor, wielded swords, and fought with an intensity that rivaled their male counterparts. Their stories, once mere whispers, surged forth like a tide, challenging the confines of a patriarchal narrative. Yet, as the tides of change swept in with the arrival of Christianity, the struggle intensified. Old traditions began to fracture under the weight of new ideologies. The sacred feminine was pushed aside, replaced by a narrative that sought to diminish the power of women. But even as the old ways faded, the essence of Viking women remained indomitable. They adapted, they endured, and they transformed. In the shadows of shifting beliefs, we find the echoes of their defiance. Some women became powerful figures in their own right, leaders, strategists, even queens. Their influence extended beyond the home, shaping alliances and forging paths in a male-dominated world. As we delve deeper, we discover the nuances of their existence. Tales of love and loss, of betrayal and loyalty, intertwine with the broader strokes of history. These women navigated the complexities of their time, carving out spaces for themselves amidst the chaos. The 12th century dawns, and with it, the winds of change grow stronger. The Viking influence, once a formidable force, begins to recede, yet the legacy of these women endures. Their stories are not just relics of a bygone era, they are the foundation upon which new narratives are built. As we listen closely, the voices of the past rise from the ashes of history, intertwining with the present, reminding us of their significance.
What remains is a powerful testament to their spirit.
They were not simply warriors or homemakers, they were the embodiment of resilience, the heartbeat of their communities.
And as we stand on the precipice of the next chapter, we carry their stories forward. A world is unfolding, a world where their legacies will no longer remain hidden in the shadows.
In this evolving narrative, we find the strength of Viking women shining through the ages, illuminating paths for generations to come. Their stories, at once tragic and triumphant, are now ready to take center stage. As we embark on this new exploration, we honor the women who lived, loved, and fought against the currents of their time. Their echoes call us forward into a future where their voices will resound once more. They were not mere figures in the shadows, they were architects of their own destinies. Each tale whispers of a woman who defied expectations. In the bustling marketplaces of Kattegat, or the windswept shores of Gotland, these women wielded power in both subtle and overt ways. Consider the legendary Lagertha, a warrior shieldmaiden whose name still echoes through time. She stood at the forefront of battle, her courage unmatched, her spirit unyielding. Her story intertwines with legends of gods and heroes, but it is her humanity that captivates us. A fierce protector, a loving partner, she embodied the duality of strength and vulnerability. Yet, the Viking world was not without its darkness.
Love often intertwined with loss.
For every victory, there was a sacrifice. The heartache of a mother bidding farewell to her son sailing off into the unknown, the silent tears of a wife waiting for a husband who may never return.
These moments of sorrow are the undercurrents of their lives, shaping their resolve. As we traverse the lands they called home, we encounter the complexities of their existence.
The sagas tell of women like Freydis Eiríksdóttir, who challenged the very fabric of their society. A fierce explorer, she ventured into uncharted territories, her ambition igniting the flames of adventure. Her story reminds us that exploration was not solely the domain of men.
The tapestry of their lives is woven with threads of friendship and betrayal. Alliances forged in the heat of conflict, yet frayed by the sting of jealousy. In the halls of power, women emerged as advisors, strategists, their voices rising above the din.
They knew the art of persuasion, their words sharp as any sword. As the 12th century unfolds, the world shifts beneath their feet. The encroaching presence of Christianity begins to reshape the landscape.
Yet, in this transformation, the essence of the sacred feminine persists. Women adapt, bending like reeds in the wind.
They find new ways to express their spirituality, intertwining old beliefs with new.
Amidst this tumult, the legacy of these women becomes a beacon.
They teach us that resilience is born from love, that strength is found in vulnerability. Their stories ripple through time, echoing in the hearts of countless generations. As the sun sets on the Viking Age, we find ourselves at a crossroads, where the past and present collide.
Each woman's journey illuminating the path for those who follow. In the quiet whispers of history, we hear their laughter, their cries, their defiance.
And so we carry their torch, igniting a fire of remembrance. Their narratives, woven into the very fabric of our understanding, remind us that the sacred feminine is not a relic but a living force.
In this unfolding tale, we honor their courage, their love, their unyielding spirit. The stories of Viking women rise once more, a testament to the endurance of the human heart. The future awaits, and with it, the promise that their voices will resonate, echoing through the ages,
guiding us forward into the light.
As we delve deeper into the annals of history, we unearth the hidden narratives of those who shaped the very essence of Viking culture.
The sagas may have been written by men, but it is the women who live those tales who hold the true power within their stories. Take Lager the fierce warrior and Shieldmaiden, whose name still resonates through time. She fought not just for glory but for the right to carve her own destiny. Her courage on the battlefield was matched only by her resolve in a world that sought to constrain her. In her, we see the embodiment of defiance, a spirit that would not be silenced.
Yet, these women were not just warriors, they were mothers, daughters, and caretakers.
In the heart of every longhouse, they wove the fabric of family and community.
They nurtured the next generation, instilling values of bravery and resilience, while also tending to the wounds of those who returned from battle.
Their strength lay in their duality, in their ability to balance the fierce with the tender, the warrior with the caregiver.
As Christianity began to take root, the sacred feminine found ways to endure.
In the quiet corners of their homes, rituals of the old ways persisted. The whispers of the Norns, the fates who spun the threads of destiny, remained a source of comfort and strength.
Women gathered under the moonlight, sharing secrets and prayers, creating a sisterhood that transcended the turmoil outside.
The Viking Age, with its brutal conquests and relentless explorations, was a crucible of transformation. The arrival of new beliefs did not extinguish the spirit of these women, rather, it forged a new path. They became guardians of tradition, adapting and evolving, blending the sacred with the secular. They found power in the very act of survival, navigating a world that was ever-changing. In the midst of this upheaval, we must also remember the voices of those who were marginalized. The stories of enslaved women, whose pain was oftentimes overlooked, echo in the silence of the past. Their endurance, their fight for dignity amidst the brutality of their circumstances, speaks to a strength that is both profound and heartbreaking. They too are part of this legacy, their struggles woven into the greater narrative of resilience.
As we journey forward, it becomes clear that the tales of these women are not merely historical footnotes.
They are vibrant threads that connect us to our humanity. Each story a reminder that the strength of a society is not just measured by its warriors, but by the women who nurture, heal, and inspire. In their legacy, we find a call to action. A reminder that the fight for equality, for acknowledgement, and for respect is ongoing. The fire they ignited continues to burn brightly within us. We carry their stories forward, honoring their struggles and triumphs, weaving them into the tapestry of our own lives. As we stand at this intersection of history and future, we realize that the sacred feminine is not just a relic of the past. It is a living force, a guiding star that leads us toward understanding and unity. The stories of Viking women remind us that every voice matters, every story has worth, and together, we can create a future that honors the legacies of those who came before us. Their laughter, their wisdom, their defiance, these echoes fill the air, urging us to listen, to learn, and to act. In the heart of every woman lies the spirit of the Viking, unyielding and fierce, forever etched into the fabric of our collective memory. The journey continues, a testament to the enduring power of the sacred feminine. They carved their mark upon the earth, these women of fierce spirit and unyielding resolve. In the shadows of longboats and battle cries, they held the hearth steady. Their hands, calloused yet tender, crafted the very essence of their communities. They were not mere bystanders, they were the architects of a culture that thrived on strength and unity. In the villages, they sang songs that echoed through the fjords, tales of bravery mixed with whispers of love. These melodies were not only entertainment, they were lifelines, binding generations together, preserving the wisdom passed through the ages. Each note carried a legacy, a reminder of the battles fought not with swords, but with resilience and grace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the flickering flames of their fires illuminated the faces of those gathered. Stories spun from the threads of hardship and hope danced in the air. The women spoke of their journeys, of loss and love, of heartbreak and healing. They understood that their narratives, while intertwined with the histories of men, stood fiercely alone in their significance. The legacy of these Viking women is woven into the very fabric of their society. They were warriors of the heart, protectors of the vulnerable, and champions of the forgotten. They forged alliances, not just through kinship but through shared experience, a sisterhood that transcended time and space. They taught their children the importance of standing tall in the face of adversity, of nurturing the flame of their heritage, and of honoring the earth that sustained them. Yet, amid their triumphs, the shadows of oppression loomed large. The echoes of their struggles resonate still, a haunting reminder of the battles yet to be fought. Each woman who dared to rise above the constraints of her time became a beacon, illuminating a path for those who would follow. Their stories challenge us to confront the uncomfortable truths of our past, to acknowledge the sacrifices made in silence. In the annals of history, the sacred feminine shines brightly, a testament to the indomitable spirit of those who refuse to be silenced. The Viking women remind us that empowerment does not always roar, sometimes it whispers softly, urging us to remember, to resist, and to rise. Their legacy is not confined to the pages of history, but pulses in our veins, urging us to carry their stories into the light. As we traverse the landscape of our own lives, we find ourselves intertwined with their spirit. In every act of kindness, every stand against injustice, we honor their memory. We become the guardians of their legacy, ensuring that their voices are not lost to the winds of time. The sacred feminine calls to us, urging us to reclaim our narratives, to celebrate our strength, and to recognize the power we hold within. Together, we weave a tapestry rich with the colors of their experiences, a vibrant mosaic that speaks to our shared humanity. The journey of these Viking women is far from over. It lives on within us, a living testament to the enduring power of courage, compassion, and unity. The echoes of their laughter, their wisdom, and their defiance continue to guide us, lighting our way forward as we navigate the complexities of our shared future. The heart of every woman pulses with the rhythm of history, a reminder that we are never alone in our struggles, and that together, we can forge a brighter tomorrow. In the frost-bitten air of the north, where the sea kissed the land, these women carved out their existence. Their hands, calloused yet gentle, wove not only fabric but the very fabric of their communities. They navigated treacherous waters, both literal and metaphorical, embodying resilience in every venture. Each wave they faced mirrored the struggles they endured, yet they stood unwavering, their spirits as fierce as the storms that raged around them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and crimson, the flickering flames of their hearths became a sanctuary. It was here, amidst the warmth, that stories were shared, tales of gods and giants, of love and loss, of battles fought with honor. It was in these moments that the essence of their heritage was nurtured, passed down through generations like an unquenchable flame, refusing to be extinguished. Each generation, a thread woven into a grand tapestry of life. The stories of their ancestors guided them, urging them to embrace their identity with pride. The echoes of their laughter still reverberate through the ages, whispering secrets of strength and perseverance. This legacy was forged in the crucible of hardship, yet it blossomed into a celebration of life, a tribute to the bond shared by all women who dared to dream. But the shadows of oppression were relentless. The weight of societal expectations pressed down upon them, threatening to silence their voices. Yet, like the mighty oak that withstands the fiercest storm, they grew taller, branching out, reaching for the light. They defied the limitations imposed upon them, carving their own destinies, their spirits unyielding, their voices rising in a chorus of defiance. In the heart of every village, in the whispers of the forests, the legacy of these Viking women endured. They were warriors, not only in battle but in their daily lives. They fought for their families, for their rights, for a world where they could thrive. Their courage became a rallying cry, echoing through the valleys, inspiring others to take up the mantle of change. And as we reflect upon their journey, we are reminded that our own struggles are intertwined with theirs. In the face of adversity, we too can choose to stand tall. We can fan the flames of our heritage, nurturing the stories that bind us, ensuring that the lessons of the past ignite the future. The sacred feminine whispers still, urging us to honor the earth, to cultivate compassion, and to recognize the strength that lies within us all. As we walk this path, we carry their legacy forward, weaving our own stories into the rich tapestry of humanity. The laughter of our ancestors mingles with our own, a symphony of voices that transcends time and space. We are not merely inheritors of their strength, we are the continuation of their fight, the embodiment of their dreams. Together, we rise, united in purpose, guided by the unwavering spirit of those who came before us, as we step boldly into the future they envisioned, a future illuminated by love, resilience, and the unbreakable bond of sisterhood. They navigated the harsh realities of their time, their lives woven with threads of hardship and hope. In the long, dark winters, they gathered around fires, sharing tales of bravery and resilience. Each story a spark, igniting the hearts of their daughters, their sisters, and the generations yet to come. They spoke of the fearless shieldmaidens, of women who wielded swords as deftly as they tended to the hearth. These were not mere legends, but echoes of real lives lived with passion and purpose. They stood shoulder to shoulder with their men, forging alliances, engaging in fierce battles, and navigating the treacherous waters of politics and power. Their contributions often went unrecognized, yet they were the architects of peace and the builders of communities. In the marketplaces, their voices rang out: traders, healers, artisans. They bartered goods, exchanged wisdom, and nurtured the bonds of kinship. Their hands crafted beauty from the earth, woven tapestries, intricate jewelry, and vibrant pottery, all imbued with stories that transcended the confines of time. With each creation, they left an indelible mark on the world around them, a silent testament to their ingenuity. But the tides of history are not easily tamed. As empires rose and fell, so too did the roles of these women shift. The encroaching darkness of patriarchy sought to stifle their light, to confine them within the walls of silence. Yet, they resisted. Gathering in secret, they whispered their truths, forging alliances across generations. The strength of their sisterhood was a force of nature, unyielding, unstoppable. In the heart of the fjords, beneath the vast skies, they found solace in the embrace of nature. The mountains stood as silent witnesses to their struggles, while the rivers carried their hopes downstream, merging with the ocean of time. Each drop a reminder of their existence, each wave a call to rise. As the years flowed on, the legacy of these women began to intertwine with the myths and folklore of their people. The Valkyries, warrior spirits who chose the fates of men, became symbols of female empowerment, reflecting the fierce spirit that coursed through their veins. Yet, beneath the surface of these tales lay the deeper truth, that every woman is a warrior in her own right, capable of shaping her destiny, of challenging the status quo.
In the present, we stand on the shoulders of giants.
Their stories linger in the air we breathe, reminding us that we are part of a continuum. The strength of our ancestors fuels our fight for justice, for equality, for a world where every voice is heard. As we look to the horizon, we realize that we are not alone. The whispers of the past guide us, urging us to rise, to act, to continue their fight. The legacy of these Viking women is not simply a chapter in history, it is a living, breathing entity that courses through our veins. We carry their dreams, their struggles, their victories as we step forward into a future that beckons, vibrant and full of possibility. Together, we forge ahead, united by the unbreakable bond of sisterhood, a tapestry woven with the threads of our shared history. And in this journey, we find not only strength but also an unwavering commitment to honor those who came before us, ensuring that their stories, their legacies, continue to resonate in the hearts of generations to come. As we forge ahead, we must remember the echoes of their laughter, the sound of their hopes mingling with the wind.
In the quiet corners of history, where shadows dance and memories linger, each woman's story pulses like a heartbeat. They were not just figures of the past, they were the architects of change, wielding influence not only in their homes but in the very fabric of society. In the longhouses of ancient villages, they shared wisdom around flickering hearths. They spun tales of bravery, love, and betrayal, each story a thread in the intricate tapestry of their culture. From mothers to daughters, these narratives flowed like the rivers that nourished their land, nurturing a sense of identity that would withstand the test of time. The Viking Age was a crucible of transformation, where men sailed to distant shores, but women held the fort, their resolve as fierce as the storms that battered their coasts. They managed farms, navigated trade routes, and even made decisions that shaped alliances. In the face of adversity, they became the unsung heroines of their communities, their strength unrecognized yet undeniable. As we journey through the annals of time, we uncover the stories of Shieldmaidens, those fierce warriors who defied convention.
They donned armor and wielded swords, not merely to fight but to carve their own paths in a world that sought to confine them. Their courage became a beacon, illuminating the darkened corners of oppression, inspiring countless generations to rise against the tide of injustice. Yet, in every tale of valor, there lies the heartache of sacrifice. Many of these women faced the agony of loss, their loved ones taken by the very battles they fought to prevent.
And still, they stood tall, embodying resilience that echoed like thunder across the valleys.
Their love for their kin was a fortress, sheltering hope even in the bleakest of times. Fast forward to today, and we see the remnants of their spirit in every woman who dares to challenge the norm. Each protest, each movement, is a testament to a lineage that refused to be silenced. From the fields of activism to the boardrooms of power, their legacy weaves through our present, reminding us that we are not merely inheritors of their dreams, but active participants in their realization. And as the sun sets over distant mountains, casting golden hues across the sky, we gather beneath its warmth. We remember their stories, each one a flickering flame that ignites our passion. We stand in solidarity, not just as individuals, but as a collective force, bound by the unbreakable thread of shared experience. With every step we take, we honor their sacrifices. With every voice we raise, we amplify their whispers. The past is not just a memory, it is a living testament to the power of womanhood, a call to action that resonates within us.
Together, we march forward, fueled by the legacy of the Viking women, fearless and unyielding.
And as we do, we invite others to join us, to carry the torch of equality, justice, and love. The future is wide open, and our hearts swell with the promise of what is yet to come. In this shared journey, we find not only our strength but the magic of connection, a bond that transcends time and space, interwoven with the dreams of those who paved the way.
Chapter 3: Women in Norse Mythology. Duration: 30 minutes. Tonight's journey: Women in Norse Mythology.
In the shadows of great sagas, their voices rise. Whispers of power, strength, and resilience echo through the ages. Women, often lost in the tales of gods and warriors, hold secrets that shape the very fabric of Norse culture.
Who were these women? What roles did they play in a world governed by gods, battles, and the relentless pursuit of glory? As we delve into the heart of these ancient stories, we discover a tapestry woven with complexity and depth. The Norse pantheon is rich with female figures, goddesses, shieldmaidens, and seeresses. They are not mere footnotes in history.
They are the architects of fate, the voices of wisdom, and the guardians of the hearth. In the late 10th century, as Viking raids spread terror across Europe, these women stood resolute. They managed homes and wielded influence, shaping the very foundations of their society. In their stories lies a reflection of Viking values, courage, loyalty, and the unyielding spirit of survival. Let us journey back in time, to the frost-kissed landscapes of Scandinavia, where the sagas began. Here, the tales of Freyja, the goddess of love and war, resonate. Freyja, fierce and beautiful, commanded respect and admiration. She wielded the power of choice, deciding who would live and die in battle. A duality exists in her nature, a goddess of fertility and a warrior unmatched. Then, there is Skadi, the goddess of winter and hunting, who defied the gods for her own destiny. She chose her husband based on his feet, a testament to her independence. Her story, a bold declaration of female agency within a patriarchal framework. As we traverse these ancient myths, we encounter the Norns, three powerful sisters who weave the fate of all beings. Ord, Verdandi, and Skuld, each representing the past, present, and future. They remind us that women hold the threads of destiny, shaping the lives of gods and men alike. The Valkyries, too, emerge from the shadows. These warrior maidens, tasked with choosing the slain, fought alongside their male counterparts. They embodied both beauty and ferocity, challenging the conventions of their time. Their presence signifies a society that honored women not just as mothers or wives, but as warriors in their own right. But as the tales unfold, we must confront the darker currents. The portrayal of women was not without its complexities. Tales of jealousy, betrayal, and vengeance weave through the narratives, reflecting both the strengths and vulnerabilities of these figures. The balance of power was precarious, and the consequences of their actions often reverberated through generations. In the 13th century, as the Christianization of Scandinavia began, the ancient stories faced a reckoning. The new faith sought to redefine the role of women, casting aside the fierce goddesses for a more subdued ideal. Yet, even in this transition, the echoes of the past lingered. Women continued to play vital roles, navigating the changing tides with resilience. As we draw closer to the present, we see how these myths endure. They inspire art, literature, and modern interpretations. The legacy of Norse women, once relegated to the background, now emerges as a potent force. Their stories are not just relics of history, they are a call to recognize the strength within every woman.
What can we learn from these tales? They challenge us to rethink the narratives we uphold.
They remind us that history is often written by the victors, yet the true essence lies in the untold stories of those who fought bravely, often in silence. As we prepare to turn the page, we glimpse the horizon. The next chapter awaits, unveiling the lives of Viking women beyond the myths. Their struggles and triumphs, their voices rising once more, echoing through time.
Next chapter explores what happens next.
The sun rises on the shores of a changing world. A world where Viking women, once cloaked in myth, begin to step into the light of history's gaze. Their stories are not mere whispers but thunderous echoes of resilience. In the heart of their communities, these women were more than just figures of folklore. They were traders, healers, and leaders. As the longships sailed across treacherous waters, it was often the women who held the fort, managing homes and businesses, making crucial decisions that would shape their families' futures.
Through the bustling markets of Hedeby, we see their influence. Women bartered goods, wielding power in trade as deftly as any warrior wielded a sword.
They were the backbone of the economy, their hands guiding the flow of commerce and culture. And amidst the fierce raids and conquests, some women donned armor, not just in the realm of battle, but in the political arena.
Take Freydis Eiríksdóttir, a name that resonates through the ages.
A fierce woman, who defied societal expectations. In the Vinland sagas, her strength is undeniable. She fought alongside men and carved a legacy that would be spoken of for centuries. But with strength comes sacrifice.
The tumult of the age often left women vulnerable.
Their stories are not without hardship. For every tale of valor, there are those that speak of loss and grief. The harsh realities of Viking life shaped their existence, binding them together in a shared struggle.
As we follow their journeys, we witness the emergence of a new identity.
The transition from warrior to matriarch, from leader to nurturer. The delicate balance they maintained as they navigated a world that often sought to define them.
Yet, even as the tides of history shift, the spirit of these women remains unbroken.
The Norse pantheon, once filled with goddesses of war and wisdom, held space for the complexities of women's lives. They were not just muses or symbols, they were the very essence of the world around them. As we delve deeper, we find ourselves at the crossroads of myth and reality. The sagas may be embellished, but the heart of these women's stories beats strong. They speak of love, ambition, and the unyielding spirit of those who dared to dream beyond the confines of their time. Through the lens of history, we see them emerge not as mere shadows, but as formidable figures who shaped the course of their people. Their legacies intertwine with the fabric of Norse culture, echoing in the hearts of those who came after them. As we peel back the layers, we uncover the truths that lie beneath. The Viking Age was not just a time of conquest, but a tapestry woven with the threads of women's lives. Each story, a testament to their strength, resilience, and undeniable impact on the world. And so, we stand on the brink of discovery, ready to embrace the next chapter. The stories of Viking women, rich with nuances and complexities, are about to unfold. Their courage and spirit will rise, illuminating the path ahead, beckoning us to listen, to learn, to honor. In the quiet whispers of history, the names of these women echo. They were shieldmaidens, sorceresses, and artisans, each carving out a legacy in a world dominated by men. Their tales, often overlooked, are woven into the very fabric of Norse mythology. Take Lager the fierce and relentless, who wielded an axe as deftly as any warrior. Her story is one of defiance, a challenge to the norms that sought to bind her. She became a symbol, not only of strength but of the possibility that lay within every woman. And then there is Freydis, bold and unyielding, who stood fierce against the odds. Her journey across uncharted waters speaks to the spirit of exploration that defined the Viking Age. She was more than a traveler, she was a pioneer, embodying the courage to venture into the unknown. Yet, alongside these warriors, we find the heart of the household. The mothers and daughters, weaving the intricate patterns of daily life. Their contributions may not have been sung in sagas, but they were the backbone of society. They nurtured the next generation of warriors, instilling values of honor and bravery, ensuring that the spirit of their ancestors lived on. As we navigate through the pages of time, we uncover the roles of these women as peacekeepers and negotiators, their wisdom guiding clans through turbulent waters. They were often the unsung architects of alliances, weaving bonds that would secure their people's future. In the shadows of great battles, amidst the clash of swords and the roar of the sea, their voices rise. They sang songs of love and loss, of hope and despair. Each note a reminder of the life that pulsed within their communities. As we peer into the past, the challenges they faced become starkly clear. The ever-present threat of war loomed large. Yet, within that chaos, there blossomed a fierce resilience. They adapted, they endured, and they thrived. With each discovery, we peel back the layers of time. We learn of their knowledge, herbalists, healers, and midwives. Their understanding of the world around them was profound. They held the secrets of nature, using them to safeguard their families and communities. And so, we journey deeper still, tracing the footsteps of these remarkable women as they navigated the complexities of love and loyalty. Their stories intertwine, creating a rich tapestry of human experience. We witness their joys and sorrows, their triumphs and tribulations. In the midst of it all, we are reminded that their legacy is not confined to the past. It resonates in the present, calling forth a new understanding of strength and femininity. Their voices urge us to remember that history is not merely a series of events, but a living narrative, vibrant and pulsing with emotion. And as we draw closer to the heart of their stories, we find ourselves transformed. The lessons of their lives remain as relevant today as they were centuries ago. They inspire us to embrace our own journeys, to honor our strength, and to carve out our own legacies in the world. Together, we will unravel the threads of their existence, illuminating the shadows where their stories have long been hidden. Join us as we honor the Viking women, fierce and formidable, whose spirits continue to guide us through the ages. Their stories are not just history, they are the essence of humanity itself. As the winds of time swirl around us, we find ourselves standing on the shores of a world both familiar and foreign. Here, the Viking women forged identities that defied the constraints of their era. They were not merely consorts or mothers, they were warriors, traders, and leaders in their own right. In the heart of their villages, they crafted intricate textiles, each thread woven with stories of their ancestors. These fabrics adorned their kin, marking not just status, but a deep connection to the land and its rich traditions. Yet, their artistry extended beyond the loom. They were skilled in the art of navigation, reading the sky and sea as if they were sacred texts. Imagine the silence before dawn, the air heavy with anticipation. These women prepared their longships, sturdy vessels that would carry them into the unknown. With each stroke of the oar, they ventured into uncharted waters, embracing both danger and discovery. Their courage was palpable, igniting a fire within their communities that would inspire generations. But let us not forget the weight of their struggles. For every conquest won, there were losses etched into their hearts. The harsh realities of life demanded constant vigilance. They faced the brutalities of conflict, the emotional toll echoing in their songs. Each melody a testament to resilience, each lyric a balm for their sorrow. As we delve deeper, we uncover stories of sisterhood, alliances forged in the crucible of hardship. Women gathered around flickering fires, sharing tales of bravery and heartbreak. In these sacred spaces, they found solace, nurturing bonds that would withstand the fiercest storms. We witnessed their defiance in the face of societal expectations. They wielded power not just through might, but through wisdom and compassion. Clan leaders, they navigated disputes with grace, ensuring harmony amid discord. Their influence rippled through the generations, shaping the very fabric of Viking society. Yet, amidst this tapestry of strength, we also encounter vulnerability. The longing for love, the ache of loss, the dreams of a future unbound by the chains of tradition. Their hearts beat with a fierce passion, echoing the universal human experience. As we draw closer to their essence, we are reminded that they were not simply figures of the past. Their spirits linger, woven into the very air we breathe, urging us to honor our own stories. To embrace our complexities, our strengths, and our vulnerabilities. In this journey, we find not just echoes of history, but a reflection of ourselves. The Viking women, fierce and formidable, beckon us to rise, to challenge the tides of our own lives. Their legacy is a living testament, a call to action that resonates with every heartbeat. And as we continue to unravel the threads of their existence, we find ourselves entwined in a narrative as rich and profound as the women who shaped it. Together, we will honor their journey, illuminating the path forward, guided by their indomitable spirit. In the shadows of history, the Viking women stood not just as warriors, but as architects of their own destinies. They carved their names into the annals of time, yet many remained unsung, their tales tucked away in the folds of forgotten lore. Each story a thread, woven into the rich tapestry of their culture, bursting with color and life. Imagine a world where women sailed alongside men, navigating treacherous waters, fearlessly charting courses through storms and uncharted territories. Their hands grasped oars, their voices raised in songs that echoed across the waves. They were not merely passengers in the saga of exploration, they were the heartbeats of adventure. But beyond the horizon lay dangers unseen. The clash of swords, the echo of battle cries, the weight of loss. The scars of war marked their bodies and souls. Yet, in the aftermath, they became the healers, the nurturers, tending to the wounds of both kin and foe. Their compassion softened the edges of brutality, a reminder that humanity thrived even amid chaos. As we journey through their lives, we catch glimpses of their artistry. Intricate weaving, skilled craftsmanship, and storytelling that ignited imaginations. They transformed raw materials into beauty, shaping the mundane into the extraordinary. Their creativity reflected the landscapes of their hearts, a vivid expression of their inner worlds. Yet, these women were bound by a duality. While they wielded axes and shields, they also carried the weight of expectation. The struggle to balance duty and desire, to be both fierce and tender, forged their identities. They were mothers, daughters, leaders. Each role a jewel in a crown of complexity, glimmering with the brilliance of their spirit. In the quiet moments, when the fires dimmed and the world outside faded, they shared whispered dreams. Hopes for a future where their daughters would roam free, unshackled by the chains of tradition. They envisioned a lineage of strength, a legacy that transcended time.
As we peel back the layers of their existence, we find echoes of their laughter, the warmth of their camaraderie.
The bonds they forged were not mere alliances but lifelines, connecting them in a world fraught with uncertainty.
Together, they danced, they mourned, they celebrated life in all its complexities.
The Viking women were the embodiment of resistance, carving out spaces for themselves within a patriarchal society. They challenged norms, defied boundaries, and through their actions, they ignited a spark that would light the way for future generations. They understood that true power lay not just in strength, but in the ability to adapt, to evolve, to inspire. As we stand at the crossroads of their legacy, we are compelled to reflect on our own journeys. The struggles they faced resonate in our modern lives, urging us to confront our fears, to embrace our vulnerabilities. They remind us that we are not alone in our battles, that the stories of our ancestors echo through our veins, urging us to rise. In this exploration, we unearth not just a history of warriors but a chronicle of women who dared to dream, to love, to fight.
Their spirits, fierce and unyielding, guide us as we navigate the tides of our own existence. United with them, we are reminded that our stories are woven into the fabric of time, a continuum of strength and resilience. And as we carry their torch forward, we honor their legacy, ensuring that their voices, once silenced, now resonate through the ages. Together, we will illuminate the path, reminding the world that the Viking women were not merely figures of history, but the timeless essence of humanity itself. As the echoes of their lives unfurl, we delve deeper into the tapestry of their existence. These women were more than mere figures in a saga, they were architects of their destinies, wielding not just swords but the power of their voices. Each battle they fought, each scar they bore, was a testament to their unwavering spirit. In the frigid winds of the north, they navigated treacherous seas, their ships cutting through the mist like arrows of hope. With each voyage, they brought back tales of distant lands, of cultures that intertwine with their own, enriching their lives and expanding their horizons. They traded not just goods but ideas, forging a unique identity that was as fluid as the waters they sailed. Their homes, often built from the very earth that sustained them, were sanctuaries of strength. Within those walls, generations gathered, weaving stories into the very fabric of their being. They taught their daughters the art of survival, the wisdom of the ancients, and the importance of solidarity. Every meal shared was a lesson in resilience, every song sung was a tribute to their shared history. Yet, amidst the beauty of their existence, shadows lingered. The weight of expectation bore down upon them. They stood at the intersection of tradition and change, challenged by the very structures that sought to bind them. But where others saw limitations, they saw possibilities. They learned the art of negotiation, the delicate dance of influence, maneuvering through a world that often dismissed their worth. With the fierce determination of a lioness protecting her cubs, they ventured into territories unknown. They fought not just for themselves, but for their communities. Their hands, calloused yet gentle, built not only homes but futures. They were healers, warriors, mothers, and leaders. Each role they played was a thread in the intricate fabric of their society. As the seasons turned, so too did the tides of fate. Empires rose and fell, yet the spirit of these Viking women remained unyielding. They adapted, embracing change while holding fast to their core values. In the face of adversity,
they found strength in unity, rallying together to shield their loved ones from the storms that raged outside. And in their quiet defiance, they laid the groundwork for future generations. Their stories became whispers of wisdom passed down through ages. They taught their daughters that courage is not the absence of fear, but the resolve to face it. They instilled a sense of identity that transcended the limitations imposed upon them. In the end, the legacy of the Viking women is not merely a collection of tales etched in history. It is a living testament, a beacon of hope, echoing through time. Each of us carries a fragment of their spirit within us, urging us to rise, to fight, to dream.
As we honor their journey, we embrace the call to action they left behind.
In a world that often seeks to silence, we become the voices that resonate loudly. Their essence, fierce and unbreakable, infuses our own stories, reminding us that we, too, are the architects of our destinies. Together, we forge ahead, united by the flame of their legacy, illuminating the path for those who will come after us. In the shadow of the mountains, where the rivers carved their stories into the earth, these women forged their identities. They navigated the harsh landscapes of the north, where the biting winds whispered tales of resilience. Their laughter echoed through the valleys, a defiance against the cold, a warmth that ignited the spirit of a people. They were the weavers of tales, storytellers who spun the threads of history into vibrant tapestries.
Each story was a lifeline, connecting generations, reminding them of their roots.
Around flickering fires, they recounted the sagas of gods and heroes, infusing the mundane with magic. They painted the night sky with dreams, reminding their children that the stars were not just distant lights, but the spirits of their ancestors, watching over them.
Yet, their battles were not fought only in the realm of myth.
They faced real threats: raiders, famine, and the unforgiving bite of winter.
With every challenge, they learned to adapt.
They cultivated the land, coaxing life from the soil, nurturing grains that would sustain families.
The art of herbal medicine became their sacred knowledge, transforming pain into healing, despair into hope.
As the world outside their villages shifted, so too did their roles.
The Viking Age brought expansion and exploration, a tide that threatened to wash away the very essence of their communities. But instead of retreating, they stood firm. They became traders, diplomats, and navigators of the seas. Their ships, adorned with the colors of their clans, sailed across uncharted waters, bridging cultures and ideas. In the marketplaces, they exchanged not just goods, but wisdom. They learned the languages of distant lands, and with each conversation, they dismantled the barriers of misunderstanding. The Viking women were not merely passive observers, they were architects of alliances, wielding influence that rippled across borders. Through every trial, they cultivated a spirit of collaboration. In their gathering places, they shared knowledge, experiences, and dreams. They fostered a community where ideas flourished, where every voice mattered. Their gatherings became the heartbeat of society, a sanctuary where hope was nurtured and futures were envisioned. Time marched on, relentless and unyielding. The world transformed, yet the essence of those women endures. Their legacy is etched not merely in the annals of history, but in the very fabric of modern existence. The values they championed, courage, unity, and resilience, remain relevant today. In a world that often feels fragmented, their lessons ring true. They remind us that strength lies not just in power, but in the bonds we forge. They inspire us to honor our roots while daring to reach for the stars. As we reflect on their journey, we recognize the fire they ignited within us.
We are called to honor their sacrifices by weaving our own stories into the tapestry of time. In every challenge faced, in every dream pursued, we carry their spirit with us, a guiding light through the darkness, a beacon of hope for the future. Together, we rise, united in the undying legacy of the Viking women, ready to face whatever storms may come. As the seasons turned, the Viking women became more than figures of heritage. They were innovators, tending to the hearth while navigating the intricate web of trade routes that spanned from the icy fjords of Scandinavia to the bustling markets of the Mediterranean. They crafted textiles that told stories, spun yarns imbued with the colors of their homeland. Their hands, skilled in arts both practical and profound, sowed the seeds of culture and commerce. In the shadow of their longhouses, tales were woven around flickering fires. They spoke of gods and goddesses, of battles won and lost, but also of the quiet strength found in unity. Each story was a thread, binding generations together, echoing through the ages. They understood that history is not merely recorded but lived, felt, and passed down, an eternal conversation between the past and the present. But as the horizon beckoned, the winds of change blew fiercely. The Viking Age was marked by conflict, the clash of swords ringing out across the seas. Yet, even amidst the chaos, the women stood resolute. They became the stewards of peace, negotiating terms that would preserve the integrity of their communities. They wielded words as deftly as any warrior brandished a sword, forging alliances that withstood the test of time. In the heart of these villages, the spirit of resilience thrived. They cultivated gardens that blossomed with life, feeding not just their families but the very essence of their culture. They taught the next generation the art of survival, the lessons of the land, and the significance of kinship. They understood that true strength lies in nurturing, in the bonds of love and loyalty that bind them together. As the world outside their shores evolved, they embraced the tides of change while holding firm to their values. The Viking women became symbols of adaptability, bending but never breaking. They ventured into new territories, their influence rippling across continents, leaving footprints that would be admired for centuries to come. And in the echoes of their laughter, in the warmth of their embraces, they left a legacy that transcends time. They showed us that even in the face of adversity, grace and compassion could thrive. They remind us that our stories are woven into a larger narrative, one that is alive and breathing, waiting for each of us to add our voices. As we delve deeper into their world, we uncover the heartbeat of an era. The Viking women, fierce in spirit and rich in heart, forged a path forward, teaching us that the true voyage lies within. Their legacy is a call to action, urging us to embrace our shared humanity, to seek understanding amidst differences, and to celebrate the vibrant tapestry of life. In every laugh shared, every hand clasped, we carry their spirit forward. They remind us that we are not alone. Together, we can weather the storms, rise from the ashes, and create a future that honors their indomitable spirit. Together, we rise, empowered by the undying legacy of the Viking women, ready to carve our own stories into the fabric of time. Chapter 4: The Life of a Viking Woman. Duration: 30 minutes. Tonight's journey: The Life of a Viking Woman. In the shadow of towering cliffs and beneath the vast, restless skies, a world unfolds. A world where women, often unseen, wielded quiet yet unfathomable power. Here, in the heart of Scandinavia, their stories breathe life into the saga of a fierce and formidable culture. These were women of the North. Mothers, warriors, healers, and traders. They navigated the storms of life with resilience. They shaped destinies. They were the unsung heroes of the Viking Age.
But what did their lives truly look like?
Imagine waking in a longhouse, the scent of wood smoke mingling with the crisp morning air.
The day unfolds, a tapestry of responsibilities and duties,
Each thread woven with care and purpose.
It was a life filled with toil and determination. Around the year 800, Viking women stood at the heart of their communities.
They were the keepers of the home, the guardians of hearth and family. Their hands, calloused and strong, spun wool, brewed ale, and baked bread. They raised children, taught them the ways of their ancestors, and instilled in them the spirit of exploration. In the fields, they toiled alongside men, planting and harvesting crops, bearing witness to the seasons of life. The rhythm of their labor echoed through the ages, a reminder of their vital role in sustaining the clan. But their influence extended beyond domestic walls. In the absence of men, who ventured far across the seas, these women became leaders. They made decisions, resolved conflicts, and held their communities together. In a world defined by battles and conquests, they crafted a legacy of strength and resilience. As we delve deeper, we find ourselves in the year 1000, in a bustling trading post on the shores of the Baltic Sea.
Here, women bartered goods.
They exchanged not only material wealth but also knowledge and stories.
Their voices, once hushed, began to resonate.
At the same time, the Viking Age was not without its shadows. The threats of war loomed. Families were torn apart.
Women, too, experienced the pain of loss.
Yet, in the face of adversity, they found ways to endure. They forged bonds of solidarity, creating networks of support among one another.
Through the centuries, Viking women adapted.
They transformed their homes into sanctuaries, shelters from the storms of a turbulent world. They became skilled artisans, crafting jewelry and textiles that told their stories.
Each piece a testament to their creative spirit.
By the late 11th century, the expansion of Christianity began to alter the landscape of their lives. New beliefs challenged old traditions. Yet, even in this shifting tide, the spirit of the Viking woman remained unbroken. In the twilight of the Viking Age, these women stood at a crossroads. They were the bridge between the old ways and the new. As the world around them changed, they continued to hold the threads of their history tightly.
Their legacy is a story of survival, of courage, of transformation.
It is a narrative that weaves through time, echoing in the hearts of those who came after.
And so we arrive at the cusp of a new chapter.
A chapter that promises to unveil the intricate tapestry of their lives, the relationships they forged, and the impact they had on the world beyond their shores.
What lies ahead? What will their stories reveal? Next chapter explores what happens next. In the echoes of time, new horizons beckoned.
As the 12th century approached, the Viking women found themselves at the heart of a world in transition.
Trade routes expanded. Cultures collided.
Their influence, once confined to the boundaries of their villages, began to ripple outward. These women were not mere spectators. They were the architects of change. In the vibrant marketplaces, their laughter mingled with the clamor of merchants, their hands skillful in the art of negotiation. They wove alliances with foreign traders, exchanging not just goods, but ideas. Each encounter was a thread in the tapestry of their lives, a moment that would shape the future. The tales they shared of bravery and hardship crossed borders and transcended languages. Their stories, rich with experience, became the foundation upon which new identities were built.
Yet, with progress came peril. The encroachment of new powers threatened their way of life. The once familiar coasts were now fraught with uncertainty.
Kingdoms rose and fell, and whispers of conflict lingered in the air. In these tumultuous times, the heart of the community beat strongest in the hands of its women. They became the keepers of tradition.
In the flickering light of the hearth, they gathered the young and the old.
Through songs and stories, they honored their ancestors, ensuring that the spirit of the past would never fade. Their voices, strong and clear, became the thread connecting generations, binding them in a shared narrative of resilience. As the Christian faith continued to spread, it wove itself into the fabric of their lives.
The clash of belief systems was a dance of adaptation.
They found ways to embrace the new while holding sacred the old. In this delicate balance, they forged a path forward, a testament to their indomitable spirit.
In the towns that sprang up like wildflowers, women held positions of influence.
They managed estates, made decisions, and navigated the complexities of governance. Their intellect and intuition shaped the course of history in ways that would be remembered, though often unspoken. And so, as the world around them transformed, these Viking women stood resolute. They were more than just witnesses to history, they were its authors. Their legacy was not merely one of survival, but of thriving amidst chaos, a narrative rich with nuance and depth. As we journey further, we will uncover the stories of individual women, each one a beacon of strength. Their lives were steeped in the trials and triumphs of their time.
They were mothers and warriors, leaders and healers, each contributing to the legacy that would echo through the ages. What revelations await us in this exploration? What truths will emerge from the shadows of history?
The next chapter promises to illuminate the lives of these extraordinary women, revealing the depth of their influence and the richness of their stories. As we delve deeper into the tapestry of their lives, we encounter figures who defied the constraints of their era.
Take Astrid, a name whispered with reverence.
A healer, revered for her knowledge of herbs and ancient remedies, she wielded power not through swords, but through wisdom. In a world where life hung by a thread, her hands brought solace.
Families traveled great distances, seeking her counsel, her presence a balm in the storm of uncertainty.
Then there was Freydis, a warrior whose spirit burned bright against the shadows of doubt. She stood tall, her gaze unyielding, daring the winds of fate to challenge her. Clad in leather and steel, she led her kin into battles that would echo through the ages. Her courage inspired songs, immortalized in the hearts of those who followed her. In an age where women were often relegated to the background, Freydis carved her name into the annals of history, a symbol of defiance. Yet, the journey of these women was not one of singular triumph.
Behind each victorious tale lay the weight of sacrifice.
Mothers like Sigrid, who faced the agony of loss. She buried her sons beneath the cold earth, their laughter forever silenced. In her grief, she became a pillar of strength for those who remained, her sorrow transforming into a fierce determination to protect her community.
Through her, we see the resilience that defined an entire generation. Each story is a thread in this intricate weave of existence. The women formed alliances, creating networks of support that transcended familial ties. They gathered in the shadows, sharing secrets, dreams, and fears. In these sacred circles, they found power in unity, a force that could shift the tides of their world. As the seasons changed, so too did the landscape of their lives.
The arrival of traders and explorers brought new ideas and cultures. The vibrant tapestry of their existence grew richer, yet more complex. With every new influence, they adapted, merging their identities with those of the strangers who walked their shores. They became the guardians of a legacy that straddled two worlds, the old and the new. And amid this transformation, the hearth remained a sanctuary. The glow of the fire illuminated their faces as they shared tales of bravery and loss. It was here that they nurtured the next generation, imparting wisdom through the art of storytelling. Each word, a thread binding past, present, and future. As we listen closely, we begin to hear the echoes of their laughter, the weight of their tears. Their voices rise above the noise of history, urging us to remember. They were not merely participants in a grand tale, they were the architects, shaping the very foundation upon which their world stood. What lies ahead is a vivid exploration of their struggles, their triumphs, and the legacies they left behind. Each tale unfolds like petals of a flower, revealing layers of complexity and emotion. We will walk alongside them, feeling the weight of their experiences, celebrating their victories, and honoring their sacrifices. Prepare to journey into the depths of their stories, where strength meets vulnerability, and the extraordinary becomes ordinary. For in every heartbeat of these remarkable women, we find the resonance of humanity itself. In the heart of this evolving world, conflict simmered beneath the surface. The arrival of foreign powers threatened their way of life. The women, once united in their shared strength, faced an unsettling reality. They became warriors in a different sense, defenders not only of their homes but of their very identities. In the quiet moments, they forged alliances with one another, standing shoulder to shoulder. Together, they strategized, their voices weaving through the air like the smoke rising from their fires. Every decision reverberated with the weight of history. Each plan, an echo of the generations that had come before them. They understood that survival meant embracing change while holding fast to their roots. As whispers of war grew louder, young girls watched their mothers transform. They saw them don armor fashioned from resilience, their spirits unyielding. The hearth, once a symbol of comfort, became a rallying point. It grew warm with the fervor of shared purpose, a sanctuary where dreams of freedom ignited. In those fleeting moments of calm, the women would gather, their laughter ringing like a bell through the air. They spoke of the past, of their ancestors who had walked these lands long before them. Stories of courage and defiance woven into the fabric of their existence. They shared lessons learned through hardship, instilling hope in the hearts of the young. But the horizon was darkening. The shadows of conflict loomed ever closer. The crackle of distant battles echoed, a haunting reminder of the fragility of peace. With each passing day, uncertainty wrapped its fingers around their lives. Yet within that uncertainty, they discovered a fierce resolve and unbreakable spirit that would not be extinguished. As the winds of change swept through their homes, they adapted. They became strategists, healers, and leaders. With every challenge, they reclaimed their narrative, refusing to be mere footnotes in the annals of history. Their voices rose, powerful and defiant, echoing through the ages. And through it all, they held on to hope. Hope that their children would inherit a world filled with possibilities. Hope that their stories would resonate through time, igniting the hearts of those who would come after. They understood the weight of legacy, the importance of passing down their wisdom. In the face of adversity, they became the embodiment of resilience. Their journeys, filled with heartache and triumph, painted a vivid landscape of the human spirit. Their laughter mingled with their tears, creating a symphony of life that transcended the boundaries of time. As we delve deeper into their lives, we will witness the strength of their convictions. We will feel the power of their stories woven together like a tapestry, each thread vibrant and alive. For these women were not just figures in history, they were the heartbeat of their communities, the essence of survival against all odds. Prepare to immerse yourself further into their world, where every struggle is a testament to their enduring spirit. Together, we will honor their journey, embracing the complexity of their lives and celebrating the legacy they forged through love, loss, and unwavering determination. As the echoes of their laughter faded into the distance, the reality of their struggles surfaced like a rising tide. They faced not only the specter of war but also the relentless grip of societal expectations. Each day was a delicate dance between tradition and the fierce desire for change. In their hearts, they carried the burden of generations past, yet their spirits soared with the hope for futures yet unwritten. In the quiet corners of their villages, they gathered under the flickering light of oil lamps, sharing stories that were both scars and salves. Tales of mothers who had braved the storm, who had whispered courage into the ears of their children as the world outside crumbled. They spoke of fathers who had forged paths through treacherous terrain, their determination a beacon amidst encroaching darkness. With every tale, a flame ignited. It flickered with the passion of those who refused to be silenced. Their resilience became a rallying cry, a beacon of defiance against the tide of despair. They reclaimed their identities, not just as victims but as warriors of their own narrative. They painted their struggles with colors of strength, a vibrant mosaic of hope that illuminated the shadows of their existence. But the weight of the world pressed heavily upon them. Each day brought new challenges, fresh wounds to heal. The scars of loss etched deep into their hearts, yet they emerged stronger. The women, the men, and the children, they stood shoulder to shoulder, united in purpose. They transformed their pain into purpose, their grief into galvanizing strength. And as conflict raged, they turned to one another, forming bonds that transcended bloodlines. Neighbors became family, strangers became allies. In those moments of shared vulnerability, they discovered an unshakable foundation of community, a fortress built on trust and solidarity. Amidst the chaos, they nurtured dreams. Dreams of education, dreams of freedom, dreams of a life unfettered by the chains of oppression. They envisioned a future where their children could laugh without fear, where stories of courage would inspire whole generations. These visions fueled their every action. They rallied together in the face of adversity, transforming market squares into forums of change. The air crackled with the energy of voices rising in unison, demanding justice, demanding equality. Their chants echoed through the streets, a powerful testament to the indomitable human spirit. As we journey through their stories, we will feel the weight of their dreams and the depth of their sacrifices. We will witness the quiet moments, the whispered prayers, the fierce determination etched upon their faces. Each story will unfurl like a delicate flower, revealing layers of strength and vulnerability interwoven in the fabric of their lives. In this exploration, we will honor the legacy they forged against the backdrop of turmoil. Their lives, a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity, remind us that even in the darkest of times, hope can blossom like the first flowers of spring. Together, we will celebrate their triumphs, their trials, and the unwavering love that propelled them forward, a love that defied the very forces that sought to divide them. As we turn the page, let us step boldly into their world, where courage knows no bounds, and the heart of the community beats fiercely against the storm. They stood at the crossroads of history, a moment suspended in time. The echoes of the past reverberated through their hearts. Generations had fought for the right to be heard, to be seen. Each step they took was steeped in the memory of those who came before them, voices silenced, dreams deferred. In the shadow of oppression, they found resilience. The streets bore witness to their struggle, each crack in the pavement a reminder of the battles fought and the lives lost. The rich tapestry of their culture intertwined with the harsh reality of their existence. Yet, within this struggle, they wove a narrative of hope, threading together stories of love, loss, and the relentless pursuit of justice. They gathered in the twilight, their faces illuminated by flickering candlelight, their eyes reflecting a shared resolve. The air was thick with emotion, each heartbeat resonating with the pulse of their collective dream. They spoke of unity as if it were a sacred bond, an unbreakable chain forged through adversity. Children danced amidst the shadows, their laughter a poignant reminder of innocence in a world fraught with conflict. They were the embodiment of possibility, a living testament to the dreams that flickered like stars in the night sky. These children were the reason their voices grew louder, the reason their hearts beat with fervor. They envisioned a tomorrow unfettered by the burdens of today, a future where every child had the chance to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the atmosphere shifted. The air crackled with anticipation. They stood on the precipice of change, poised to reclaim their narrative. Every chant, every song, a declaration of their existence, a promise to themselves and to one another that they would not be forgotten. And in that moment, they became the architects of their destiny. Their passion ignited a fire within, one that could not be extinguished. They were not merely participants in a movement, they were the heartbeat of it. With every word spoken, they etched their history into the annals of time, a living legacy that would inspire generations to come. As we walk alongside them, we feel their struggles deep within our bones. The weight of their journey becomes our own. The tapestry of their lives, rich and vibrant, unfolds before us, revealing the intricate patterns of courage, compassion, and hope. In their triumphs, we find inspiration. In their trials, we uncover strength. They showed us that love can be a powerful catalyst, capable of breaking chains and forging pathways to freedom. As we delve deeper, we will witness not just the fight for justice, but the celebration of life itself, the moments of joy that emerge from the ashes of despair. So let us step forward together, hand in hand, into the heart of this narrative. Into the stories that beckon us, urging us to listen, to learn, to remember. Because in every corner of their struggle lies a profound truth: the human spirit, when united, can withstand any storm. As we journey further into their world, the echoes of history resonate with each step. We stand at the crossroads of time, where past injustices intertwine with present hopes. In this land, scars of conflict are etched into the earth, a somber reminder of battles fought and lives lost. It is here that the spirit of resilience thrives, nourished by the dreams of those who refuse to fade away. In the shadows of crumbling walls, we hear whispers of generations. They tell of a time when laughter was drowned by the sounds of despair, when innocence was stolen under the weight of oppression. Yet, from these depths, a fierce determination arose, a collective will to rise again. The stories of survival seep into the soil, fueling the resolve that binds this community together. Through the eyes of the elders, we witness the passage of time. They carry the wisdom of years, their faces etched with the lines of struggle and strength. They recount tales of unity, moments when the impossible became possible. They remember the marches, the gatherings, the nights spent dreaming of a dawn that would bring change. Their voices, though weathered, resonate with a power that transcends time. And then, there are the young, those whose laughter once filled the air. They are the bearers of a new narrative, a vibrant tapestry woven with threads of hope and ambition. They speak of a world where children play freely, where education is a right, not a privilege. Their aspirations are lofty, their hearts ablaze with the desire to rewrite the future not just for themselves, but for all. As the sun rises on a new day, the horizon is painted with hues of possibility. The streets are alive, a canvas of color and movement. Activists, artists, and dreamers unite, their spirits intertwined in a symphony of voices. Each chant, each brushstroke, each note sung carries the weight of their aspirations, echoing through the narrow alleys and wide plazas alike. But the journey is not without its trials. As they march forward, the shadows of doubt loom large. They face resistance, the voices of naysayers ringing in their ears. Yet, in the face of adversity, they find strength and solidarity. Hand in hand, they stand firm, their resolve unshakable. In this crucible of change, we witness the birth of a movement. A movement that transcends borders, a call to action that reverberates across continents. The struggles of these children resonate with all who have ever sought justice, their stories intertwine with the universal quest for dignity and freedom. As we bear witness to their journey, we are reminded that history is not merely a record of events, it is the living pulse of humanity. It is the heartbeat of those who came before us, whose dreams continue to inspire the present. Each story, each struggle, fuels the flame of hope that flickers within us all. Together, we walk this path, our hearts open to the lessons that unfold before us. We carry their stories, their dreams, and their desires into the world. For in these narratives lies the power to ignite change, to heal wounds, and to build bridges where once there were walls. Let us listen closely as the symphony of voices rises, a crescendo of courage and commitment, a testament to the enduring spirit of a community unyielding in the face of adversity. With every step, we honor the past, embrace the present, and forge a future where every child's laughter can ring out freely, echoing through the ages. As the sun climbs higher, illuminating faces filled with determination, we delve deeper into the fabric of this movement. These young souls carry the weight of generations on their shoulders. They are not merely participants, they are the architects of a new tomorrow. Their banners flutter in the breeze, colorful declarations of hope and resilience. Each word etched into fabric tells a story. A story of struggle, of loss, of dreams deferred. Yet, their eyes shine with a fierce resolve. They know that the fight they wage today is not just for the now, but for every child who dreams of a better life, for every voice that has ever been silenced. These streets have borne witness to countless struggles throughout history. The echoes of the past resonate here, the cries for equality, justice, and peace. From the civil rights movements to the suffragettes, the spirit of those who dared to dream lives on in each step of this march. The air is thick with the energy of change, a reminder that the fight for justice is a continuum, a thread woven through time. Yet, amidst the fervor, the specter of fear looms. The establishment, entrenched in its ways, pushes back against the tide of change. The young activists face threats and backlash. But in their hearts, they know that fear is a fleeting shadow, unable to extinguish the fire of their resolve. They chant louder, their voices harmonizing into a powerful anthem that drowns out the naysayers. As they navigate through the bustling streets,
the city pulsates around them.
It becomes a living organism, breathing in their hope and exhaling the remnants of doubt. The people watch, some curious, others inspired, as this wave of passion washes over the landscape. They join in, becoming part of the collective heartbeat, a tapestry of humanity intertwined in purpose.
With each passing moment, the movement grows, branching out like a tree, its roots digging deep into the soil of society.
The stories of these children transcend language, culture, and geography.
They speak to the universal truth that every individual deserves to be heard, to be valued, to feel the warmth of belonging. And as we stand on the sidelines, witnessing this transformation, we are reminded of our own roles in this narrative. We are not mere observers, we are participants in this unfolding story. The struggles of today will shape the landscape of tomorrow.
The choices we make, the voices we amplify, the actions we take all ripple outward, creating waves of change that can inspire generations to come.
The sun begins to set, casting a golden hue over the crowd.
It is a moment of reflection, a pause in the chaos.
Each face tells a story, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit.
They are the torchbearers of hope, illuminating the path ahead. As night descends, the flickering lights of candles held high form a constellation of dreams. They are symbols of unwavering faith in a future where love triumphs over hate, where unity dismantles division.
Together, they create a luminous tapestry, a beacon in the darkness, guiding us toward the dawn of a new era.
In this shared journey, we learn that change is not a destination, it is a continuous evolution.
A dance of determination and spirit. And as we walk alongside these brave souls, we are reminded that every step forward is a step toward healing, a step toward understanding, a step toward a world where every voice sings in harmony. Let us carry this moment with us, etched into our hearts.
For in every whisper of hope, in every act of resistance, we find the essence of humanity, the unbreakable bond that connects us all.
Chapter 5, Women as Warriors, the Shieldmaidens. Duration, 30 minutes. Tonight's journey, Women as Warriors, the Shieldmaidens. A tale steeped in shadow and light. Who were these fierce women, fighting side by side with their brothers, their fathers, their husbands? Legends whisper of their courage. They are the unsung heroes of a world defined by brutality and honor. Their stories echo through time, yet remain largely untold. Imagine the clash of metal, the roar of battle cries. Amidst the chaos, women stood tall, wielding swords, shields glinting in the sun. The air thick with tension, they charged forward, defying a world that sought to confine them. Who were these warriors? What drove them to take up arms? In the year 1000, in the heart of Norway, the sagas began to form. Here, the lines between myth and reality blurred. Tales of shield maidens emerged, women who not only fought but thrived in the art of war. They became symbols of strength and resilience. As we peel back the layers of history, we find ourselves in the midst of fierce battles. The Shieldmaidens were more than mere legends, they were real women who carved their names into the annals of time. From the icy fjords of Scandinavia to the sun-drenched shores of distant lands, they shattered expectations and fought for their place in a man's world. In the 9th century, tales of Lagertha, the legendary warrior, swept through the sagas. She was not merely a wife, she was a shield maiden, a leader in her own right, a force to be reckoned with. Her name ignited the imaginations of those who heard it. But it wasn't just Lagertha. The sagas speak of many fierce women who took up arms.
By the 10th century, their presence on the battlefield was documented by those who witnessed their valor. Archaeological discoveries in Viking graves revealed the remnants of female warriors. Weapons, armor, and shields buried alongside them told a story that defied the norms of a patriarchal society.
These women fought fiercely, defending their families, their homes, their honor.
In the year 834, in what is now Sweden, a burial site revealed a woman laid to rest with a sword, a shield, and a complete set of weaponry. Historians debated her identity.
A warrior? A leader?
The evidence was irrefutable. She was a shieldmaiden, a testament to the strength of women in a world shrouded in male dominance. As we traverse the landscape of the Viking Age, we encounter both warriors and the very culture that shaped them.
The Norse gods revered strong women. Valkyries, the divine shield maidens, chose the worthy fallen, guiding them to Valhalla. This belief system empowered women, granting them a revered place in society. In the year 872, the unification of Norway began. As kingdoms rose and fell, so too did the stories of fierce women fighting for their people. The shield maidens became symbols of hope, courage, and defiance. They fought not just for bloodshed, but for a legacy. A legacy that would ripple through time, inspiring generations to come. But the tides of history shifted. The arrival of Christianity brought with it a new set of values. The fierce independence of women began to be seen as a threat. As the Viking Age waned, the tales of shield maidens faded into myth. Yet, even as their stories dimmed, the spirit of these warrior women endured. The shield maidens faced a world that sought to erase their legacy. They became ghosts, whispers in the wind. But the fire of their courage remained, igniting the hearts of those who dared to remember. They were not merely warriors, they were pioneers, defying the boundaries of their time. As we look to the future, the stories of these women beckon us. They challenge us to question the narratives we accept. They remind us that strength knows no gender. Their legacy lives on, waiting to be rediscovered. In our next chapter, we will delve deeper into the impact of these extraordinary women. How their stories shape the very fabric of society. What does it mean to be a warrior in a world that often forgets? Next chapter explores what happens next. Their legacy beckons us to explore the realms of possibility. Beyond the battlefield, the shield maidens lived complex lives, shaped by love, loyalty, and the bonds of sisterhood. They were not just figures of war, but architects of their own destinies. In the hearts of their homes, they wove tales as intricate as the tapestries that adorned their walls. Stories of bravery and resilience flourished in the flickering firelight. Their voices echoed through the ages, a chorus of strength against a backdrop of uncertainty. As we journey deeper, we uncover the sagas that immortalized these women. The tales of Lagertha, the fierce warrior and shield maiden, whose legend transcended time. She fought alongside her husband, Ragnar, yet carved her own path in a world that sought to define her. And there were countless others. The shield maidens, warriors of their own right, who navigated the treacherous waters of loyalty and betrayal. They were strategists and leaders, wielding power not just through brute force, but through cunning and wisdom. Archaeological finds reveal a rich tapestry of their lives. Graves adorned with weapons, artifacts, and even personal belongings hint at their multifaceted existence. Each discovery a fragment of a larger story, each sword a symbol of defiance against the tide of conformity.
Yet, the shadows of history loom large. As Christianity spread, a new ideology emerged. Women were relegated to the margins, their once celebrated strength viewed as a threat to the emerging order. The fierce independence of the Shieldmaidens began to fade, their stories buried beneath the weight of a patriarchal narrative.
But even in silence, their spirit endured.
The whispers of the Shieldmaidens lingered in the hearts of those who dared to challenge the norm. They became symbols of rebellion, a spark igniting the flames of future movements. Through the ages, their legacy inspired women to rise, to fight for their place in a world that often sought to silence them. From the suffragettes to modern-day activists, the spirit of the Shieldmaidens lives on, reminding us of the battles fought and those yet to come.
As we look toward the horizon, the question remains, how do we honor their legacy? How do we ensure that the stories of these extraordinary women are not lost to the sands of time?
In the chapters ahead, we will uncover the echoes of their strength in modern society. We will explore how their tales continue to resonate, urging us to reclaim our narratives. Their legacy is not merely a relic of the past, it is a call to action, a reminder that the fight for equality is eternal. The journey continues, as we delve into the heart of what it means to be a warrior in a world that often forgets. The Shieldmaidens may have been silenced, but their stories, our stories, await the light of day. Their stories await the light of day.
Each whisper, each echo, threading through the fabric of history, beckons us to listen.
To understand the world in which these women fought, we must peer beyond the veil of time. Imagine the fierce winds of the north, howling across the fjords, mingling with the battle cries of warriors. Picture the Shieldmaidens, their braided hair flowing like the very rivers of their homeland, standing resolute against the tides of oppression. In the heart of battle, they wielded their weapons with grace. Not just swords, but shields, symbols of protection for their kin, their homeland. They fought not only for glory but for a vision of a world where they could stand shoulder to shoulder with men. Legends tell of Valkyries and Freydis, women whose names still stir the soul. Their valor was not merely in combat, but in the very act of existence, challenging a narrative that sought to confine them. As we sift through the relics of the past, we find more than bones and rusted metal. We uncover stories of resilience. In the Viking Age, women held roles that defied the conventions of their time. They were leaders, healers, traders, and warriors. The sagas speak of their wisdom, their ability to navigate the complexities of their societies. They shaped the destinies of clans, forged alliances, and, in some cases, even led armies into battle. Yet the encroaching forces of change began to reshape this vibrant tapestry. As Christianity took root, the narratives shifted. No longer were women revered as warriors. Instead, they were cast into roles that sought to diminish their power. The stories of Shieldmaidens were woven into a new narrative, one that sought to silence their strength, to erase their contributions. But history is not easily erased. The spirit of these women flickers like a flame, resilient against the winds of time. The writings of later scholars, though often biased, still contain hints of their fierce spirit. The tales of their exploits were whispered in the shadows, passed down through generations. They became folklore, not just stories of the past, but a lifeline, a reminder that the fight for autonomy and respect is woven into the very essence of humanity. In the annals of history, the Shieldmaidens emerged as symbols of courage. They became the muses for those who dared to dream of a different world. As we peel back the layers of oppression,
we find countless instances where their legacy inspired uprisings, movements, and a relentless quest for equality.
From the suffragettes who marched for the right to vote, brandishing banners emblazoned with the words of defiance, to contemporary activists who challenge injustice, the echoes of the Shieldmaidens resound through time. They remind us that the battle is far from over.
So, we must ask ourselves, what legacies will we leave behind? What stories will we carry forth into the future?
In honoring the Shieldmaidens, we honor all who have fought for their place in the tapestry of existence.
As we continue this journey, we will explore the modern-day warriors who embody their spirit.
We will uncover the voices that rise in defiance, the actions that challenge the status quo. The Shieldmaidens have not vanished, their essence pulsates within us, urging us to rise, to reclaim, to rewrite our narratives.
And as we delve deeper, we will illuminate the paths forged by those who dared to defy, illuminating the shadows with the light of their stories. The past intertwines with the present, urging us to remember, to honor, and to continue the fight. For as long as there are warriors willing to stand, the legacy of the Shieldmaidens will endure, echoing through the ages, calling us forth into the light. In the quiet corners of history, where the whispers of these warriors linger, we find the threads that connect past and present. The Shieldmaidens, those fierce women who took up arms, were not just figures of legend, they were architects of change. They defied the very norms that sought to bind them, rewriting the narrative of gender and power. From the frost-bitten fields of Scandinavia to the sunlit shores of distant lands, their stories echo. Women who fought beside their brothers, who rode into battle with fire in their eyes, who carved their names into the annals of a world that often sought to forget them. Their presence was a challenge to a patriarchal society, a bold assertion that strength knows no gender. As the centuries turned, the tales of these Shieldmaidens transformed into myth, yet their essence remained vital. In the heart of the Viking sagas, they are immortalized, fierce warriors like Lagertha and Freydis, who wielded swords with grace and conviction. These narratives served as both inspiration and caution. They reminded society of the power of women, the fierce spirit that could not be quelled. In the modern age, the echoes of their bravery resonate in the actions of women around the globe. The suffragettes, draped in their white sashes, marched across cobbled streets, demanding their rightful place in the sun. They were the torchbearers of a legacy that began long before them, ignited by the flames of those Shieldmaidens who dared to dream of freedom. Today, as we witness movements rise and voices amplify, we see the spirit of the Shieldmaidens reflected in every act of defiance. The #MeToo movement, a clarion call against oppression, reverberates with the power of their legacy. Women stand up, share their truths, and reclaim their narratives, just as those ancient warriors once did. But with every step forward, we must remain vigilant. The fight for equality is a relentless journey, fraught with challenges. It is a testament to the enduring spirit of those who came before us. They remind us that courage is not the absence of fear. It is the resolve to press on, despite it. As we delve deeper into this exploration, we will meet the modern-day Shieldmaidens activists, artists, leaders. Women who, with every breath, challenge the status quo. They carry the torch, lighting the way for future generations. Their stories are not merely echoes of the past, they are powerful reminders that we are all part of this continuum. We will unearth the narratives that have shaped our understanding of strength, resilience, and identity. Each story, a thread in the fabric of our shared humanity, illuminating the path forward. And as we journey through time, we will uncover the commonalities that bind us, the fight for autonomy,
the struggle for respect, the unyielding desire to be seen and heard. In this sacred space of remembrance and action, we honor the Shieldmaidens, not just as warriors of the past, but as symbols of hope for the future. Their legacy calls us to forge new paths, to challenge injustice, and to embrace the power that lies within us all. For in the heart of every woman who stands tall today, the spirit of the Shieldmaidens pulses with life, an eternal flame, fierce and unwavering, calling us forth into a world where every voice matters, and every story is worthy of being told. Their journey is not just a singular narrative, it is a tapestry woven with threads of struggle and triumph. Centuries ago, the Shieldmaidens stood on the battlegrounds of their own time, wielding swords with unmatched ferocity. These fierce warriors did not simply fight for territory, they fought for the right to exist on their own terms, to carve out identities defined by their own choices. As we traverse the annals of history, we find countless stories of women who refused to be silenced. In the shadows of towering empires, they whispered tales of rebellion and resilience. From the fierce queens of ancient Africa to the cunning strategists of the Viking Age, their legacies echo through the ages, reminding us that strength knows no boundaries. Even in the face of relentless oppression, these women persisted. They became the architects of change, often risking everything to sow the seeds of a new world. Their struggles are not mere footnotes, they are the foundation upon which we stand today. Each act of defiance, a spark igniting the fire of future generations. Consider the suffragettes, those women who marched and rallied, their voices mingling with the winds of change. Armed not with swords, but with unyielding determination, they fought for the most fundamental right, a voice in the chorus of society. Their unwavering resolve shattered glass ceilings and carved pathways for those who would follow. And yet, the fight is far from over. Today, we see the resurgence of their spirit in movements that span the globe. From the streets of cities to the halls of power, women are rising, defying expectations, challenging the status quo. They are the modern-day Shieldmaidens, wielding the tools of activism with the same fervor as their ancestors wielded their swords. Each story we uncover reveals a shared heartbeat, a rhythm of resilience that pulses through time. These narratives illuminate the struggles of women across cultures and eras, each voice a vital part of the symphony of change. Through art, music, and literature, these modern Shieldmaidens craft their legacies, ensuring that the flames of their ancestors continue to burn brightly. As we immerse ourselves in their journeys, we will witness the power of solidarity. Women from different walks of life uniting, their stories intertwining to form a powerful narrative of hope and strength. Together, they confront the harsh realities of injustice, their combined voices rising in a chorus that cannot be ignored. In this exploration, we also pause to reflect on the cost of this fight. The sacrifices made by countless women who dared to challenge the norms, often at great personal risk. Their stories remind us that the path to equality is paved with both triumphs and trials, each step forward a testament to resilience. So, let us listen closely. Let us honor the Shieldmaidens of yesterday and today. For in their stories lies the essence of a movement that transcends time, a relentless pursuit of justice, a fervent plea for understanding, and an unwavering belief in the power of every voice. In this continuum of strength, we find our shared humanity, urging us to stand together, united in our quest for a brighter, more equitable future. In the shadows of history, countless women have fought battles both seen and unseen. Their struggles, often overlooked, resonate through the ages. From the suffragettes marching boldly for the right to vote, to the women of the civil rights movement, whose voices pierced the silence of oppression, they forged a legacy of courage and defiance.
Consider the brave souls who stood on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, their dreams echoing with hope. They raised their voices against injustice, demanding not just freedom, but dignity. In their eyes, the future glimmered with possibility, a vision that transcended their own lives. Their tears mingled with the sweat of determination, a testament to the power of unity. Across oceans and continents, the echoes of their struggle reverberate. In India, women have faced the complexities of tradition while challenging societal norms. They stand at the forefront of change, leading movements that demand equality and respect. Their laughter mingles with the cries for justice, creating a powerful anthem of resistance that resonates in every corner of the globe. In Africa, amidst the vibrant tapestry of cultures, women have risen as warriors of change. They defy stereotypes, nurturing their communities while striving for education and empowerment. With every child they teach, every business they build, they sow the seeds of a brighter tomorrow. Their tenacity is woven into the very fabric of their societies. And yet, the fight is often met with fierce opposition. The walls of patriarchy are thick, fortified by centuries of tradition and fear. The battles waged are not just against laws, but against the very fabric of societal norms that seek to silence and diminish. Still, they march forward, undeterred, fueled by the belief that their voices matter. As we delve deeper, we uncover the stories of those who have been silenced. The women who dared to speak truth to power, only to be met with resistance. Their stories serve as a reminder of the price paid for progress. Each sacrifice echoes through time, urging us to recognize the struggles that continue today. Let us not forget the power of storytelling. It has the ability to heal, to unite, and to inspire. Through the lens of art and creativity, women share their truths, transforming pain into power. Each brushstroke, each note, each word becomes a declaration of existence, a reminder that their stories are valid, that their voices are necessary. In this exploration of resilience, we find not just a history, but a tapestry of hope. It is the stories of everyday women, the mothers and daughters, the activists and allies, that weave together the intricate narrative of change. They remind us that together, we are stronger. Every voice lifted in solidarity becomes a beacon of light in the darkest of times, illuminating the path toward justice. As we listen, let us embrace the complexities of this journey. Let us honor the struggles, celebrate the victories, and acknowledge the ongoing fight. For in this shared narrative, we uncover not just the past, but the promise of a future where every voice is heard, every story matters, and every woman has the right to stand tall and proud, unyielding in her pursuit of equality. The chorus grows louder, echoing through time, a symphony of strength, a relentless call for change. In a world often defined by silence, the echoes of their struggles resonate with an undeniable urgency. From the suffragettes who chained themselves to the railings of power, demanding a voice, to the brave souls who stood against oppressive regimes, risking it all for the right to be heard. Each act of defiance, a spark igniting a revolution. Consider the women of the 19th century, gathering in dimly lit rooms, their hearts beating in unison. They exchanged ideas, ignited passions, and forged alliances. Their laughter mingled with the seriousness of their cause, creating an atmosphere thick with possibility. They knew the stakes, they understood the weight of their words. With each meeting, they sowed seeds of change, nurturing a vision that would bloom into the modern fight for equality. And then, we leap forward in time. The 1960s, a decade of upheaval. Women, tired of being relegated to the sidelines, took to the streets.
Their voices rose above the drumming of war, demanding not just a place at the table, but the very right to shape the menu.
They marched, they sang, they demonstrated, their spirits unbroken by the resistance they faced.
The air was electric, charged with the promise of progress.
Yet, the struggle was far from over. In every corner of the globe, women continued to face obstacles that seemed insurmountable. In some cultures, their very existence was questioned, their rights stripped away like leaves in autumn. But still, they fought. They fought for their daughters, for their sisters, for a future where fear no longer dictated their dreams. Through the lens of history, we witness the resilience of these women. Their stories are not just footnotes in a textbook, they are the threads that bind us to understanding. From Malala Yousafzai, who dared to stand against tyranny, to the countless unsung heroines who refused to back down, their narratives ripple through time, inspiring generations. As we turn the pages of their lives, we see the triumphs and tribulations, the moments of joy intertwined with sorrow, the victories that felt monumental, yet were often met with backlash. Each chapter is a testament to the enduring spirit of those who believe change is possible. In the quiet moments, when the world seems to pause, we can almost hear their whispers. They urge us to remember. They remind us that the path to equality is not a straight line, but a winding road filled with obstacles and heartaches. It is paved with the sacrifices of those who came before us, brave souls who lit the way with their unwavering determination. As we delve deeper into these narratives, we find a profound truth. The fight for equality is not just a struggle for women, it is a fight for humanity. It is a call to recognize that when one voice is silenced, we all lose a part of ourselves. And when one voice rises, it has the power to uplift us all. Let us take a moment to reflect on the power of connection. The way stories intertwine, forming a rich tapestry of shared experiences. Each thread represents a life lived, a struggle endured, a victory celebrated. In this mosaic of resilience, we discover the essence of what it means to be human, our capacity for empathy, for compassion, for understanding. As we continue this journey, may we hold close the lessons learned. May we honor the legacy of those who fought for a future they would never fully see. Their sacrifices remind us that every step forward is a step taken together. The chorus grows louder still. A symphony of hope, a relentless call for change, echoing through the chambers of history, urging us to stand together, united in our quest for justice, equality, and a brighter tomorrow. With each generation, the narrative evolves. Voices rise and fall like the tide, yet the heartbeat remains steady, resilient, unwavering. In the shadows of history, we find the unsung heroes, the trailblazers whose stories beckon us to listen. Consider the suffragettes, women who marched with fire in their hearts, brandishing banners of hope amidst a storm of indifference. They faced jeers, imprisonment, and violence, yet their spirits soared higher than any barricade. Their fight was not just for a vote, it was for the very essence of freedom, for the right to shape their own destinies. And, as the echo of their footsteps fades, we turn to the civil rights movement, where women like Rosa Parks and Fannie Lou Hamer stood tall against oppression. Their courage ignited a flame that would illuminate the darkest corners of injustice. They understood that the struggle was intertwined, that the fight for racial equality was inseparable from the fight for gender equality. It was a tapestry woven with threads of shared pain and shared dreams. In the heart of every protest, every rally, we catch glimpses of their determination. Their chants, a melody of defiance, resonate through the ages.
They remind us that the battle is not merely external, but an internal awakening, a call to confront our own biases, to challenge the status quo. As we traverse this landscape of struggle, we witness the rise of organizations that champion women's rights, from the National Organization for Women to grassroots movements around the globe. Each initiative a beacon of hope, illuminating the path for those still fighting in the trenches. But the journey is not without its setbacks. The stories of those who fell short, who faced burnout and disillusionment, are equally vital. They serve as reminders that the road to progress is fraught with hurdles. Yet, amid the struggles, there remains an unwavering belief that change is possible. The fight is a chorus, each voice contributing to a symphony of resilience. From the boardrooms to the streets, women continue to shatter glass ceilings, dismantling the barriers that once confined them. In every achievement, we hear the echoes of those who came before, their sacrifices reverberating through time. And as we embrace the present, we must not forget the past. The stories of our forebears are etched in our hearts, guiding us as we navigate the complexities of today's world. They beckon us to rise, to engage, to advocate for those who still find their voices silenced. In this tapestry of humanity, we find our strongest threads: compassion, solidarity, and unwavering resolve. Each story, each struggle, adds depth to our collective narrative. It reminds us that while the journey may be long, we are never alone. We are bound together by a shared purpose, a vision for a future where equality reigns. Together, we stand at the precipice of change, ready to write the next chapter. A chapter where every voice matters, where every story is valued. And in this unfolding narrative, we find hope, a promise that the future will be brighter, that justice will prevail. Chapter 6: Trade and Economy, Women's Roles. Duration: 30 minutes. Tonight's journey: Trade and Economy, Women's Roles. In the heart of a world defined by fierce warriors and grand voyages, lies a hidden story. A story of strength, resilience, and cunning. It is the tale of the unsung heroines of the Norse realms. Women, whose hands crafted the very fabric of society. Their contributions echo through time, yet remain cloaked in shadows. As the dawn broke over the fjords, Viking women stood at the crossroads of trade and culture. They were not mere spectators in a man's world. No, they were architects of an intricate economy. The pulse of their society beat in rhythm with their labor. What drove them? A fierce desire for independence? A need to provide for their families? The answer lies in the artifacts of their lives. Picture the bustling markets of the 9th century. Women bartering, exchanging goods with a practiced ease. Their voices mingling with the sounds of haggling, laughter, and the distant crash of waves. They traded not just for survival, but for power. In every woven cloth, every crafted tool, their influence seeped into the very fabric of Viking culture. We begin our exploration in the year 800 AD. The Viking Age dawned. Norse society thrived on agriculture and trade. But it was the women who bore the brunt of these responsibilities. They cultivated the fields, tended to livestock, and transformed raw materials into sought-after goods. In their hands, flax became linen, and wool became warm garments. Their skills were indispensable. By 850 AD, the Viking traders began to roam further. The winds of change carried them across oceans and into distant lands. Women were not left behind. They embraced the call of commerce, managing homes while their men ventured into the unknown.
Their stewardship ensured the survival of families.
They took on the mantle of economic guardians. In the thriving marketplace of Hedeby, around 900 AD, women held their ground. They were the weavers, the potters, the bakers. Each piece they created carried their spirit, their stories.
These women were entrepreneurs, shaping their destinies with every transaction.
They understood the ebb and flow of goods, the intricate dance of supply and demand. As the years rolled on, the influence of Viking women expanded. By the late 10th century, trade routes stretched from the Scandinavian shores to the bustling markets of Constantinople.
Women were not just passive participants. They became vital links in the chain of commerce. Their knowledge of the land and its resources gave them an edge.
They strategized, negotiated, and formed alliances. In the shadow of grand ships laden with riches, women crafted their own legacies. They bartered not only in goods but in ideas and culture. The Viking Age was more than a series of conquests, it was an era of exchange. And at the heart of this exchange were the women who navigated the complexities of trade. By 1000 AD, the Viking world was forever changed.
The arrival of Christianity brought new social norms.
Yet, even in this shifting landscape, women's roles remained crucial. They adapted, forging new paths in a world that often sought to confine them.
Their tenacity shone through as they continued to influence the economy, weaving their stories into the fabric of history.
Now, as we reflect on this chapter, we must acknowledge the enduring impact of these women. Their contributions shaped economies, communities, and cultures. They were not only the backbone of their families but the lifeblood of a thriving society. Their legacy is a tapestry of resilience, woven with threads of ambition and strength. As we turn the page, the story continues to unfold.
What lies ahead? The next chapter beckons with promises of deeper secrets and untold tales.
The lives of Viking women were not just about survival, they were about transformation, rebellion, and forging a future.
Next chapter explores what happens next.
The winds of change whispered across the fjords.
With each passing season, the Viking women faced new challenges and opportunities.
The landscape of their lives was painted with the colors of innovation and adaptation.
As Christianity took root, their roles began to shift, yet they remained steadfast.
In churches, they found new spaces for influence. They became patrons, supporting the arts and education. With each stitch in a tapestry, every loaf of bread, they infused their faith, their culture, and their dreams. The rise of towns saw women stepping into new light.
Markets flourished, bustling with energy.
Stalls filled with vibrant fabrics, intricate pottery, and fragrant spices told stories of distant lands. Women became the architects of prosperity in these burgeoning communities. They forged relationships that transcended borders, linking distant peoples through the threads of trade. But alongside prosperity came strife. The Viking Age was not just one of commerce, it bore the scars of conflict. Wars raged, and the call to arms often pulled men away, leaving women to shoulder the burdens of both home and hearth. They became the defenders of their families, the keepers of their legacies. In the absence of their husbands, sons, and brothers, they took command. They managed farms, held court, and made decisions that would shape their futures. In the face of adversity, their resilience blossomed. They navigated the tumultuous seas of change with grace and grit.
Each challenge was met with a fierce determination to preserve their way of life. They understood that survival meant not only enduring but thriving.
And as the horizon expanded, so did their aspirations. They sought knowledge beyond their shores. They studied the arts of distant lands, embracing new ideas that would enrich their own traditions. From the east came silks and spices, from the south, philosophies that ignited the minds of young women eager to learn. They transformed their homes into centers of creativity, where innovation flowed as freely as the rivers that crisscrossed their lands. By the dawn of the 11th century, the tapestry of Viking society was rich and complex.
Women stood at the center of this evolution.
Their influence was not confined to the domestic sphere, it rippled outward, touching every aspect of life. They became leaders, entrepreneurs, and visionaries in a world that often sought to silence them. In the heart of this vibrant society, stories were exchanged like precious gems.
Tales of courage, wisdom, and ambition were passed down through generations.
The narratives of these women wove together, creating a rich history that would echo through time.
As we delve deeper into the unfolding story, we uncover the legacies left behind. The names of these women may not grace the annals of history, yet their impact is indelible. The world they shaped was one of interconnection, a web of relationships that transcended time and space. What lies ahead is a journey into the unknown. A testament to the enduring spirit of women who dared to dream, to challenge, and to change the world around them. Their stories, their struggles, and their triumphs await us, begging to be unearthed. The next chapter whispers secrets of alliances forged in the fires of ambition, of barriers broken by the strength of unity. Join us as we continue to explore this remarkable saga, where the echoes of the past beckon us to honor the women who transformed a world. In the shadows of history, their voices resonate. Women like Freydis, fierce and unyielding, who navigated uncharted waters, wielding both sword and spirit. She led her people into battles, her determination igniting a fire in the hearts of those who followed. They rallied behind her, not merely as warriors, but as a collective force, entwined in a shared destiny. The echoes of their footsteps traveled far and wide. These women were not just protectors of their homes, they were architects of a new era. In the marketplaces, their laughter mingled with the clatter of goods exchanged, each transaction a testament to their entrepreneurial spirit. They traded not only in wares but in ideas, weaving a tapestry of cultures that would forever alter the fabric of their society. As the seasons turned, so too did the tides of change. The arrival of Christianity brought with it challenges and opportunities. Women found themselves at the crossroads of tradition and transformation. They became the keepers of wisdom, preserving ancient knowledge while embracing new beliefs. In the quiet of candlelit gatherings, they shared stories of old, intertwining the sacred with the secular, crafting a new narrative that honored both. In the fields, their hands toiled alongside men, sowing seeds of both sustenance and dreams. They understood the rhythm of the earth, the pulse of life that coursed through their veins. Each harvest was not merely a bounty, it was a celebration of resilience, a testament to their unwavering spirit. But the winds of fortune are capricious. As conflict arose, the strength of these women was tested. In times of war, they transformed into fierce defenders, standing shoulder to shoulder with their brothers, wielding weapons forged from necessity. They became the heart of their communities, rallying the spirits of those who faltered, reminding them of the strength that resided within. And then, in the stillness of the night, when the world lay in darkness, they gathered in circles. Here, under the glow of the moon, they shared their hopes, their fears, their dreams.
They spoke of a future where their daughters would soar higher, where their voices would be heard, and their legacies carved into the stone of time. Each story they told was a brushstroke on the canvas of their existence, a reminder that they were not alone. They were part of something greater, a lineage of strength that spanned generations. As the stars twinkled above, they vowed to honor those who came before them, to ensure that their sacrifices would not be forgotten. So, as we journey deeper into this narrative, we unearth not just tales of struggle, but of triumph. These women, with their fierce hearts and unwavering resolve, are the unsung heroes of history. They fought not only for themselves but for a future that shimmered with possibilities. What awaits us next is a revelation of alliances forged in adversity, of bonds that transcended the boundaries of blood and belief. Together, they carved a path toward a brighter horizon, a world forever changed by their indomitable spirit. Let us walk alongside them as their stories unfold, revealing the profound impact of women who dared to reshape their destinies, their whispers echoing through the ages. They forged connections in the crucible of hardship. In the face of adversity, they found allies among those once thought to be foes. Together, they raised their voices, a chorus of defiance that resonated far beyond the confines of their villages. They learned the art of negotiation and strategy, turning the tides of fate with their courage and wisdom. As the battles raged on, these women became adept at the intricate dance of survival. They mastered the balance between nurturing life and defending it. Each day was a lesson in resilience, a testament to their undying hope. They crafted makeshift shelters from the remnants of war, transforming destruction into sanctuaries of peace and love. In those moments of quiet, when the dust settled, they found solace in storytelling. They gathered around flickering fires, sharing tales that blended fact with folklore. The stories of ancient warriors and wise women came alive, infusing their spirits with courage. These narratives became a lifeline, a bridge connecting the past with their uncertain future. Among them stood a leader, a woman whose name would echo through the ages. She was a beacon, guiding her people with an unwavering hand. Her vision was clear, a future where no child would know the taste of fear. She inspired not just with words, but through actions, leading charges into the fray, her spirit unyielding. But even the fiercest hearts felt the weight of sorrow. Loss became a familiar companion. They mourned those who fell, their tears mingling with the earth, nurturing the very soil that had borne their dreams. Each life lost was a reminder of the fragility of existence, yet also a catalyst for change. As the seasons turned, so too did their fortunes. The winds began to shift, whispering promises of peace. An armistice was declared, and with it, the chance to rebuild. The scars of war were deep, but hope blossomed anew. The women, who had once taken up arms, now took up tools of creation. They sowed seeds of healing, fostering a community that would rise from the ashes. In the heart of this rebirth, they established schools, places where knowledge flowed like a river. They taught the young to read and write, passing down the wisdom of their ancestors. Education became their weapon against ignorance, a powerful tool for liberation. And so, as they stood on the precipice of change, they shared their dreams once more. Under the same starlit sky, they gathered, their voices rising in unison. They envisioned a world where daughters would not only carry on their legacies but also forge their paths. They dreamed of a reality where the chains of the past would be replaced by wings of possibility. This was their promise, woven into the very fabric of their being. With every heartbeat, they reaffirmed their commitment to a brighter tomorrow. A tomorrow where their stories would be told, where their sacrifices would illuminate the pages of history.
As we delve deeper into this remarkable journey, we will witness the enduring impact of these women.
Their struggles, their triumphs, their unyielding spirit will guide us through the chapters of a history often overlooked. Together, we shall honor the legacy they forged, a testament to the power of resilience, unity, and love that transcends time. In the wake of their transformation, the community began to flourish.
Gardens blossomed where battlefields once lay.
The air, once thick with the acrid scent of smoke, now filled with the sweet aroma of flowers. Children laughed, their voices a melody of innocence, echoing through streets that had known the sound of war.
But beneath this vibrant facade, shadows lingered. Memories of conflict haunted their dreams.
The echoes of gunfire replayed in their minds, a reminder of the fragility they fought to overcome. Yet, it was in these very memories that they found strength. Each recollection became a testament to their endurance, a reminder of the heights they had scaled together. As the years flowed like a river, these women became the cornerstones of their community. They founded cooperatives, pooling resources and skills, fostering an economy that thrived on collaboration. Together, they cultivated not just crops, but also a spirit of empowerment. They forged alliances, teaching one another the art of negotiation, the strength of solidarity. They became leaders, not only in their homes but also in the wider world. Their voices rang out in town halls, advocating for rights long denied. They pressed for social reforms, for women's suffrage, for equality that transcended gender and class. They marched with conviction, their steps echoing with purpose, a chorus of determination. Yet, with every victory came resistance. The tides of change stirred unease in those who clung to the old ways. But these women stood firm. They had weathered storms before. They understood that the path to progress was fraught with challenges. And so, they pressed on, fueled by the belief that a better world was not just a dream, but a destiny. In the heart of their struggle, the stories of their ancestors became a guiding light. They recalled the wisdom of the matriarchs who had come before them, who had whispered tales of courage in the face of adversity. The lineage of strength coursed through their veins. They felt the weight of history upon their shoulders, a mantle they wore with pride. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting hues of gold and crimson across the sky, they gathered once more. Underneath that vast expanse, they shared their stories, weaving a tapestry of resilience. They spoke of loss, of love, of the battles fought not just with weapons, but with hearts ablaze. They embraced the power of vulnerability, knowing that in their honesty lay the seeds of connection. Together, they painted a new vision for the future. A world where their daughters would inherit not just the scars of the past, but the strength to overcome them. Their dreams transcended time, echoing through generations yet to come. They envisioned a legacy built on compassion, where kindness became the currency of change. And as they stood united, a collective heartbeat resonated through the air. It was the sound of hope, unyielding and fierce, a promise that whispered against the winds of doubt. This was their moment. This was their story, a saga of unwavering spirit that would not be forgotten. Through their eyes, we witnessed the dawn of a new era. An era where every woman's voice matters, where every dream is worthy of pursuit. We journey alongside them, delving deeper into the fabric of their lives, discovering the profound impact of their choices. This is not just their history. It is ours. A shared legacy of resilience that echoes across time, reminding us that from the ashes of despair, hope can rise anew. Together, we will honor their journey, for it is a testament to the power of unity, courage, and love that binds us all. In this tapestry of life, we find threads of countless women, each with their own narrative woven into the fabric of time.
Generations of resilience, stretching back to the ancients who toiled under the same sun, who faced storms with unwavering resolve. Their laughter mingled with tears, a symphony of survival that resonates even today. Each name etched in memory, from the warriors who stood their ground, to the healers who nurtured not just bodies, but spirits. They transformed pain into purpose, their sacrifices nourishing the roots of a legacy that would flourish against all odds. They were the architects of change, shaping a world where daughters could dream beyond the confines of the past. As the moon rose high, illuminating their gathering, they delved deeper into the stories that shaped them. They recounted the struggles of suffragettes, voices raised in defiance, demanding equality under the weight of societal scorn. They spoke of the mothers who fought to ensure education, each classroom a sanctuary, a beacon of hope illuminating the path to empowerment. These echoes of the past collided with the present, igniting a fire within. They were not just stories, they were blueprints of courage, igniting a movement that surged like a tidal wave, sweeping away the shackles of oppression. With every heartbeat, they affirmed their worth, their right to exist unapologetically in a world that often sought to silence them. And as the night deepened, they shared visions of the future, dreams painted in vibrant colors. They imagined a land where every woman could walk freely, where her voice would not only be heard but celebrated. A future where the weight of history transformed into wings of possibility, allowing them to soar beyond the confines of expectation. The air crackled with energy, a palpable force weaving through each soul present. They were no longer just individuals, they were a movement, a chorus of voices rising in harmony. Together, they stood on the precipice of change, united in their resolve to not only dream but to manifest their aspirations into reality. With each passing moment, the world outside their gathering began to shift. The winds of change began to stir, igniting a flame of awareness in unsuspecting hearts. In boardrooms, classrooms, and living rooms, conversations sparked, igniting a dialogue that had long been silenced. Their stories were no longer whispers, they became roars of defiance, echoing in the hearts of many who had once felt invisible. And so, in this pivotal moment, they understood. The journey was long, and the road ahead would be fraught with challenges. Yet, they grasped the power of solidarity, the strength found in community. They knew that together, they could dismantle the walls that had confined them for so long. This is a call to action. A reminder that every voice matters, every story contributes to the grand narrative of humanity. As we stand witness to their journey, let us remember our own paths and the power within us to forge a better world. This is not merely their fight, it is ours too. Together, we rise, ready to embrace the dawn of a new beginning, where love and courage intertwine, crafting a future ripe with promise. As the dawn of this new beginning approached, shadows of the past lingered like ghosts, reminding them of the battles fought and the sacrifices made. Women who had come before them, warriors of change, had paved the way with their tears, their resilience, and their unyielding spirit. Their stories, woven into the very fabric of history, became the bedrock upon which this movement stood. In the heart of this gathering, they felt the echoes of those who dared to dream. The suffragettes, whose voices rang out in the streets, demanding the right to vote. The civil rights activists, who marched hand in hand, seeking justice in a world rife with inequality. Each struggle was a thread,
intricately laced into the tapestry of progress, reminding them that the fight for equality was not just a moment but a continuous journey. The stories of women like Malala, who stood against the tides of ignorance and fear, spoke volumes. They felt her courage, her unwavering belief in education as a pathway to freedom. In her eyes, they found a reflection of their own aspirations. They understood that education was not merely a privilege but a powerful tool of liberation, one that could shatter ceilings and dismantle barriers. And then, there was the legacy of the women in the labor movements, who stood shoulder to shoulder, demanding fair wages and safe working conditions. Their sacrifices ignited a spark, igniting flames of hope in hearts that longed for change. Every strike, every protest, was a testament to the power of unity, a reminder that together, they could challenge the status quo and reshape the narrative. As they drew strength from the past, they also acknowledged the present's urgency. The world beyond their gathering was evolving, but it was not enough. The tides of change were relentless, yet so were they. With every step forward, they felt the weight of responsibility. They understood that their actions today would ripple into tomorrow, shaping the future for generations yet unborn. In the quiet moments, they listened to one another, sharing stories of pain and triumph. Each voice was a thread, weaving a narrative of shared experience. The tears flowed freely, not only of sorrow but of joy. They lifted one another, creating a sanctuary of understanding, a safe haven where vulnerability became strength. And as they looked into each other's eyes, a flicker of determination ignited. They recognized that their fight was not just against oppression but for liberation. They would no longer wait for permission to exist. They would no longer accept silence as a response to their cries for justice. As the sun began to rise on the horizon, casting a soft glow over their gathering, they stood tall, shoulders back, hearts aligned. They were ready. Ready to face the challenges ahead, armed with the stories of their ancestors and the power of their collective voice. This is not just a moment, it is a movement. A surge of humanity rising together, fueled by the belief that change is not only possible, but inevitable. They are the architects of a brighter future, where every woman, every voice, can shine without fear. Together, they march forward, ready to embrace the dawn, ready to write their own story in the annals of history. In the shadows of history, movements like this have always emerged. From the suffragettes who braved scorn and imprisonment, to the miners who risked everything for the right to unionize, they laid the groundwork for this very moment. Each act of defiance, a thread in the fabric of change, carefully woven by hands that knew the weight of struggle. With every chant that echoed through the streets, the energy surged. They were not alone. With them stood allies, those who understood that the fight for justice knows no boundaries. Races, ethnicities, ages each brought their own narrative, intertwining in a chorus of hope and resilience. Together, they painted a tapestry vibrant with dreams of equity and freedom. But the path was not easy. For every step they took, there were obstacles, fierce and unyielding. The powerful, those who thrived on the status quo, pushed back with a ferocity that sought to silence them. Yet, in the face of intimidation, they found their strength. A collective heartbeat, a pulse of determination that rang louder than any threats. They marched, not just for themselves, but for the voiceless. For the children who worked long hours in factories, for the mothers who toiled without recognition, for the fathers who felt the crushing weight of despair. Each step was a promise. A promise that their struggle would not be in vain. As they rallied together, the air was thick with emotion. They shared the stories that fueled their fire. The tales of those who had fought and fallen, and of those who had risen to claim their dignity. In their eyes, you could see the past mingling with the present, a continuum of hope, woven through time. The sun climbed higher, illuminating their faces, revealing the resolve etched upon their brows.
The moment was ripe.
They felt it in the air, like the calm before a storm. A storm that would sweep through the corridors of power, shaking the very foundations of injustice.
And then, it began.
A roar, a wave of voices, rising together, echoing against the walls of indifference.
They would not be ignored. They would not back down.
Their cries for justice would reverberate through the ages. Each word, a seed planted in the fertile ground of change, waiting to bloom into a future that honored their sacrifices.
This was their legacy, a commitment to the generations that would follow.
They were the torchbearers, lighting the way for others to join the fight. In solidarity, they found their strength. In unity, they discovered their power. As the horizon stretched before them, they took a collective breath. Together, they stepped into the unknown, ready to forge a new path. A path paved with dignity, respect, and the unwavering belief that together, they could create a world where justice reigns.
This was just the beginning.
The dawn of a new era, where every voice mattered, and every story was heard.
Chapter 7: Marriage and Family Structures. Duration: 30 minutes. Tonight's journey: Marriage and Family Structures.
In the heart of the Norse world, where the rivers shimmer with tales of valor, the fabric of life is woven with intricate threads of kinship. Here, in a culture revered for its fierce warriors, there lies a profound story of women.
Women who shaped destinies.
Women who stood as pillars of their families.
Their stories pulse beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. Imagine a Viking longhouse.
The crackling fire casts shadows on the walls, illuminating the faces of those who gather. Laughter mingles with the scent of roasted meat. Yet, behind this vibrant tableau lies a deeper truth. Marriage was not merely a bond of love, it was a strategic alliance, a lifeline to survival in a world fraught with peril.
As we step into the 10th century, the Viking Age flourishes. Women, often overlooked, emerge as crucial players. They wield a quiet strength, navigating the complexities of marriage and family with tenacity. Their roles were multifaceted: wives, mothers, and guardians of legacy. Daughters were prized for their potential to strengthen alliances. In the harsh lands of Scandinavia, a well-placed marriage could determine the fate of a clan. A daughter, promised to a warrior, transformed into a vessel of power, uniting families through blood and obligation. Yet, the heart of the home beat with the rhythms of daily life. Women managed households, cultivated fields, and cared for children. Their hands were calloused, yet tender, shaping not just the land but the very future of their people. In the year 965, the world witnessed a shift. The conversion to Christianity began to influence marriage customs. Love intertwined with duty, and vows took on new meaning. The church offered a sanctified union, yet many Viking women clung to the traditions of their ancestors. As we delve deeper, we find the echoes of their voices in the sagas, tales of loyalty and betrayal, of battles fought in the name of family honor. These stories reveal the complexities of their lives. Women who wielded authority in their homes, negotiating terms, and making choices that would ripple through generations. In the coastal settlements of Norway, the role of women expanded.
By the mid-11th century, we see evidence of women inheriting property, their names etched in the annals of history. They were not passive bystanders, but active participants in the shaping of their societies. Fast forward to the year 1070, where we find women taking part in trade, their skills as negotiators unmatched. They traversed the bustling markets, their voices mingling with the clamor of commerce. Each transaction an assertion of independence. Each deal a testament to their resilience. Yet, the Viking world was not without its struggles. The balance between duty and desire often teetered precariously. Women faced harsh realities, torn between familial loyalty and personal aspirations. The echoes of their sacrifices resonate still. As we draw closer to the end of this chapter, the intricate dance of marriage and family structures reveals both the beauty and the burden of Viking life. These unsung heroes forged bonds that transcended time, their legacies entwined with those of their kin. But the journey does not end here. As we look ahead, the narratives shift. What lies beyond the hearth and home? How does the evolution of Viking society reshape their roles? Next chapter explores what happens next. Beyond the hearth and home, a tempest brews. The Viking Age, a tapestry of exploration and conquest, beckons. Raids and trades stretch far beyond familiar shores. With each voyage, horizons expand, and so too do the roles of women in this evolving saga. In this new era, the sea becomes a crucible of change. As warriors and traders embark on perilous journeys, women are left to uphold the fabric of society. They become the guardians of their culture, preserving stories, traditions, and the very essence of their people. In the bustling settlement of Kopang, we witness a vibrant marketplace. Women barter with confidence, their eyes gleaming with the thrill of commerce. They sell textiles, pottery, and spices, each item telling a story of craftsmanship and creativity. Their hands, once calloused from labor, now dance gracefully over wares, transforming everyday transactions into expressions of identity and power. But beneath the surface, shadows linger. The Viking world is fraught with danger. Conflicts arise, alliances shift, and the balance of power wavers. Women navigate these treacherous waters with a deftness that belies their circumstances. They act as diplomats, mediators, and sometimes warriors in their own right. Consider the legendary Lagertha, a shield maiden whose fierce spirit defied convention. Her story, woven into the very fabric of Viking lore, illuminates the potential for women to step beyond prescribed roles. She fought alongside men, not merely as a wife or mother but as a formidable warrior, a symbol of strength and defiance. Yet, not all women found their paths paved with glory. Many remained tethered to the land, their ambitions stifled by societal expectations. The weight of duty pressed heavily upon them. They bore children, managed households, and tended to farms, all while dreaming of lives unbound by tradition. In the quiet moments, their voices rise in song, haunting melodies echoing through the valleys. They sing of love, loss, and longing, a testament to the emotional landscape that shapes their existence. Each note carries the weight of unspoken dreams, a yearning for freedom that lingers like a whisper in the wind. As the 12th century approaches, change stirs once more. The encroaching influence of Christianity brings new ideologies. The sacredness of marriage is redefined, yet the heart of Viking women beats strong and true. They adapt, merging old customs with new beliefs, crafting identities that honor both their ancestry and their evolving world. The interplay of faith and tradition creates a rich tapestry of experiences. Women become the bearers of culture, passing down tales of gods and giants, ensuring that the essence of the Viking spirit endures through the ages. And so, the chapter unfolds, layered with complexity and resilience. The journey of Viking women is one of struggle and triumph, a dance of light and shadow. Their stories, woven into the very fabric of history, compel us to listen closely. For within them lies a powerful narrative, a reminder that even in the face of change, the spirit of a people perseveres, echoing through time like the waves upon the shore. As we stand on the brink of the next chapter, the horizon stretches wide, inviting us to explore uncharted territories, both within and beyond the Viking world.
What new roles will emerge? What alliances will be forged?
The saga continues, ever unfolding, ever resilient. In this transformative era, the fabric of society begins to fray and weave anew.
The Viking Age, known for its fierce raids and bold expeditions, now finds itself at a crossroads.
As the longships return from distant shores, they bring not just treasure but new ideas, new possibilities. The women, the unsung architects of their homes, become the stewards of change. They gather in circles, sharing stories, weaving the threads of their past into the present. In these gatherings, laughter mingles with sorrow, and the weight of unfulfilled dreams is lifted, if only for a moment.
The tales of fierce shieldmaidens rise from the ashes of ancient lore, inspiring a new generation.
They speak of women who wielded swords with the same grace as they spun wool. In the flickering light of the hearth, the legends ignite the imaginations of daughters, daring them to dream beyond the confines of expectation.
Yet, with every dawn, the struggle persists. The rise of feudalism reshapes the landscape, altering the very essence of existence.
Land becomes currency, power shifts hands, and the voices of women often fall silent in the clamor for dominance.
Still, they persist.
They cultivate alliances through marriage, negotiating their worth in a world that seeks to define them solely by the men they are attached to. But the heart of a Viking woman knows no bounds. They draw strength from the earth beneath their feet, the very soil that nourishes their families. In the fields, they toil, their hands calloused yet tender, nurturing life amid the relentless tides of change. They find ways to carve out spaces for themselves, becoming leaders in their own right, guiding their clans not just through hardship but towards prosperity. As the Christian missionaries tread softly into their villages, women become the bridge between worlds. They embrace the new faith, not as a rejection of their heritage but as a means to fortify their families against the storms of uncertainty. They see in this new light an opportunity for unity, a chance to create bonds that transcend the boundaries of belief. The stories of the past intertwine with the present, creating a rich narrative tapestry. Women become the keepers of wisdom, passing down not just tales of gods and giants, but lessons of resilience and adaptability. In the flickering shadows, they teach their children to navigate the complexities of a changing world, instilling values of strength, compassion, and courage. And in the quiet of the night, when the world seems to hold its breath, they gather beneath the stars. Their voices rise once more, a haunting lullaby that echoes through the ages. They sing of hope, of dreams not yet realized, and of a future that is both uncertain and ripe with possibility. The saga of Viking women is not merely a footnote in history, it is a vibrant thread that weaves through the very essence of their culture. Their legacy is a testament to the indomitable spirit of a people who, even in the face of relentless change, continue to forge their destiny. As we venture deeper into this tale, we can sense the pulse of life,
the rhythm of history echoing in every heartbeat.
The horizon is not just a boundary, it is an invitation to explore, to understand, to honor the complexity of those who came before us.
What stories will emerge from the shadows of the past? What voices will rise to claim their place in the annals of time?
The journey unfurls before us, beckoning us to listen, to learn, and to embrace the enduring spirit of the Viking women who shaped their world and ours. In the heart of their villages, the echoes of laughter intertwine with the whispers of ancient tales. Women, once relegated to the shadows, step into the light, wielding their newfound agency like a shield against the tides of change. They gather around simmering fires, their hands deftly weaving together the threads of tradition and innovation, crafting a legacy that is both timeless and ever-evolving. As they embrace their roles as healers and nurturers, they also become the architects of their communities. Their gardens bloom not just with sustenance, but with the promise of a shared future.
With each seed sown, they cultivate resilience, teaching their children the importance of nurturing both the earth and their spirits. They infuse the soil with stories, each plant a testament to their unyielding hope. Yet, the weight of expectation looms heavy. The arrival of the missionaries brings with it a duality of fear and fascination. Will their world be altered irrevocably? Will the sacred practices of their ancestors fade into the twilight? These questions hang in the air, thick with tension. But in this crucible of change, the women find strength. They blend the old with the new, crafting a unique identity that honors their past while embracing the possibilities of the future. Their homes become sanctuaries where traditions intertwine with fresh beliefs, where prayers to Thor coexist with hymns of faith, forging a path that is uniquely their own. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting an amber glow across the land, the flickering flames illuminate their faces, resilient, determined. They gather once again, their voices rising in harmony, a melody that transcends language and faith. They sing not just of what was lost, but of what can still be gained, a testament to their unbreakable spirit. Each note reverberates through the night, a call to the generations yet to come. They envision a world where their daughters will stand tall, where the stories of their ancestors will be woven into the very fabric of their lives. A world where strength is not measured by conquest, but by compassion, a legacy that will endure. As we delve deeper, we witness the transformations unfolding, the subtle shifts in the tapestry of life. These women, once mere observers of fate, now wield the quill that writes their future. Their journey is one of empowerment, a fierce reclamation of identity that resonates through the ages. And so, we find ourselves at the crossroads of history, where the past and present collide. The voices of Viking women rise like a chorus, echoing through the valleys of time. Their struggles and triumphs ripple outward, shaping the very essence of a culture that refuses to be silenced. What lies ahead is a testament to their resilience, a narrative rich with the complexities of life itself. As we tread this path, we are reminded that every story deserves to be told, every voice deserves to be heard. And in the heart of it all, the spirit of these remarkable women shines brightly, illuminating our understanding of what it truly means to forge a legacy that endures. The journey beckons us to listen closely. The winds carry their whispers, urging us to embrace the stories that connect us all, across time and space. The saga of Viking women is not just a chapter in history, it is a living, breathing testament to the strength of the human spirit, a reminder that the threads of our shared narrative are woven together, intricately and beautifully. As we immerse ourselves further into this vibrant tapestry, we uncover the rich histories that linger in the shadows. The longships, carved with intricate designs,
tell tales of voyages across turbulent seas. Women, not just as companions but as navigators, wielding knowledge of stars and tides. They were the heart of these journeys, their strength propelling the vessels as much as the wind itself. In the hearth of their homes, they forged bonds that shaped communities. They were the weavers of fate, crafting intricate patterns not just in cloth, but in life. Every thread tells a story, every stitch a memory. They taught their daughters the art of resilience, passing down wisdom through generations, like sacred heirlooms. As the flickering flames of their gatherings dance in the night, we witness the power of shared myths. Tales of gods and goddesses, of fierce battles and gentle love, echo in the air. These narratives are not mere entertainment, they are the lifeblood of their culture, binding them together in a sacred pact of identity. But with each tale, a shadow looms. The relentless march of time brings change. The encroaching influence of new worlds, new ideas, threatens to unravel the very fabric they have woven.
Yet, in the face of uncertainty, these women rise.
They stand as guardians of their heritage, fiercely protecting the stories that define them. In the quiet corners of history, we find the whispers of their struggles, of the men who sailed away, leaving behind women who became warriors in their own right. They took on the mantle of leadership, their voices rising in councils, their decisions shaping futures. They were not just wives, mothers, or daughters, they were warriors, healers, storytellers. As we navigate through the echoes of the past, we feel the pulse of their existence. The land beneath our feet is steeped in their sacred footprints. Each hill and valley carries the memory of their dreams, their sorrows, and their triumphs. They are the guardians of a legacy that stretches far beyond the horizon. And as we delve deeper, we uncover their dreams for a future where their daughters would not be bound by the constraints of tradition. They envisioned a society where strength could be found in vulnerability, where love and courage walked hand in hand. A world where stories were not just retold, but reborn, infused with hope and possibility. With every breath, we become part of this unfolding narrative. We are called to honor their sacrifices, to recognize the power of their voices.
The flame of their spirit burns brightly, lighting the path for those who will follow. Their legacy is alive, an echo that reverberates through the ages, reminding us that change is not just possible, it is inevitable. So let us listen closely, as their whispers weave through time. Each voice, a note in a grand symphony of existence, urging us to remember, to celebrate, and to carry forth the stories that connect us all. The saga of these remarkable Viking women, a testament to resilience and to the unyielding human spirit, continues to inspire us, illuminating the path toward understanding and unity in our shared journey. As we journey deeper into their world, we uncover the intricate tapestry of their daily lives. The rhythm of their work, the soft clattering of looms, the scent of hearth fires mingling with the earth. These were not mere routines, they were rituals steeped in purpose, binding community together. In the longhouses, stories were spun alongside wool. They gathered, a circle of strength, exchanging tales of bravery and love, of loss and triumph. Each word a thread, weaving the fabric of their shared identity. Here, in this sacred space, the past met the present, and the future began to take shape. But beyond the embrace of home, the horizon beckoned. The call of the open sea, the promise of adventure. They watched as their men set sail into the unknown, hearts heavy yet hopeful. It was a dance of love and longing, a testament to the bonds that both tied and freed them. For in their absence, the women transformed, finding power in the silence left behind.
They became the architects of their destiny. They learned to navigate not just the waters of the fjords, but the currents of leadership. They forged alliances, built networks of support, and nurtured the seeds of change.
Their strength was not loud, it was resolute, an undercurrent that would shape generations to come.
And as the seasons changed, so did their roles.
The tasks once deemed solely for men fell into their capable hands.
They wielded axes and crafted shields, their hands calloused but strong. They became the keepers of knowledge, passing down the art of healing and the wisdom of the ancients. In the shadows of their villages, they gathered herbs, their fingers dancing over leaves, coaxing life from the earth. They understood the cycles of nature, the whispers of the wind, the language of the stars. Each potion brewed, each wound tended, was a testament to their profound connection to the world around them. With each passing year, their influence spread like wildfire. They challenged the conventions that sought to bind them, igniting a spark of rebellion in the hearts of their daughters. "You are not just a reflection of your past," they whispered, "you are the architects of your future."
The stories passed through generations, evolving yet remaining anchored in truth.
The legacy of these Viking women became a beacon for those who dared to dream beyond the limits imposed upon them. They taught that strength lies in vulnerability, that there is power in unity, and that every voice matters in the chorus of change. As we stand here today, we are reminded of their unwavering spirit, a guiding light in our own journeys. Their stories are not just relics of a bygone era, they are living, breathing testaments to the resilience of the human spirit. And as we honor their sacrifices, we find ourselves woven into the very fabric they once crafted, a continuation of their legacy, a celebration of their indomitable will. So let us carry forth their whispers, let them echo through our lives. For in every struggle, we find their strength. In every triumph, we celebrate their courage. Their saga, a timeless reminder that we are all interconnected, bound by the threads of our shared humanity. Together, we forge ahead, carrying their stories into the future, ensuring that their legacy never fades, but shines ever brighter. In the cold embrace of the northern winds, these women navigated uncharted waters, both literally and metaphorically. They charted their own paths, not merely as mothers and wives, but as warriors and leaders. They donned armor, not just of steel, but of resolve. Amidst the crackling fires of their longhouses, the air thick with the scent of pine and smoke, they spun tales of gods and giants, of battles fought and victories won. Each story a thread, weaving them together, binding their spirits across time and space. They sang songs that rose and fell like the tide, echoing the rhythms of their lives, and in those melodies lay the heartbeats of their ancestors. As seasons turned, so too did their roles. The harvests were bountiful, yet fraught with danger. They stood guard against the harshness of winter, their spirits unyielding. When the first snows fell, they gathered around the hearth, sharing not just food, but wisdom. They taught their children about the land, about the animals, about the balance that must be maintained. With every passing generation, the tales grew richer, a tapestry woven with threads of bravery and heartache. They knew the cost of freedom. They had seen the horrors of war, the devastation wrought upon their families and friends. Yet through it all, they remained steadfast. Their laughter rang out like a battle cry against despair, a celebration of life amidst the chaos. In the eyes of their daughters, they saw the flicker of hope. They saw a reflection of their own fierce spirits, and they knew the importance of nurturing that flame. Forge your own destiny, they urged, for the world is yours to conquer. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the fjords, they stood together, united in purpose. They were more than mere survivors, they were the architects of a new dawn. They were the stewards of traditions that would withstand the test of time, ensuring that the lessons of the past would guide the future. In the stillness of the night, as stars blanketed the sky, they whispered promises to the universe.
Promises of strength, of resilience, of a legacy that would not be forgotten.
They understood that true power lay not in domination, but in compassion, in understanding, in the bonds of sisterhood that transcended all boundaries. Each word spoken, each vow taken, was like a spark igniting a fire that would illuminate the darkest of nights.
And as we walk this path together, we carry their essence within us.
Their stories resonate in our hearts, urging us forward. As we stand on the shoulders of these giants, we are reminded that our own journeys are part of a much larger narrative. A narrative that speaks of courage, of unity, and of an unbreakable spirit. Their legacy pulses through our veins, a reminder that we are never alone in our struggles. For in every moment of doubt, we can hear their whispers, guiding us, reminding us of the strength that lies within.
And so, we move forward, hand in hand, hearts aligned, ready to face whatever tomorrow may bring, honoring the women who paved the way for us all.
In the quiet corners of history, their stories began to intertwine with the fabric of nations. Women, often overlooked, became the silent warriors, weaving their legacies through acts of defiance and compassion. They stood at the crossroads of change, their voices rising like a chorus against the tide of oppression. In villages and cities alike, they gathered, sharing not just their fears, but their dreams. Each gathering was a testament to their unyielding spirit. They formed alliances, forging connections that transcended language and borders. In a world divided, they became the bridge, uniting disparate lives in a common cause. They took to the fields, the factories, and the streets, their hands skilled, their resolve unshakable. With every stitch, every ounce of labor, they built not only their future but the futures of generations to come. Their contributions were often invisible, yet they laid the groundwork for revolutions, both social and political. As war raged on, they became nurses and advocates, tending to the wounded, comforting the broken. They transformed their homes into sanctuaries, shelters for those seeking refuge from the storm. In the face of chaos, they embodied grace, proving that strength could be gentle, that courage could wear the guise of compassion. In the aftermath of conflict, they emerged not just as survivors, but as visionaries. They fought for their rights, demanding the recognition they had long deserved. With every protest, every rally, they raised their voices, echoing through the halls of power. Their demands were simple yet profound: equality, justice, a seat at the table of history. And the world listened. Slowly, the tides began to shift. Doors that had once been firmly shut began to creak open. The suffrage movement surged forward, fueled by the determination of those who believed in a brighter tomorrow. Women marched, rallied, and stood shoulder to shoulder, their spirits unbroken. With each victory, they celebrated not just for themselves, but for those who had come before and those yet to come. They understood that their struggles were part of a continuum, a chain of resilience that linked them to the past and propelled them into the future. As the decades passed, their influence spread like wildfire, igniting passions across continents. From the suffragettes of the early 20th century to the activists of today, their legacy was a testament to the power of collective action. They became the heartbeat of movements, inspiring others to rise, to speak, to fight for what was right. And so,
as the world evolved, their narratives became intertwined with the very essence of humanity. They taught us that bravery is not the absence of fear, but the resolve to move forward despite it. They instilled in us the belief that every voice matters, that every story counts. In this tapestry of triumphs and trials, we find our place. We are not merely witnesses, we are participants in this ongoing saga. The echoes of their laughter, the strength of their convictions, the warmth of their love guide us still. As we navigate this intricate dance of existence, we carry their hopes in our hearts, a flame that refuses to flicker out. We honor their sacrifices by living boldly, by embracing our own journeys with the same fervor they once did. For in doing so, we ensure that their legacies endure, that their dreams continue to inspire. Together, we forge ahead, united by a common purpose, ready to carve our own paths while honoring those who paved the way. The echoes of their courage resonate in our souls, reminding us that we are part of something much larger, a legacy of love, hope, and indomitable spirit. Chapter 8: Religion and Spirituality, Women's Influence. Duration: 30 minutes. Tonight's journey: Religion and Spirituality, Women's Influence. In the heart of a world steeped in legend and lore, where the echoes of swords clashing meld with the whispers of the divine, we delve into a realm often overlooked. Viking women, our unsung heroines, held sacred roles, shaping the spiritual landscape of their time. Their influence extended beyond the domestic sphere, enveloping the very fabric of Norse belief. They were more than just wives and mothers, they were priestesses, seers, and sorceresses, wielding power that transcended the mundane. Imagine a time when the veil between the earthly and the ethereal was thin. The air thick with the scent of incense, the flickering light of torches casting shadows on ancient runes. Women gathered in sacred groves, invoking the gods, channeling the energies that pulsed through the veins of the earth itself. Here, in this hallowed space, the gravity of their purpose was palpable. As we peel back the layers of history, we uncover the significance of these spiritual leaders, whose whispers guided warriors into battle and comforted the grieving. They were the custodians of knowledge, the keepers of ancient traditions, and the architects of fate. Their rituals were not just acts of faith, they were powerful statements of identity and strength. In the early 10th century, the role of priestesses within the Norse pantheon began to crystallize. These women, known as vulvas, stood at the crossroads of the seen and unseen. They invoked the spirits of the past, calling forth wisdom to navigate the turbulent waters of the present. With their staffs adorned with symbols of power, they became conduits between this world and the next. The practice of cedar, a form of sorcery, flourished under their guidance. Women, often shunned in other spheres, found agency in this sacred art. Cedar was not merely magic, it was a means of shaping destiny. The threads of fate, woven tight, could be pulled and twisted by those who understood the language of the cosmos. In places like Uppsala, the sacred center of Norse worship, women gathered to perform rituals that transcended the ordinary. From the 9th century onward, these gatherings grew in significance. The vulvas would enter trances, their voices rising in chants that echoed through the woods, summoning the gods to intervene in human affairs. Their power was both revered and feared, a paradox that defined their existence. As Christianity began to seep into the cracks of the Norse world in the 11th century, the roles of these women faced an uncertain future. The sacred spaces they once commanded fell silent under the weight of new beliefs. Yet, their legacy endured, echoing in the hearts and minds of those who followed. The tales we weave of these remarkable women are not merely historical accounts,
they are echoes of resilience and strength. They remind us that spirituality is often a woman's domain, a space where intuition and wisdom converge, guiding generations. As we stand at the precipice of change, we hear the whispers of the past beckoning us forward. The women who danced with fate and spoke to the gods laid the groundwork for the spiritual evolution that was yet to unfold.
Their influence, though often obscured, remains a powerful force in shaping the Norse identity.
As we reflect on the impact of women's roles in Viking religion, we recognize the profound legacy left behind. Their stories, woven into the fabric of time, challenge us to reconsider the narratives we hold dear. In the next chapter, we will explore how these spiritual traditions evolved, intertwining with the rise of Christianity and the struggles that ensued. We will uncover the ways in which these powerful women navigated the tides of change, and how their influence shaped the future of a nation.
Next chapter explores what happens next.
As Christianity spread like wildfire, it brought with it a new set of beliefs that sought to erase the old ways.
The sacred groves where the vulvas once gathered transformed into places of fear, suspicion, and persecution.
The wisdom of the ancients clashed with the fervor of a new faith, igniting a battle for the soul of a people.
Yet, among the ashes of tradition, the embers of the past flickered on.
Some women, refusing to relinquish their power, adapted their practices, blending the old with the new. They became healers, midwives, and seers, their gifts disguised under the guise of Christianity. Their knowledge of herbs, their intuition, still whispered secrets of the earth and sky. They were the keepers of ancient stories, threading the old tales into the narratives of the new faith, forging a connection between the two worlds. In the shadows of churches that rose in the heart of Uppsala, echoes of the past reverberated.
Women continued to gather, hidden, yet resolute.
They spoke in hushed tones, sharing their wisdom, their fears, and their hopes for a future where the sacred and the spiritual could coexist.
They embodied the duality of existence, walking the line between what was cherished and what was feared.
The tales of these women are not just relics of history, they are the lifeblood of a culture in transition. They remind us that resilience is forged in the face of adversity. Each whisper of a prayer, each gesture of defiance, became an act of rebellion against the erasure of identity. As we delve deeper into this narrative, we encounter the voices of those who dared to challenge the status quo.
The stories of the vulvas, once shrouded in silence, emerge like phantoms, illuminating the path forward.
They teach us that spirituality is not a singular journey but a tapestry woven from many threads, each thread a testament to the strength and wisdom of women who refuse to be silenced. The struggle for recognition and acceptance carried on through generations. The legacies of these women became a source of inspiration, a beacon guiding future generations through the labyrinth of faith and identity. Their courage sparked a flicker of hope, igniting a fire that would burn brightly in the hearts of those who sought to reclaim their heritage.
In the quiet corners of history, their stories linger unseen but felt.
As we continue to unravel this intricate tapestry, we witness the profound impact these women had on the cultural landscape of the Norse world. Their legacy, woven into the very fabric of their society, challenges us to confront the complexities of belief, identity, and the indomitable spirit of those who came before us.
The next chapter awaits, a journey through the intertwining paths of faith, culture, and the resilience of women who shaped the course of history.
Together, we will uncover the vibrant threads that connect the past to the present, revealing a story rich with emotion, complexity, and the unyielding spirit of those who dared to dance with destiny. As we traverse this sacred journey, we find ourselves in the heart of ancient rituals, where the air thrums with the echo of chants, and the flickering flames cast shadows that dance like spirits.
Here, the Volvas, those enigmatic seeresses, wielded their wisdom, tapping into the wellspring of knowledge passed down through generations.
They stood at the crossroads of the natural and the divine, their voices a bridge between worlds. In the midst of a society often harsh and unforgiving, these women became the keepers of secrets, the guardians of lore. They understood that the earth itself held stories of triumph and tragedy, of love and loss. Each stone, each tree, whispered the echoes of the past, and in their communion with nature, the Volvas found truth. Their ceremonies were not mere performances, they were sacred acts, a communion with the cosmos, weaving the very essence of existence into the fabric of their lives. But the shadows loomed large. With the rise of new beliefs, the sacred practices of the old were threatened, relegated to the fringes of society. The Volvas faced persecution, their powers feared by those who sought to impose uniformity upon a rich tapestry of beliefs. Yet, even in the face of danger, they stood tall. Their spirits unyielding, they transformed fear into strength, crafting a resilience that would echo through the ages. In the whispers of the wind, we hear their calls, the prayers for justice, for recognition, for the right to exist as they chose. They became the voices of the marginalized, the defiant ones who understood that their spirituality was not just a personal affair but a communal lifeline. With every incantation, they reclaimed their place in a world eager to forget them. As we delve further into their stories, we discover the profound connections between the Volvas and their communities. They were not isolated figures but integral to the fabric of social life. Their counsel was sought in times of hardship, their insights valued as a compass guiding the lost. In rituals of healing and celebration, they united clans, fostering bonds that transcended the individual and embraced the collective spirit. Yet, as we navigate this intricate landscape, we also witness the fractures, the painful divisions born from fear and misunderstanding. The new order sought to erase the old, branding the Volvas as witches, as outcasts. Their sacred spaces became battlegrounds, where the struggle for identity played out in the shadows. But even then, the flicker of hope burned bright. In clandestine gatherings, women shared their stories, their wisdom, weaving a new narrative that honored the past while daring to envision a future. They became allies in a silent revolution, where the sacred and the spiritual intertwined in ways that defied convention. The legacy of the Volvas is not merely an echo of history, it is a living testament to the power of women who dared to dream beyond the confines of their time. As we stand on the precipice of understanding, we realize that their journey is our journey, a reflection of the eternal struggle for acceptance, for love, and for the right to define one's own existence. As we prepare to turn the page, we are reminded that the stories of these women are not confined to the past. They pulse through our veins, urging us to carry forward the lessons of resilience and strength. In this exploration, we find not just a history but a call to action, a reminder that the threads of our narratives are woven together, binding us across time and space. The journey continues, as we step into the next chapter, where myths and realities converge. Here, the sacred dances with the secular, and the stories of the Volvas resonate, inviting us to listen, to reflect, and to engage with the profound complexities of faith, culture, and the unfaltering spirit of women who shaped the world around them. In the shadows of history, we find whispers of their power. Women who wielded knowledge like a sacred flame, illuminating paths obscured by ignorance. Each incantation, a thread in the tapestry of life, stitched together by hands that knew the earth, the stars, and the delicate balance of existence. These were not mere practitioners of the mystical. They were healers, nurturers, leaders. Guardians of traditions that spoke to the heart of communities. When illness struck or crops failed, it was the Volvas who gathered the people, their voices resonating like ancient chants, weaving hope into despair. They understood the language of nature, listening to the wind and the water, reading the signs that others could not see. Yet, with the rise of new ideologies, the very essence of this wisdom began to erode.
Fear transformed into a weapon, wielded against those who dared to uphold ancient truths.
The very fabric of society began to fray. Suspicion grew like a dark cloud, casting shadows on the sacred rituals that had once united hearts.
But within this turmoil, the spirit of resilience ignited. Women began to reclaim their narratives.
They gathered in secret, echoing the chants of their ancestors, breathing life into forgotten traditions. In hidden groves and candlelit rooms, they found strength in unity. They wrote new stories, intertwining the sacred with the everyday, breathing new life into the wisdom of the past. As they shared their knowledge, a new sense of belonging emerged.
They embraced the complexities of their identities, navigating the turbulent waters of a world eager to silence them.
In their hands, the narrative shifted, no longer a tale of oppression, but a testament to endurance and transformation. Through the ages, the Volva's legacy has ebbed and flowed, a river of stories that refuses to be dammed. It pulses through generations, inspiring countless women to rise, to speak, to redefine their places in a world that often seeks to marginalize them. Their essence is not lost, it lives on in the hearts of those who dare to challenge the status quo. As we delve deeper into this journey, we find ourselves at the intersection of past and present. The sacred dances of the Volvas resonate, reminding us of the power of community, of the strength found in shared experiences. Each woman's story is a thread, binding us not only to them but to one another, creating a rich tapestry that celebrates diversity and resilience. And so, we step forward, into the echoes of their laughter, their tears, and their unwavering spirit. We are called to honor their struggles and triumphs, to listen closely to the lessons etched in the fabric of their lives. For in doing so, we not only honor the Volvas, but we also illuminate our own paths to understanding, healing, and empowerment. In this unfolding narrative, we discover that the journey of the Volvas is a reflection of our own, a mirror of the struggles we face, the battles we wage, and the victories we claim. Their stories invite us to immerse ourselves in the complexities of our shared humanity, urging us to embrace the sacred threads that connect us all. And as we continue to weave this tale, we find ourselves forever changed, forever intertwined, in the rich tapestry of life.
In the quiet spaces of history, echoes of their voices linger.
The Volvas, once revered as seers and sages, held a profound understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. Their wisdom, often dismissed, was a wellspring of knowledge, deeply rooted in the earth and sky. They were the keepers of ancient lore, the ones who could read the stars and the whispers of the wind. In the face of oppression, they stood firm. Through the centuries, their rituals and gatherings became sanctuaries of hope. When the world outside grew dark, they lit candles of resistance. Each flicker represented a story, a heartbeat, a promise to persevere. It was in these sacred spaces that they forged bonds unbreakable, weaving dreams into the fabric of their communities.
As we trace their journey through time, we witness the moments of rebellion and the spirit of defiance.
In the face of persecution, they found strength in solitude, yet flourished in unity. The fires they lit were not just for warmth, they were beacons of resilience, illuminating paths where shadows once loomed. The vulvas were not merely participants in the unfolding drama of life, they were its architects. They shaped destinies, sculpted futures, and dreamed of worlds yet to come. Their chants, once heard in the windswept hills, became the anthems of generations, reverberating through valleys and across oceans. Each note carried the weight of their struggles, and each word was a call to rise, to reclaim what was lost. Yet, as we delve into their legacy, we confront the stark realities of their trials. The pages of history are stained with the ink of injustice. The witch hunts, the scapegoating, the silencing, they sought to erase the vulvas from existence, to extinguish their light. But even in the darkest nights, the stars persist. And so did the vulvas. Through whispers and secret gatherings, their stories survived. Hidden in the folds of tradition, passed from mother to daughter, they became the lifeblood of resistance. The sacred knowledge, though threatened, was never fully lost. It thrived in the spaces between silence, in the laughter shared over hearths, in the tears shed in the shadows. In the modern world, we bear witness to a resurgence. The echoes of the vulvas resonate in the voices of those who dare to speak truth to power. Women everywhere are rising, reclaiming their narratives, and finding strength in sisterhood. They are weaving their own tapestries, colored with the threads of the past, but vibrant with the hues of the present and the promise of the future. As their stories intertwine with ours, we find a profound sense of purpose. In understanding their struggles, we confront our own fears and vulnerabilities. We learn that the power of voice is not just in the words spoken aloud, but in the stories shared in the silence of our hearts. Together, we stand at the precipice of transformation, ready to embrace the complexities of our identities. The vulvas remind us that we are not alone in our journeys. Their wisdom beckons us to listen, to reflect, and to act. And as we continue this exploration, we are invited to step into the circle, to honor the sacred dance of life unfolding before us. The threads of history and the stories of those who came before us weave a vast tapestry, a testament to resilience, a celebration of unity, and an invitation to dream boldly. In the end, we discover that the journey of the vulvas is not just theirs, it belongs to us all. We are the storytellers, the dreamers, the weavers of the future. And together, we shall rise, guided by the light of those who have paved the way. Together, we shall illuminate the path for generations to come. In the shadows of history, the vulvas have always been more than mere figures. They were the keepers of ancient wisdom, voices that echoed through the ages. Their chants reverberated across the cold landscapes of Scandinavia, intertwining with the howling winds and the rustling leaves. Each word a spell, each gesture a ritual, connecting them to the earth and the cosmos. But their light dimmed under the weight of oppression. The rise of rigid doctrines sought to silence them. Yet, the vulvas were not easily extinguished. They adapted, concealed their truths, and spoke in riddles, weaving their magic into the very fabric of folklore. They became the unseen guardians, cloaked in the ordinary, whispering in the ears of those willing to listen. As centuries unfolded, their legacy morphed into something new. The fires of their gatherings flickered in the hearts of women who found strength in adversity. From the hearts of small villages to the bustling streets of modern cities, the spirit of the vulvas flourished. They became the midwives of change, nurturing the seeds of empowerment in the most unexpected places. In the tumultuous tides of the feminist movements, echoes of their chants found fresh resonance. Women began to reclaim their narratives, drawing upon the deep well of ancestral knowledge. They marched, they spoke, they wrote, and in doing so, they reignited the flame that had long flickered in the dark. Their voices soared, breaking the silence, demanding presence, demanding respect. In this resurgence, we witness a mosaic of stories. Each woman adds her own unique thread, crafting a tapestry rich with experiences, struggles, and triumphs.
The vulvas remind us that the act of sharing our truths is a radical act of defiance. It shatters the chains of silence, illuminating paths once obscured by fear.
The warmth of sisterhood envelopes us as we gather in circles, both physical and metaphorical. We listen, we share, and in this communion, we find healing. Each narrative, a testament to resilience, a reminder that vulnerability can be our greatest strength. The vulvas teach us that our stories, no matter how small, are threads in the grand tapestry of humanity. As we stand together, we become the architects of a new narrative.
We embrace the complexities of our identities, understanding that we are shaped by the past, yet unbound by it.
The vulva's legacy is not merely to be admired, it is a call to action, a challenge to rise beyond the confines of tradition and expectation. In this journey, we discover the power of intersectionality. Different experiences intertwine, creating a rich dialogue that fuels our collective movement. We honor those who came before us by amplifying the voices that have been silenced. The vulva's wisdom echoes through our actions, urging us to forge connections and cultivate empathy across diverse communities. And as we navigate this vast landscape of stories, we realize that we are not just passive observers. We are participants in a living, breathing narrative, one that is continually unfolding. The vulvas remind us that history is not a stagnant relic, it is a dynamic force that shapes our present and propels us into the future.
Together, we rise, hands intertwined, hearts aligned. The light of the vulvas guides us, illuminating the path ahead.
We stand not just for ourselves, but for those who cannot speak, for those whose stories have yet to be told.
We are the bearers of hope, the custodians of dreams, and as we walk this journey, we carry the essence of the vulvas with us, unwavering, unyielding, and forever luminous. In the echoes of time, the vulvas stood as beacons of wisdom, their voices woven into the fabric of their tribes.
They were more than seers, they were the heartbeat of their communities. With each word, they crafted a narrative that transcended generations. Their prophecies were not mere predictions, they were blueprints for resilience, guiding their people through storms both literal and metaphorical. Through the ages, they faced oppression, their roles threatened by the encroaching shadows of patriarchal structures. Yet, like the roots of ancient trees, they remained steadfast. In secret gatherings, they whispered stories of strength, passing down knowledge that could not be extinguished. The vulvas knew the weight of silence, understood the danger of forgotten voices. They wove their truths into the very soil, nurturing the seeds of rebellion. As we honor their legacy, we find ourselves standing on sacred ground. The stories we tell today are imbued with the power of those who came before us. Each narrative is a spark, igniting a fire within our hearts, a fire that refuses to be dimmed. The vulvas remind us that every whisper of dissent is a declaration of courage, a shattering of the chains that bind us. In the face of adversity, we dig deep within ourselves, drawing strength from our shared humanity. The complexities of our identities are not barriers, they are bridges. Each experience, each struggle, contributes to a mosaic of resilience, a tapestry that tells the story of us all. We learn to listen with empathy, to understand the nuances of each voice, recognizing that every story has a place in this grand narrative.
we are not alone in this journey.
We stand shoulder to shoulder with those who have fought before us, who paved the way with their blood, sweat, and tears. The Volvas inspire us to rise with purpose, to carry their wisdom into the light of a new dawn. Their legacy teaches us that our strength lies not in conformity, but in the celebration of our differences. As we gather, we create a symphony of voices, each note resonating with the echoes of the past. In this sacred space, we find solidarity. We remember those who have been silenced, who long for the chance to share their truths. The Volvas guide our hands as we lift their stories from the shadows, breathing life into the forgotten. With every step we take, we forge a path forward, illuminated by the brilliance of our collective spirit. The Volvas stand at our side, urging us to embrace the unknown, to venture into uncharted territory with courage and curiosity. They remind us that the future is a canvas yet to be painted, a story waiting to be told. And as we walk this sacred path, we are the torchbearers of change. We are the voice for the voiceless, the champions of the unheard. The Volva's light shines through us, igniting the embers of hope in every heart we touch. Together, we rise, weaving a narrative that is rich, vibrant, and forever evolving, a testament to the power of truth, unity, and the indomitable spirit of the Volvas. In the echoes of history, we find the stories of those who dared to challenge the status quo. From the whispers of ancient soothsayers to the resolute cries of modern activists, the Volvas have always been the heartbeat of resistance. They emerged from the shadows, guardians of wisdom, wielding words like weapons, igniting revolutions with their truth.
In every corner of the globe, their legacy unfolds.
In the frost-bitten steppes of the north, where the wind howls like a restless spirit, women gathered around flickering fires, sharing tales of defiance, intertwining their faiths with the rhythm of the earth.
Their voices rose like smoke, swirling upward, a testament to their indomitable will.
Across oceans and mountains, in the lush valleys of the south, another chorus emerged. Here, the Volvas danced under the canopy of stars, their stories woven into the very fabric of the night. They sang of love and loss, of sorrow and joy, their narratives a bridge connecting generations, reminding us that in our darkest moments, we are never truly alone.
And as we journey through time, we witness the courage of those who took the mantle of the Volvas, navigating the tumultuous waters of oppression.
In the suffragette marches, in the civil rights movements, they stood tall, their voices a clarion call for justice. Each step they took was a testament to their unwavering belief in a brighter tomorrow, each chant a ripple in the fabric of society, beckoning change.
Yet, even amidst triumph, shadows lingered.
The stories of the silenced rose like specters, haunting us with their absence. They remind us of the fragility of progress, the delicate balance between hope and despair. In the faces of the forgotten, we see the reflections of our own fears and dreams, urging us to remember, to keep their narratives alive. Together, we embrace the weight of this responsibility. We honor the Volvas by amplifying the voices that yearn to be heard. We write their stories in the stars, etching them into the consciousness of a world that often forgets. With each word, we weave a tapestry rich with color, a celebration of life, an ode to resilience. As we gather in this sacred space, we must not shy away from the uncomfortable truths. We must confront the injustices that persist, the systems that seek to silence us. The Volvas call us to action, to rise against the tide of apathy, to wield our collective power as a force for change. In this moment, we find our purpose. We become the stewards of their legacy, the guardians of their truths. With every story we tell, we breathe life into the struggle, igniting flames of hope in the hearts of those who dare to dream.
As we walk this path together, the vulvas guide us, their light illuminating the way.
We become the architects of our future, the weavers of a new narrative, one that transcends borders, one that resonates with the heartbeat of humanity. And in this journey, we discover that the true strength of the vulvas lies not just in their stories, but in the bonds we forge through shared experience, in the unity of our diverse voices rising as one.
Together, we will not falter. Together, we will not be silenced.
For in our hearts burns a fire that refuses to be dimmed.
And as we carry this flame forward, we become the living testament to the power of truth, of unity, and the enduring spirit of the vulvas.
Chapter 9: Women in Viking Expeditions.
Duration: 30 minutes. Tonight's journey: Women in Viking Expeditions.
Beneath the shadow of ancient sails, a story unfolds. A story of courage, resilience, and the untold contributions of women. As the winds howled and the seas roared, it was not just men who braved the unknown. It was women who forged their paths alongside them.
Their names often lost to history, yet their spirits echo in the tales of exploration. Imagine the shores of Scandinavia, circa 800 AD. A world on the brink of transformation.
Ships carved from wood, crafted with care, ready to embark on daring voyages. The men were ready, but so were the women. They prepared provisions, patched sails, and whispered words of encouragement. They were not mere bystanders, they were integral to every journey.
As we sail through time, we discover the stories of these remarkable women.
In 865, we find ourselves in the land of the East Angles, where Viking settlers began to establish their presence.
Among them, women played essential roles.
They were not only settlers but leaders, guiding families through the trials of a new world.
In the bustling encampments, women worked tirelessly.
They toiled in fields, cultivated crops, and raised children, ensuring the survival of their communities. The strength of their hands matched the bravery of their hearts. And when the men set forth on expeditions, women often took on the mantle of authority. In 872, a crucial moment in history unfolded. The unification of Norway, led by King Harald Fairhair, stirred the ambitions of Viking clans.
Women were not left behind.
They accompanied their men, navigating uncharted waters, sharing their wisdom on the land they sought to conquer. The sagas tell us of Lagertha, a legendary shieldmaiden. She fought side by side with her male counterparts, embodying the fierce spirit of Viking women. But for every warrior, there were countless others, whose contributions were quieter yet no less vital. They were the weavers of destiny, crafting the fabric of society as their men ventured into the abyss. As we drift deeper into the 10th century, we witness the expansion of settlements in Iceland. In 874, women played a pivotal role in the establishment of this new frontier. They brought with them not just skills but knowledge, shaping the cultural landscape of the island. Their legacy would endure for centuries, a testament to their indomitable spirit. Yet, as we explore these remarkable tales, we must remember the complexities. Viking society was not solely defined by the voyages of men. Women navigated their own paths, wielding influence in ways that still resonate today. They were the backbone of their communities, often left to defend their homes when the men sailed away. By the late 10th century, the Viking Age began to wane. The allure of exploration gave way to the pressures of settlement and assimilation. Women, however, remained steadfast. They adapted, innovated, and thrived in changing times. Their resilience is a thread woven through the fabric of history, a reminder that their roles were far from secondary. As we draw closer to the end of this chapter, let us reflect on the profound impact of these women. Their lives intertwined with the tides of history, shaping the world around them. They were explorers in their own right, navigating the complexities of life in a tumultuous era. What they achieved was monumental, yet often overlooked. Their stories deserve to be unearthed, celebrated, and remembered. In the coming chapters, we will delve deeper into the evolution of Viking society and the roles women played as the world transformed around them. The echoes of their strength will guide us into the next era of exploration. What lies ahead is a testament to the enduring legacy of Viking women. The chapters yet to unfold promise revelations that will change how we see them. Next chapter explores what happens next. As we journey onward, we find ourselves at a crossroads. The Viking Age, once a time of boundless adventure, now faces the inevitability of change. Yet amidst this transformation, the heartbeat of the Viking woman remains strong. In the bustling markets of towns like Dublin and York, women traded not just goods, but ideas. They became merchants, artisans, and leaders in their own right. Their hands shaped not only the products of their labor but also the very culture that blossomed around them. They exchanged tales of distant lands, weaving the fabric of community tighter with each interaction, each bond formed. But as the tides of society shifted, so too did their roles. Christianity began to seep into the cracks of their ancient traditions, altering the landscape of their existence. Some embraced the new faith, finding solace in its teachings, while others clung fiercely to the old ways. This clash of beliefs created a rich tapestry of conflict and cooperation, a dance of duality that defined the era. Among the stories that emerge, we meet the formidable figures of history. Women like Gudrid Thorjarnardóttir, who ventured across oceans, exploring not just lands but the very essence of what it meant to be a Viking. Her journeys were not just physical, they were a quest for identity, for purpose. She navigated treacherous waters, both literally and metaphorically, a beacon of courage in an ever-changing world. In the quiet corners of their homes, women held the wisdom of generations. They passed down knowledge of healing and herbal remedies, secrets of survival whispered from mother to daughter. Their influence stretched far beyond the domestic sphere, as they became the keepers of lore, the protectors of memory. As we delve deeper, we uncover the complexities of power dynamics within Viking society. Women could inherit property, manage estates, and even initiate divorce. These rights, though precarious, granted them a measure of autonomy in a world that often sought to confine them. They were not merely shadows of their husbands but pillars of strength in their own right. Yet, the struggles were real. The harsh realities of life loomed large, and many faced the weight of loss. Battles claimed fathers, husbands, sons. Yet, in the face of grief, they forged on, resilient as ever. They became the architects of their own destinies, navigating a world fraught with uncertainty. As we prepare to turn the page, let us immerse ourselves in their stories. Each life a thread, each experience a stitch in the expansive quilt of history. The Viking women, often relegated to the background, emerge from the shadows, revealing the intricate patterns of their contributions. What lies ahead is not merely a continuation, but a deeper exploration of their journeys. The legacy of Viking women endures, echoing through the corridors of time, urging us to listen closely. For in their tales, we find the essence of humanity, their strength, their struggles, their unwavering spirit.
The next chapter beckons us forward, promising insights that will illuminate the path of these remarkable women.
As we unravel their stories, we will come to understand that their influence extends beyond mere survival. They shaped the very foundation of a society that resonates through the ages. As we peel back the layers of time, we find ourselves in the bustling marketplaces of the North, where Viking women bartered not only goods, but ideas.
Their voices, often drowned out by the clamor of haggling men, still echoed with authority.
They were skilled artisans, weaving intricate patterns into textiles, crafting tools, and forging jewelry that told stories of their lineage. Imagine, if you will, the delicate hands of a woman, calloused yet gentle, shaping clay into vessels that would carry water, sustenance, and memories. Each piece she created was a testament to her resilience. She poured her heart into her work, knowing that what she made would be passed down, a legacy woven into the fabric of her family.
But the Viking Age was not solely defined by trade and craftsmanship. It was a time of exploration and conquest.
Women, too, embarked on journeys across the seas, their souls entwined with the spirit of adventure.
Some sailed alongside their men, wielding weapons as fiercely as any warrior.
They became shieldmaidens, defying the norms of their time, challenging the very essence of gender roles. Yet, with every victory came a price. The toll of war weighed heavily on their hearts. For every tale of glory, there were countless stories of sorrow. Women waited anxiously by the shores, eyes scanning the horizon for returning ships.
When the horizon remained empty, despair took root. They bore the burden of loss, transforming grief into a fierce resolve to carry their families forward. In the shadows of the longhouses, rituals of remembrance became sacred. Women gathered to share stories of the fallen, to honor their memories through song and dance. They were the lifeblood of their communities, nurturing the spirits of those who had passed, ensuring that their legacies would never fade. As we journey further, we encounter formidable figures like Lagertha, a legendary shield maiden, whose name still reverberates through time. Her story is not just one of battle, it is a narrative of defiance, of carving out a space in a male-dominated world. She exemplified the duality of existence, warrior and nurturer, fierce and compassionate. Through the ages, Viking women have remained an enigma. Their stories often obscured, yet their impact undeniable.
They navigated a world that was as unforgiving as the seas they sailed. They fought for their rights, not just as wives and mothers, but as individuals, refusing to be defined by the roles imposed upon them.
With every revelation, we are drawn deeper into their lives.
Their struggles and triumphs resonate with our own, transcending the boundaries of time and culture. As we listen closely, we begin to understand the strength that lies within vulnerability, the power in resilience. What lies ahead is an invitation to walk alongside them, to celebrate their victories and honor their sacrifices. Their voices, long silenced, now rise to the surface, urging us to acknowledge their place in history.
For the saga of Viking women is not merely a chapter, it is an anthem of survival, a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. And so, we step forward, ready to embrace the unfolding narrative, eager to uncover the truths that have shaped our world. Together, we will honor the legacy of these remarkable women, ensuring that their stories are woven into the tapestry of our shared history.
As we delve deeper, we uncover the intricate roles these women played in shaping their societies. Their hands were not only skilled in weaving and crafting, but also in forging alliances and managing trade. While their male counterparts sought glory on distant shores, it was the women who held the hearth, maintaining the very fabric of their communities. In the midst of political upheaval and raids, they became the keepers of stories, the transmitters of culture. Each tale shared around the flickering flames of the longhouse carried with it the weight of history. The stories of gods and giants, of love and loss, of hope and despair, were woven into the fabric of their daily lives. These women were not mere shadows, they were the architects of resilience. They cultivated the land and nurtured the next generation, instilling values of courage and perseverance in their children. With each harvest gathered and each child raised, they laid the groundwork for futures yet to be written. As we focus on the heart of their existence, we cannot overlook the mysticism that surrounded them. Viking women often held roles as seers and healers, bridging the gap between the earthly and the divine. They invoked the spirits of their ancestors, drawing strength from the past to guide their present. Their rituals, rich with symbolism, became a source of power in times of uncertainty. But the tides of history are ever-changing. As the Viking Age waned, so too did the autonomy these women once enjoyed. The encroaching influence of Christianity began to reshape their world, imposing new structures and ideals. Yet, even in the face of transformation, the spirit of defiance persisted. We glimpsed the fierce determination in the eyes of those women who refused to surrender. The legends of shieldmaidens like Lager the Echo, reminding us that their fights were not just for survival, but for identity. They stood against the currents, forging paths where none existed. With each new chapter, we witnessed their complexity. They were not simply warriors, nor solely caretakers, they were multifaceted beings, embodying the essence of what it meant to be human. Their laughter and their tears, their victories and defeats, painted a portrait of a community united against the storms of fate. And as we turn the pages of their legacy, we find ourselves reflecting on our own struggles, our own quests for acknowledgement and equality. Their stories are not relics of the past, they resonate with our present, urging us to champion the voices of those who came before. So, let us carry their lessons with us. Let us honor the spirit of the Viking women, whose strength and resolve remind us that history is not merely a timeline, but a living narrative. Their anthem of survival is one that calls us to rise, to fight, and to remember. Together, we walk the path they forged, guided by the light of their sacrifices. In doing so, we breathe life into their stories once more, ensuring that their legacy endures for generations to come. In the shadow of the mountains, the echoes of their voices linger. The Viking women nurtured a rich tapestry of life, threading together the mundane and the mystical. They spun tales of gods and giants, while their fingers danced over the loom, crafting not just fabric, but the very fabric of their culture. Their homes, warm with the glow of the hearth, were sanctuaries of strength. Here, knowledge flowed like mead, passed from mother to daughter, a lineage of wisdom that transcended generations. These women were the keepers of tradition, the guardians of stories that shaped their world. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over their lives, change swept in like a fierce winter gale. The arrival of new beliefs threatened to unravel the very threads they had woven. Christianity, with its promises of salvation, sought to reshape the landscape of their existence. Old gods faded, and with them, the rituals that had once empowered their spirits. But resistance ignited like a flame. The Viking women, undeterred, adapted, blending the old with the new, forging a resilient identity. They became the bridge between worlds, a testament to the power of transformation. In the face of adversity, they found strength in solidarity. Some took to the seas, their ships slicing through the waves, wielding not only swords but the wisdom of the ancients. They navigated both the physical and the spiritual realms, embodying the duality of warrior and healer. Their ships became vessels of hope, carrying their stories across the waters, whispering their truths into the hearts of those who would listen. As we delve deeper into their lives, we discover the undeniable bond they shared. Friendship forged in the heat of battle, laughter echoing over shared meals, tears shed in the quiet moments of reflection. They lifted each other up, weaving a sisterhood that defied the confines of their time. And yet, beneath this strength, vulnerability lay in wait. The weight of expectation pressed upon their shoulders. To be both fierce and nurturing, to embody the ideals of femininity while breaking free from its confines, was a delicate dance. They navigated the treacherous waters of societal norms, carving out spaces where they could be true to themselves. In this intricate web of existence, we glimpse their humanity. They faced loss, love, and longing. Their hearts broken mended, finding solace in the bonds they forged. In the quiet moments, they too dreamed of a world where their voices could echo freely, where their stories would not be silenced by the tides of time. As we continue our journey through their legacy, we are reminded that these women were not just figures of the past. They are the embodiment of resilience, the spirit of defiance that resonates through the ages. Their lives invite us to reflect on our own struggles, to confront the barriers that seek to hold us back. So let us honor their strength. Let us carry their legacy forward, intertwining their stories with our own. For in doing so, we breathe life into their memory, ensuring that the spirit of these remarkable Viking women shines brightly, illuminating the path for generations yet to come. Their journey was not merely one of conquest. It was a tapestry woven with threads of culture, trade, and exploration. These women were not just warriors, they were merchants, diplomats, and scholars, dancing along the borders of the known world. They traveled beyond the fjords, discovering new lands, new peoples, each encounter enriching their spirits and broadening their horizons. In the vibrant markets of Constantinople, they bartered silk and spices, their laughter mingling with the calls of traders from distant shores. Each transaction was a testament to their savvy, their intelligence, and their unyielding spirit. They exchanged not only goods but ideas, philosophies that would shape the very fabric of their society. As they journeyed home, their ships adorned with treasures, they carried more than just material wealth. They brought with them stories of the exotic, of lands where the sun kissed the earth in ways their own shores could not. These tales would ignite the imaginations of their kin, inspiring future generations to dream beyond the horizon. But the seas were unpredictable, and storms would come. Shadows lurked on the water, and danger was ever present. Ambushes by rival clans tested their mettle, pushing them to the brink of despair. Yet, even in the face of adversity, they stood united, their spirits forged in the fires of loyalty and courage. Every clash, every conflict, etched their names into the annals of history. They carved their legacy in blood and bravery, yet they also knew the pain of loss. For every victory celebrated, there was a price to pay. Friends fallen in battle, families shattered by conflict. In those moments of darkness, they became each other's refuge, nurturing the wounds, both seen and unseen, that life had dealt. Their homes were sanctuaries, where laughter intertwined with the scent of warm bread and the flickering light of hearth fires. Stories were shared, songs sung, and the bonds of sisterhood deepened. In those sacred spaces, they found strength in vulnerability, allowing their true selves to emerge, unmasked and raw. As the seasons changed, so too did their dreams. With the passage of time, they envisioned a future where their daughters would inherit not just the legacies of battle, but the legacies of wisdom and strength. They sought to create a world where the cries of the past would be transformed into songs of hope, echoing in the hearts of those who came after.
Yet the tides of history are relentless.
As the Roman Empire waned and kingdoms rose and fell, the very fabric of their existence began to fray. The world was changing, and with it, the roles they had fought so fiercely to define. New challenges approached, new ideologies threatened to overshadow their hard-won freedom. But even in the face of the unknown, they continued to inspire. Their stories became whispers in the wind, carried through the ages, urging us to remember their strength, their resilience, their fierce love for one another.
As we stand at the crossroads of history, we are called to honor their legacy. To listen to the echoes of their lives, to let their stories guide us as we navigate our own turbulent waters. For in their triumphs and trials, we find reflections of our own struggles, our own victories. Let us not forget. Let us weave their tales into the very fabric of our being, ensuring that the spirit of these Viking women, undaunted, unwavering, continues to inspire, to uplift, and to light the way for those who dare to dream. In the heart of a rapidly transforming world, these women stood resolute. They became the architects of a new narrative, stitching together the fragments of their shattered lives with threads of courage and defiance. As the shadows of uncertainty loomed, they embraced their roles as keepers of tradition, warriors of wisdom. Each gathering, each shared meal, became a ritual of resilience. The stories of their ancestors, rich with valor and sacrifice, flowed from lips to eager ears, igniting a sense of purpose in the hearts of the young. They spoke of the gods who walked among them, of the fierce battles fought for freedom, and the honor that lay in the blood of their kin. Through these tales, the past was not forgotten, it was alive, breathing, pulsating with the energy of hope. Yet, the world beyond their sanctuary was unforgiving. Viking raids had transformed into a dance of negotiation and trade, as they now faced the encroachment of distant powers, kingdoms that sought to rewrite their very existence. The sea, once a source of adventure, now echoed the sound of impending change, a call to adapt, to evolve, to survive. In this crucible of transformation, they became more than warriors. They became leaders, strategists, nurturing the warriors of tomorrow. Their daughters, once mere echoes of their dreams, now stood ready to wield swords of their own. The weight of expectation was heavy, but so too was the promise of a future forged in the fires of love and sacrifice. As these formidable women faced the dawn of a new era, they learned to navigate the treacherous waters of diplomacy and alliance. They forged bonds not through bloodshed alone, but through understanding and shared purpose. They understood that strength lay not only in combat, but in the ability to adapt, to embrace change without losing sight of who they were. Through alliances with neighboring tribes, they began to weave a tapestry of unity, demonstrating that the bonds of sisterhood extended beyond bloodlines. Together, they built bridges, emerging not just as defenders of their heritage, but as pioneers of a future where cooperation could flourish amid chaos. But the specter of history is relentless, and whispers of betrayal often lingered in the air. Old rivalries simmered beneath the surface, threatening to unravel the delicate threads they had worked so hard to weave. Yet, they did not falter. They came together in council, their voices rising in a chorus of determination, each word a promise to protect the legacy they had forged. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over their land,
it illuminated the faces of those who had chosen to stand together. Each line etched upon their skin told a story of struggle and triumph. Their laughter rang like a melody through the valleys, a testament to their unyielding spirit. And so, with each passing season, they nurtured the next generation, instilling within them the values of courage, compassion, and unshakable resolve. The legacy of the Viking women was not merely a chronicle of battles won or lost, it was a testament to the power of love, the strength of community, and the relentless pursuit of hope. As we reflect on their journey, we are reminded that the essence of their story transcends time. It resonates within us, calling forth our own courage in the face of adversity. Their whispers continue to guide us, urging us to forge our paths while honoring those who came before. So let us carry their spirit forward. Let us breathe life into their legacy, ensuring that the echoes of their strength reverberate through the ages, inspiring generations yet to come. For in our pursuit of dreams, we honor them, and in our struggles, we find solidarity in their unyielding fight for a brighter tomorrow. In the depths of winter, when the night stretched long and the fires flickered like distant stars, they gathered once more. Each woman carried with her the weight of generations, a collective memory embedded in their hearts. The frost on the ground mirrored the resilience in their bones, a stark reminder of the harshness they faced and the bonds that kept them warm. As the winds howled outside, they shared tales of their ancestors, the fierce warriors, the wise leaders, the mothers who nurtured and protected. These stories became the threads of their own identities, weaving a rich tapestry that defied the chill of despair. They spoke of the sea, its vastness both a terror and a promise, a reminder of where they came from and where they were destined to go. The arrival of spring brought a new energy, awakening the land from its slumber. With each budding flower, hope blossomed anew. They tilled the soil together, their hands working in harmony, a symphony of unity. The earth yielded its bounty, and with it, a renewed sense of purpose. They gathered around the hearth, sharing meals that were more than sustenance, they were celebrations of life, love, and resilience. Yet, outside their circle, the world remained turbulent. Rumors of conflict rippled through the valleys. Shadows loomed on the horizon, threats that sought to shatter their fragile peace. But they stood resolute, shoulders squared against the approaching storm. They understood the stakes. They had witnessed the tides of change before, and they knew the power of standing firm together. The drums echoed through the night, a heartbeat that pulsed with their collective spirit. Each beat called forth the courage that lay dormant, urging them to rise. Under the cloak of darkness, they forged alliances not just with neighboring tribes, but with the very land they occupied, promising to protect it as fiercely as they protected one another. With every gathering, they reflected on their shared history, the lessons learned from both triumph and loss. They honored the spirits of those who had fallen, ensuring that their sacrifices would never fade into obscurity. Their rituals became bridges to the past, anchoring them as they navigated the uncertain waters of the present. The laughter of children echoed in the background, a reminder of the legacy they were building. Each child, a beacon of hope, a vessel for the teachings of their elders. They were the embodiment of dreams yet unrealized, the promise of a future that glimmered just beyond the horizon. As the seasons turned, so too did the tides of fortune. With every challenge they faced, they grew stronger, more united. They learned to wield not just weapons, but words, crafting narratives that would inspire, heal, and empower. But in the quiet moments, when the world outside faded into silence, they were simply women, daughters, sisters, mothers. They shared dreams and fears, weaving their vulnerabilities into the fabric of their strength.
In these intimate exchanges, they found solace.
They understood that to be strong was not to be unyielding, but to be unafraid to show their hearts. And as night fell, they would gather beneath the stars, the constellations a reminder of the journeys that had come before. They whispered promises to the cosmos, pledging to honor their legacy, to carry forward the light of their ancestors. It was in these moments of connection that they understood their story was not just their own. It was a living testament to the power of resilience, love, and the unbreakable bonds of sisterhood. So let the winds carry their tale, let the rivers flow with their essence. For in the heart of their journey lies a truth that echoes through the ages, that even in the face of darkness, the light of unity can illuminate the path ahead.
Chapter 10: The Legacy of Viking Women. Duration: 30 minutes. Tonight's journey: The Legacy of Viking Women.
A tale woven through time, echoing the strength of those who dared to challenge the confines of their world. Their voices, often lost in the thunderous clash of swords, whisper stories of resilience, courage, and transformation.
These women stood not just as shadows beside their men, but as fierce warriors, wise leaders, and nurturing mothers.
Their legacies endure, waiting to be uncovered. As we delve deeper, we will explore how their impact ripples through the fabric of history. From the icy fjords of Scandinavia to the bustling markets of medieval Europe, the stories of Viking women are etched into the annals of time.
What does it mean to carry the weight of legacy? What sacrifices were made, and what victories celebrated? In the early 800s, the Viking Age dawned. These seafaring Norsemen and women embarked on journeys that would shape continents. The tales of their exploits are legendary, but what of the women who sailed alongside them? Who tended to their homes, managed their farms, and raised their children? The past reveals a tapestry rich with their influence, yet often their contributions are overlooked. Take a moment to consider the quiet strength of the women of the Norse world. In the 10th century, during the height of Viking expansion, women held roles that defied the expectations of their time. They were not merely passive figures, they were traders, healers, and even warriors, skilled in the arts of survival. Viking society was a complex web, and women were integral to its very foundation. In the midst of fierce raids and explorations, they navigated the harsh realities of life. Their ability to adapt and thrive was remarkable. Women like Lagertha, a legendary shieldmaiden, inspired generations. Her tale, steeped in bravery, speaks of women who fought not just for survival, but for agency. The echoes of their battles resonate today, reminding us of the power that lies within the hearts of women. As we traverse through centuries, we arrive at the late 11th century. The transition from paganism to Christianity brought immense change. The status of women began to shift, yet their influence remained. The church sought to reshape society, but the spirit of the Viking women endured. They became the keepers of tradition, preserving the lore of their ancestors. In the chronicles of history, we find names of women like Freydis Eiríksdóttir, who sailed to North America long before Columbus. Her courage carved paths through uncharted territories. These women were explorers, not just of lands, but of ideas. Their legacy is a testament to the strength of the human spirit. Moving into the 12th century, we witness the transformation of social structures. The rise of feudalism threatened to diminish the roles of women. Yet, in the shadow of castles, women wielded influence. Noble women managed estates, wielded power,
and sometimes even led armies. Their presence shaped alliances and forged destinies. The stories we share today are not merely relics of the past. They breathe life into our understanding of modern society. The legacy of Viking women is woven into the very fabric of our world. Their strength, their struggles, and their triumphs inspire us to challenge the narratives that seek to silence voices. By the late Middle Ages, despite the societal shifts, the stories of Viking women began to fade into obscurity. The written word favored male perspectives, leaving many women unrecognized. Yet, in oral traditions and folklore, their spirits lingered. The sagas tell of strong women who defied the odds, reminding us that their legacies are far from forgotten. Today, we seek to illuminate these hidden histories. We explore how the stories of Viking women have been preserved, often through the very tales that were meant to silence them. Their resilience is a beacon, guiding us through the shadows of time. We find ourselves at the intersection of past and present, where the echoes of their lives resonate deeply within our modern world. As we conclude this chapter, we reflect on the profound impact of Viking women. Their legacies inspire us to question, to seek, and to challenge the narratives that shape our understanding. They remind us that history is not merely a series of events, but a rich tapestry of stories, woven together by the lives of countless individuals. What lies ahead? A new chapter awaits. One that promises to unveil more secrets of the past and highlight the lessons we can carry into the future. The journey continues, beckoning us to explore the next wave of history. Next chapter explores what happens next. What lies ahead is a tapestry still unfolding. A new chapter that promises to peel back the layers of time, revealing the intricate dynamics of power and resistance. The 13th century dawns, a time where the world begins to shift beneath the weight of its own ambitions. As kingdoms rise and fall, the echoes of Viking women remain, whispering through the corridors of history. The landscape is changing. The age of exploration is upon us. Trade routes expand. New ideas flow like rivers across continents. Yet, even as the world grows, so too does the need to navigate the turbulent waters of society. In this era, we find women not merely as passive observers but as active participants. They seize opportunities, becoming traders, healers, and even diplomats. Their hands, once bound by domesticity, now grasp the reins of commerce and politics. The marketplace becomes a stage, where their voices mingle with those of men, crafting a dialogue of shared aspirations. Among them, figures emerge from the shadows. Women like Gudrid, who journeyed across oceans, defying the constraints of her time. Her story traverses the icy waters of the North Atlantic, embodying courage and resilience. She speaks to us from the past, her spirit urging us to confront our own boundaries. And yet, with every step forward, there are forces at play that seek to restrain this progress. The Church gains prominence, its doctrines seeping into every facet of life. It whispers of virtue, urging women to retreat into the domestic sphere. The tension mounts. The battle for identity intensifies. Yet, even in the face of adversity, the heart of Viking women beats strong. They gather in secret, sharing tales of strength, resilience, and rebellion. These stories are passed down, not through grand manuscripts, but through the everyday conversations that resonate in homes. They become the heartbeat of communities, a lifeline connecting past and present. As we delve deeper into this narrative, we uncover the nuances of their lives. The intricacies of marriage alliances, the unyielding spirit of those who defy societal norms, and the quiet revolutions that take place within the walls of their households. Each woman's experience is a thread in the larger narrative of Viking society, a reminder that even the smallest voices can shape history.
This chapter does not close softly.
It crescendos into a call for acknowledgement. To recognize the strength of those who came before us is to empower ourselves in the present. As we weave their stories into our understanding, we find not just echoes of the past, but a roadmap for the future.
What lessons can we draw from their journeys? How can their legacies guide us as we navigate our own battles? The questions linger like a haunting melody, inviting us to explore further.
In the shadows of history, we see a light flicker.
The stories of Viking women, resilient and defiant, are no longer whispers.
They are a chorus, calling us to remember, to honor, and to carry their truths into the world. The journey continues, urging us to listen more closely, to seek more deeply, and to embrace the lessons of those who have walked before us.
As we stand at the crossroads of time, we are drawn into the lives of these extraordinary women.
Their stories weave through the fabric of centuries, challenging the status quo, fueling a desire for autonomy.
Each name, each tale, becomes a beacon of hope.
We discover the skilled artisans, crafting intricate textiles, their fingers dancing across looms, creating pieces that tell their stories.
These fabrics become symbols of identity, each thread a testament to their ingenuity and determination. The colors they choose reflect their spirits, bold, vibrant, fierce.
In the heart of their communities, we find women who take on roles as healers and wise women. They gather herbs under the light of the moon, their knowledge passed down through whispers and glances. In a world dominated by male narratives, they carve out spaces of influence, their wisdom a lifeline for those in need. But the shadows loom larger. With the rise of the church, a different kind of power emerges. Doctrine envelopes society, dictating the virtues of submission and piety.
Women are told to be silent, to seek solace within the walls of their homes. Yet, the spirit of rebellion simmers just below the surface. These women are not merely passive figures in history.
They challenge the confines of their existence. With every clandestine meeting, they share not just stories, but strategies. They speak of land, of ownership, of autonomy, ideas that ripple through their communities like a tidal wave. The tales of those who defy societal norms are particularly poignant. We hear of women who take to the seas, captaining their own ships, navigating the treacherous waters of both ocean and life. They are warriors in their own right, carving paths that defy expectations, embodying the very essence of freedom. As time unfolds, we witness the birth of alliances. Marriage becomes a strategic dance, a complex web of power and influence. Women negotiate terms, their voices rising above the noise, securing their place in a world that often seeks to overshadow them. The tension escalates as the push and pull between tradition and progress intensifies. Each moment becomes a flashpoint, a reminder that change is not without cost. The stakes are high, and yet, the resolve of these women remains unbroken. In the quiet corners of their homes, we find the echoes of laughter, the warmth of shared meals, and the strength of unity. They support one another, forging bonds that transcend time. Their legacies intertwine, creating a tapestry rich with resilience, love, and defiance. As we immerse ourselves in their world, we realize that these stories are not confined to the past. They resonate with our present struggles. The lessons they impart are timeless, urging us to confront our own boundaries, to rise against the forces that seek to diminish our voices. The call to remember grows louder. It is not just a reflection of what was, but a powerful invitation to shape what is yet to come. The chorus of Viking women, once mere whispers, now reverberates through the ages. Their truths become our own, guiding us as we navigate the complexities of life. In this unfolding narrative, we find a profound connection. Their courage fuels our fight for authenticity, for recognition, for a place in history. As we honor their journeys, we step into the light of our own potential, ready to etch our stories into the annals of time. The journey does not end here. It beckons us forward, urging us to listen more closely, to seek more deeply, and to embrace the lessons of those who have walked before us. The spirit of Viking women lives on, igniting the fire within, reminding us that we too can forge our destinies in the world. With every whispered tale, we peel back the layers of history. The Viking Age, a time of exploration and conquest, was also a crucible of feminine strength. Women, often relegated to the shadows, wielded influence that shaped kingdoms. Their hands crafted not only homes but also the very fabric of society. In the heart of the longhouse, we find them, surrounded by the scent of wood smoke and the warmth of communal fires. They are the seers, the healers, the keepers of stories. Through them, the oral tradition flourishes, a lifeline connecting generations. Their voices weave through the air, spinning tales of gods and heroes, of love and loss, of battles won and lost. But amidst the valorous sagas, we discover the deeper truths of their lives. These women navigated a world filled with peril, where survival often meant defying the odds. They forged alliances not just through marriage, but through cunning and resilience. As their men set sail on treacherous seas, it was the women who held the fort, their spirits unyielding. The challenges were immense. The pressures of motherhood, the weight of expectation, and the unrelenting demands of their cultures tested their resolve. Yet, they met these trials with fierce determination. They became warriors in their own right, wielding not swords, but the power of their minds and hearts. In the shadows of history, we uncover the stories of Lagertha, the Shieldmaiden who defied convention, leading her own band of warriors. We hear of Freydis, who displayed unyielding courage in a world dominated by men. These women not only fought for their survival but carved out legacies that would ripple through time. As we delve deeper, we uncover the rituals that empowered them. The sacred gatherings, where women spoke their truths, shared their wisdom, and uplifted one another. In these spaces, they reclaimed their narrative, challenging the confines of their roles. The tension between the past and the present remains palpable. As we reflect on their struggles, we recognize our own. The quest for equality, for recognition, continues to echo across the ages. Their stories ignite a flame within us, a reminder that the fight for our voices is far from over. Each revelation draws us closer to understanding the strength within. The Viking women beckon us to rise, to push against the boundaries that seek to define us. They call us to honor their legacy, to keep their stories alive, and to forge onward with the spirit of defiance. The journey is one of discovery. It is an invitation to explore the depths of our own potential, to embrace the complexities of our identities, and to find power in our shared experiences. The spirit of these remarkable women transcends time, urging us to recognize that we are part of a continuum, bound together by the threads of resilience and hope. In this moment, we stand on the precipice of history, where the past merges with the present. We are reminded that every act of defiance, every whisper of courage, reverberates into the future. And as we take our steps forward, we do so with the strength of those who came before us, ready to write our own chapters in this ever-evolving story. With every heartbeat, we sense the echo of their footsteps. The Viking women were not just figures of lore, they were pioneers. They challenged the very fabric of a patriarchal society, navigating treacherous waters with unmatched perseverance. Their stories, whispered through generations, offer us glimpses into a world where strength and vulnerability coexisted. Among the fjords and rugged landscapes, they harnessed the power of the elements. The wind in their hair, the salt of the sea on their skin, they faced storms both external and internal. Lagertha, with her fierce gaze and unwavering spirit, led her warriors into battle, not merely to defend their homes but to claim their place in a world that sought to silence them. Freydis, fierce and unyielding, stood against all odds, wielding her spirit like a sword. In the face of danger, she embodied resilience, pushing back against the tides of oppression. Her story teaches us that courage takes many forms, sometimes as simple as speaking your truth in a world that wishes to drown it out. Through the lens of history, we witness the sacred rituals that were not only acts of worship but declarations of autonomy. Women gathered under the moonlit sky, their voices rising in harmony, a chorus of strength, a tapestry of shared experiences. These gatherings were more than mere traditions, they were lifelines, weaving connections that span generations, igniting a fire that would not easily be extinguished. As we navigate the complexities of their lives, we realize that their fight was not in vain. Each battle fought, each story shared, fuels the flames of change. The threads of their narratives weave into our own, reminding us that we, too, carry the weight of history on our shoulders. The quest for equality, for recognition, resonates through our veins, a powerful reminder that we are not alone in our struggles. And so, we stand in solidarity, honoring their legacy as we confront our own challenges. The Viking women beckon us forward, urging us to embrace our identities, to reclaim our narratives. We are called to lift one another, to create spaces where our voices can resonate loudly, where our truths can flourish unfettered. As we delve deeper into their world, we find ourselves ignited by their spirit. Their journeys teach us that strength is not a solitary endeavor, it is a collective force. Together, we rise, honoring those who paved the way, and daring to carve new paths for the generations to come. In this dance of history and hope, we are reminded that every act of defiance, however small, contributes to the symphony of change. With each step we take, we echo their courage, their resilience, and their unwavering belief in a brighter tomorrow. We are the torchbearers of their legacy, ready to write our own chapters, to illuminate the way for those who will follow. Their tales resonate like whispers carried on the wind, echoing through valleys and across shores. Each voice, a note in the symphony of resistance. Each story, a thread woven into the fabric of time. We hear of the warriors, who donned armor not just from metal, but from the strength of their convictions. Women who fought not only with swords but with sheer willpower, igniting revolutions in their hearts and communities. In the hearts and homes, they nurtured the next generation, imparting wisdom passed down through the ages. They taught their daughters the art of resilience, the power of unity. The stories told by firelight were not mere fables, they were blueprints for survival, strategies for empowerment. Through trials of hardship, they forged bonds of sisterhood, crafting alliances that transcended the confines of their time. As we delve into the chronicles of those who came before, we uncover the struggles they faced, the societal chains that sought to bind them.
Yet, these women rose, defying expectations, challenging norms. They transformed their pain into purpose, their struggles into strength. Their journeys remind us that the path to liberation is often fraught with obstacles, yet it is also illuminated by the light of hope. In the shadows of history, we find the unsung heroines, those whose names may not be etched in stone, but whose impact is felt in every stride toward equality. They were the healers, the storytellers, the leaders who inspired change with quiet determination. Their influence ripples through the ages, a testament to the power of defiance, the beauty of resistance. As we move through each chapter of their lives, we witness the moments of triumph and despair. The laughter shared among friends, the tears shed in solitude. Each emotion, a brushstroke on the canvas of their existence. They remind us that to feel deeply is to live fully, to embrace the complexities of our shared humanity. And so, as we honor their legacy, we are called to action. We carry the torch, igniting the flames of awareness. Our voices, once muted, now rise in unison, bold and fierce. We are the stewards of their stories, tasked with ensuring their legacies endure. We must continue to challenge the status quo, to dismantle the barriers that persist today. In this pursuit, we find strength in our diversity. From every corner of the globe, we unite, harmonizing our voices into a powerful anthem for change. The tapestry of our lives intertwines, vibrant and alive. Together, we craft a narrative rich with the colors of our experiences, each thread vital, each story integral. As we stand on the shoulders of giants, we are reminded of the journey that lies ahead. The road is long, but it is illuminated by the courage of those who dared to dream of a different world. With each step we take, we honor their sacrifices and carry their hopes forward. We are bound by a shared destiny, a collective quest for justice, for love, for belonging. In this dance with history, we are called to remember, to reflect, and to rise. The legacy of these women is not just a relic of the past, it is a living testament to the power of the human spirit. As we embrace our own truths, we forge a future where every voice is heard, every story celebrated. We are not just the narrators of our own lives, we are the architects of a new era. With unwavering resolve, we march onward together, unstoppable, illuminating the way for generations yet to come. The echoes of their strength guide us, as we pen our own chapters in this eternal story of resilience and hope. And so, we rise, ignited by the flame of their courage, ready to embrace the future with open hearts and fierce spirits. In the heart of every movement lies a spark, a moment when courage transforms into action. Think back to the suffragists, their voices rising like a chorus against the backdrop of oppression. They stood in defiance, demanding not just the right to vote, but the right to be seen, to be heard. Their relentless pursuit wove a narrative that transcended time, igniting the hearts of those who would follow. As the years unfolded, the tapestry grew richer. Civil rights activists marched through the streets, their footsteps echoing like thunder, shaking the very foundations of injustice. They faced hostility, yet their spirit remained unbroken. Each protest, each rally, was a vivid brushstroke on the canvas of history, painted with the hues of determination and hope. And yet, amidst the triumphs, the shadows of struggle lingered. The fight for equality was marked by heartache and sacrifice. Families torn apart, dreams deferred, lives lost. Each story, a reminder of the cost of progress. But within that pain, there emerged a fierce resilience. Time and again, the human spirit demonstrated its capacity to rise, to heal, to unite.
Women of every race, creed, and background stood shoulder to shoulder, their hands intertwined across divides. They understood that true strength lies not in isolation, but in connection. Together, they tore down walls, fostering a spirit of solidarity that transcended boundaries. Their voices, once silenced, now roared like a mighty river, carving new paths through the landscape of society. From the ashes of struggle, new leaders emerged, visionaries who dared to dream bigger. They championed the cause of equality not just for themselves, but for generations yet unborn. Their stories are etched into the annals of history, a testament to the unyielding quest for justice. As we reflect on their journeys, we are reminded that the fight is far from over. In this ongoing saga, the echoes of their struggles resonate within us. We are urged to listen closely, to honor their sacrifices by continuing the work they began. The fight for equity is not confined to the past, it pulses vibrantly in the present. It calls to us, urging us to challenge complacency, to question the narratives that seek to divide. As we navigate this complex landscape, we do so with the knowledge that our actions today shape the world of tomorrow. Each conversation we engage in, every act of kindness we extend, ripples outward, creating waves of change. The legacy of those who came before us is a guiding light, illuminating our path as we strive for a future that reflects the beauty of our shared humanity. And so, we press on, fueled by the stories that inspire us. We must embrace the uncomfortable truths, confront the injustices that persist, and uplift the voices that are often drowned out. Each step we take is a tribute to the courage of those who paved the way, reminding us that we are not just participants in this journey, we are the torchbearers of a movement that knows no end. Let us not forget the power of unity, the strength found in our collective resolve. Together, we can rewrite the narrative, crafting a world where love triumphs over hate, where every individual is valued, and every story is told. The future is unwritten, waiting for us to fill its pages with compassion, hope, and unwavering determination. As we forge ahead, let us carry their legacies with us, an eternal flame that ignites our spirits and propels us forward. With each heartbeat, we honor the past and embrace the promise of tomorrow, united in our quest for a brighter, more just world. And so, we rise, ready to embrace the future, hand in hand, heart to heart, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. In this vast tapestry of history, woven with threads of struggle and triumph, we find the stories of those who dared to dream. From the quiet whispers of forgotten souls to the resounding roars of activists who shook the foundations of oppression, their journeys illuminate our path. They faced insurmountable odds, yet their resolve never wavered. Consider the suffragettes, who marched with purpose, their voices rising in unison against a chorus of doubt. They understood that every door they pried open was not just for themselves, but for generations yet unborn. Their legacy is a reminder that the right to be heard is not a privilege, but a birthright. And let us not overlook the civil rights leaders, whose footsteps echoed through the streets, demanding equality with a fierce passion that could not be silenced. They painted visions of a world where skin color would not dictate worth, where love would conquer fear. Their words, like seeds planted in fertile soil, continue to grow, urging us to nurture the garden of justice with unwavering commitment. As we reflect on these champions of change, we must also acknowledge the unsung heroes, the everyday individuals who stood up in their communities. They were the ones who whispered encouragement in the dark, who offered a hand to those in need. Their acts of bravery may not have made headlines, but they resonate deeply in the hearts of those they touched. Yet, despite the progress made, shadows linger. The fight is not merely a chapter in our history,
it is an ongoing dialogue. We are reminded, through the struggles of marginalized communities today, that complacency is our greatest enemy.
We must listen intently to the stories that emerge from the margins, those voices that call out for change, for recognition, for justice.
There is power in our collective narrative.
Each of us carries the weight of history while simultaneously crafting the future. Each action taken, each moment of compassion extended, becomes part of an unbreakable chain linking us to the dreams of those who came before. This connection fuels our resolve, urging us to rise against the injustices that still pervade our world. Let us not forget the lessons learned from the past. The courage to stand against tyranny, to challenge the status quo, resides within us all.
We must embrace the discomfort that comes with confronting difficult truths.
It is through this discomfort that growth occurs, that understanding blossoms.
As we march forward, let us remember that we are not alone.
We are part of a vast network of souls, each with a story to tell, each with a vision for a better tomorrow. Together, we form a chorus of hope, a symphony that can drown out the noise of division and despair. And with every step we take, we honor the memories of those who fought valiantly, not just for themselves, but for the collective dream of a world where justice reigns. We become the architects of change, sculpting a future that reflects our deepest hopes and aspirations. The journey ahead may be fraught with challenges, but it is also rich with possibility. We are called to act, to engage, and to uplift one another.
With each heartbeat, we reaffirm our commitment to a shared humanity, a promise that echoes through the ages.
So as we stand at this crossroads, let us seize the moment. Let us be the voice for the voiceless, the light in the darkness, the hope that ignites the flame of change. Together, we will write the next chapter of this extraordinary story, one that celebrates our unity, our resilience, and the unyielding spirit of the human heart. Chapter 11, Archaeological Discoveries, Unearthing the Past.
Duration, 30 minutes.
Tonight's journey, Archaeological Discoveries, Unearthing the Past. A tale woven through time, buried beneath layers of earth, waiting to be uncovered.
Within the silence of ancient lands, the whispers of Viking women echo.
They were more than wives and mothers. They were warriors, traders, and leaders.
Their stories lie entangled with relics, waiting to reveal the truths of their lives. What can these artifacts tell us? What mysteries remain hidden?
As the sands of time shift, we prepare to peel back the layers of history. In the heart of Scandinavia, a world once dominated by men, Viking women thrived, shaping the very fabric of Norse society.
The year is 1873. In a sleepy village near the shores of Norway, an archaeologist stumbles upon a burial site, igniting a spark of curiosity. The skeletal remains, adorned with intricate jewelry, a testament to a life lived fully, tell a story of wealth and status.
Who was she?
What was her journey?
The artifacts surrounding her, a blend of practical and ornate, hint at a life rich with culture and purpose.
Fast forward to 1917, in the town of Birka, Sweden. Excavations reveal a burial ground unlike any other.
Here lies a warrior, her grave filled with weapons, a sword, and shield resting by her side. This discovery sends shockwaves through the academic world.
A woman, a warrior? The question stirs debate, unraveling centuries of assumptions. What does it mean to be a Viking? What roles did women play in these fierce, seafaring cultures? As we delve deeper, the boundaries of gender roles begin to blur.
In the year 2000, a remarkable find emerges in Untold, Norway. An extraordinary grave reveals not just the remains of a woman, but hints of her life as a skilled shipbuilder. The artifacts, a hammer, nails, and tools, tell a compelling story. She was a creator, a pioneer of the seas. Each relic excavated breathes life into her legacy. The discoveries continue. In 2015, a burial mound in Sweden reveals a woman, elegantly adorned, a sign of her high status. Yet, there's more. Her grave bears horses, a reflection of her importance in Viking society. Horses were not merely beasts of burden, but symbols of power and prestige. The connection between women, horses, and the open sea deepens. These women were not merely participants, they were vital to the survival of their communities. Through the years, archaeologists have unearthed countless treasures. Each artifact a window into the past. From the delicate silver brooches to the robust implements of daily life, every piece is a thread in the intricate tapestry of Viking society. These discoveries challenge our understanding. They demand we reconsider the narratives we have long accepted. In the year 2021, a groundbreaking study reveals that the Viking Age was a period of dynamic change. Women held more power than previously acknowledged. Their participation in trade and exploration was essential. The evidence is clear. The stories of these women were muted, but now, they rise to the surface, reclaiming their place in history. As we explore these archaeological findings, the significance is profound. These relics are not mere objects. They are echoes of lives once lived. They illustrate the strength, resilience, and complexity of Viking women. Their contributions shaped societies that expanded across oceans, forging connections that transcended boundaries. But as we conclude this chapter, we stand on the precipice of discovery. The past reveals itself, yet still holds secrets. What lies ahead? How do these revelations influence our understanding of gender roles throughout history? As we transition to the next chapter, we prepare to explore the evolving roles of Viking women, their impact on the world beyond their shores. We will dive into the stories of powerful leaders, skilled artisans, and fearless explorers. Next chapter explores what happens next. As we delve deeper, we uncover extraordinary tales of women who defied conventions. Legends speak of Lagertha, the fierce warrior, whose prowess on the battlefield earned her a place among the legends of old. Her story, interwoven with bravery and strategic cunning, exemplifies the warrior spirit that existed within Viking women. But the saga extends beyond the clashing of swords. We find women who were skilled navigators, guiding longships across treacherous waters. They understood the stars, the winds, and the tides. They were the unseen architects of voyages that would shape continents. Their knowledge was invaluable, a lifeline for communities yearning for trade and adventure. In the bustling marketplaces of the Norse world, women played pivotal roles. They were merchants and traders, bartering goods that crossed vast expanses. The aroma of spices, the glint of gemstones, and the vibrant colors of textiles filled the air, all facilitated by the hands of women. They were not mere bystanders, they were the heartbeat of economic life. As we journey further, we encounter the spiritual realm. Women were also revered as seers and priestesses, conduits between the divine and the earthly. Their voices rang out in sacred rituals, calling upon the gods for favor and protection. They were the custodians of tradition, weaving the fabric of cultural identity that bound communities together. Yet, the shadows of history linger.
Many stories remain untold, buried beneath the weight of time.
The silence surrounding these women speaks volumes, a testament to the complexities of a society that often marginalized their contributions.
Each discovery breathes life into their narratives, allowing us to piece together their legacies. With each artifact unearthed, we draw closer to understanding the multifaceted roles women played in Viking society.
Their strength, their intellect, their passion, these are the tales we must carry forward. They challenge us to rethink the very foundations of history, to see beyond the surface and recognize the depth of human experience. As we prepare to turn the page, we feel the weight of this knowledge. The stories of Viking women are not just echoes of the past, they resonate with our present. They call upon us to honor the contributions of all who have shaped our world, to acknowledge voices long silenced.
What awaits us in the next chapter? An exploration of the enduring legacies of these remarkable women. Their spirit lives on, a beacon for future generations.
We stand ready to uncover more, to honor their stories, and to celebrate the rich tapestry of humanity woven through time. As we delve deeper, we uncover the tales of women who wielded power in unexpected ways. In the courts of chieftains, they were advisors and confidants, shaping decisions that would alter the course of clans and communities.
Their wisdom was sought after, their insights valued.
They navigated the intricate web of alliances, ensuring the survival of their kin in a world fraught with danger. Among the icy fjords and rugged coastlines, we discover the stories of warrior women, fierce and unyielding. The legends of the Valkyries rise from the mist, ethereal figures who chose the fates of fallen heroes. Yet, these were not mere myths. Archaeological evidence reveals the graves of women interred with weapons, adorned in the armor of warriors. They fought valiantly alongside their male counterparts, challenging the rigid confines of gender roles. But it is not only in battle that their strength shone. In the quietude of the homestead, women were the architects of resilience. They tended to the hearth, weaving warmth into every meal prepared and every thread spun. Their labor sustained families, their hands crafting the very fabric of daily life. They were the keepers of secrets and stories, passed down through generations, intertwining the personal with the collective memory of a people. As we turn our gaze to the shores of distant lands, we witness the adventurous spirit of Viking women who dared to voyage beyond the horizon. They sailed on longships, daring and bold, seeking new worlds and forging connections across the seas. From the shores of Greenland to the bustling markets of Constantinople, they were ambassadors of culture, sharing their traditions and absorbing the riches of others. Yet, with all of this complexity, we confront the harsh realities faced by these women. The balance of power was fragile. Social hierarchies often dictated their fates, and the weight of expectation could suffocate their ambitions. For every tale of triumph, there were countless stories of struggle, resilience in the face of adversity. And still, their legacies endure. In artifacts and sagas, in the whispers of the wind that sweeps across the northern skies, their spirits linger. We learn from their journeys, from their heartaches and victories. Each narrative threads through the tapestry of history, revealing the profound impacts of women who shaped the Viking Age. As we stand on the threshold of discovery, we embrace the call to remember. The women of the Norse world were not mere shadows, they were vibrant figures who illuminated the path forward. Their stories beckon us to listen closely, to honor the legacies of those who came before us, and to illuminate the hidden corners of history that await our gaze.
What will we uncover next? The enduring lessons from their lives, the wisdom that transcends time and space.
The stories of Viking women are not just remnants of an ancient past, they are living narratives, echoing through the ages, inviting us to explore the depths of humanity's shared journey.
With each word, we breathe life into their memory, ensuring that their voices, once silenced, are heard once more. The sea was their canvas, and the winds, their muse. They navigated the unpredictable waters, guided by the stars, their hearts alight with dreams of adventure. Each wave carried them closer to the unknown, a promise of discovery that was both terrifying and exhilarating. Through storms and calms, they held steadfast, resilient spirits forged in the fires of their ancestors' tales. Imagine the sights and sounds. The creaking of the wooden hull as it kissed the waves, the laughter and chatter of women who shared their hopes and fears beneath the vast, open sky. They were warriors and nurturers, skilled artisans of the sea and home, crafting not only their journeys but also the very fabric of their communities. In the bustling streets of foreign lands, they traded not just goods, but ideas. They exchanged the intricate patterns of their textiles, the richness of their stories, and the warmth of their hospitality. With every encounter, they wove new threads into the tapestry of their identity, reshaping what it meant to be a Viking. But beneath the surface, the currents of change were relentless. As empires rose and fell, the role of these women shifted. They faced the winds of change with courage, yet felt the chill of isolation. The stories of their triumphs often overshadowed the quiet battles they fought daily. Each decision, each sacrifice, echoed through time, a testament to their indomitable will. In the hearths of their homes, they were the keepers of lore. Gathered around flickering flames, they spun tales that stirred the soul. Their voices carried the weight of ancestry, binding the past to the present. They spoke of gods and monsters, of love and loss, reminding their kin of the strength that lay within. Yet, history has often overlooked their contributions. The chronicles of men dominated the narrative, while the voices of women faded into whispers. It is time to resurrect those stories, to breathe life into the silenced echoes. For in the shadows of history, their legacies lie dormant, waiting to be awakened. As we delve deeper, we find artifacts that tell of their lives, decorated combs, intricately woven garments, and the remnants of feasting halls where laughter mingled with the aroma of spiced meats. Each relic is a doorway, inviting us to explore the richness of their existence. These women were not merely passengers on the tide of history, they were architects of their fate. They dared to dream, to defy, to create legacies that would ripple through time. Their journeys remind us that history is not simply a collection of dates and events, but a vibrant tapestry woven with the threads of individual lives. So, let us listen closely. Let us honor their stories, and in doing so, reclaim the narrative. As we walk alongside these remarkable women, we uncover the power of resilience, the beauty of connection, and the relentless pursuit of identity. Their spirits linger still, urging us to remember, to celebrate, and to carry forward the torch of their indelible mark on the world. What awaits us in the depths of their legacy? An exploration of how their courage forged paths for those who would follow, illuminating the way through the darkened corridors of time. Their stories are not just echoes, they are the heartbeat of a culture, rich and alive, inviting us to join in their dance through history. As we turn the pages of time, we find ourselves in the bustling marketplaces, where the vibrant colors of textiles beckoned the eye and the melodies of artisans filled the air. Here, women stood at the helm of commerce,
bartering their crafts, their laughter intermingling with the clamor of trade. They were not just sellers, they were innovators, shaping the economy as they wove their dreams into fabric and form. In the quiet corners of their homes, they engaged in the sacred art of creation. Pottery adorned with intricate designs, each brushstroke a testament to their skill and imagination. They crafted not merely for necessity, but for beauty, infusing their lives with color and meaning. Each piece tells a story, a whisper of their hands caressing the earth, molding it into something extraordinary. Yet, the world beyond their walls often relegated them to the sidelines.
Their contributions, though monumental, went unrecorded. And as the annals of history unfolded, the narratives of these extraordinary women remained hidden beneath layers of dust. But now, we peel back those layers, revealing the brilliance that has long been obscured. Amidst the chaos of wars, the clamor of empires rising and falling, these women became the backbone of resilience.
They sheltered the vulnerable, nurtured the young, and preserved the knowledge that would one day guide future generations. In the darkest of times, they were the flickering lights, igniting hope when shadows threatened to engulf the world. Their words, once silenced, now echo in our ears. They remind us that strength is not just in conquest, but in compassion. In the quiet act of tending to family, in the fierce determination to protect heritage, in the relentless spirit to forge a future. Each thread of their legacy weaves into the fabric of humanity, a reminder that we are all interconnected. As we explore their communities, we witness the gatherings that transcended mere social interactions. Celebration and sorrow intertwined, forming bonds that fortified their spirits. The songs they sang, the dances they shared, were imbued with meaning, a testament to the joys and struggles that defined their lives. Each note resonated with the collective heartbeat of their people, a symphony of resilience that reverberates through time. Now, we stand at the crossroads of history and memory. It is an invitation to honor these stories, to breathe life into the forgotten. For in doing so, we not only embrace the past, but we illuminate the path forward. We recognize that the fight for recognition is not solely a battle of the past, but a call to action for the present and future. Let us delve deeper into their lives. What dreams did they harbor? What battles did they wage within and without? Each question unravels threads of courage, illuminating the ways in which they shaped their worlds. With every revelation, we uncover the essence of humanity, a shared journey marked by triumph and tribulation, by laughter and tears. In the dance of history, they beckon us to join their rhythm, to weave our stories alongside theirs. For the past is not merely a series of events, but a living tapestry, vibrant and pulsing with life. And as we embrace their legacy, we become part of a grand narrative, a continuation of their dreams, their struggles, and their triumphs. What awaits us now? A deeper understanding of the indelible mark these women have left upon the world. Their journeys are a testament to the power of the human spirit, unwavering, unyielding, and eternally inspiring. As we walk this path, let us carry their stories in our hearts, honoring their lives as we forge our own destinies. As we traverse these landscapes, we uncover the echoes of their voices, whispering through the ages. They spoke of dreams stitched into the fabric of everyday life. They spoke of love that burgeoned under the weight of oppression. Each tale is a thread, binding generations, creating a legacy of resilience. In the heart of these communities, we find the elders, guardians of knowledge and tradition. Their weathered hands tell stories of survival.
Each wrinkle is a chapter, each scar a testament to battles fought in silence. They carry the wisdom of the past like a torch, illuminating the path for those who follow. But shadows linger. The scars of colonization, of displacement, still haunt the land. The fight for identity rages on, a struggle that transcends time. With each passing day, new generations rise, fueled by the spirit of those who came before. They reclaim their narratives, challenging the erasure that once threatened to silence them. In the midst of this struggle, art emerges as a defiant voice. Creativity flourishes in vibrant colors and powerful rhythms. The canvas becomes a battleground, where stories of pain transform into expressions of hope. Poetry dances on the lips of the young, echoing the dreams of their ancestors. We witness the power of collective action. Communities unite, strong in their resolve. They march, they sing, they rally for acknowledgement, for justice. The air crackles with energy, a fierce determination to rewrite history, to carve out a space for their existence in the annals of time. And yet, amidst the fervor, we encounter moments of quiet reflection. The stillness of a shared gaze, the warmth of a hand clasped tightly. It is here that the true essence of their humanity shines. In vulnerability, they find strength. In sorrow, they discover joy. As our journey unfolds, we delve into the stories of women who dared to challenge the status quo. Leaders and visionaries, they forged paths where none existed. Their courage ignited movements, inspiring change in the hearts of many. They remind us that the fight for justice is woven with threads of compassion and understanding. What lessons do they impart? How do their passions ignite the flames of change? As we explore their legacies, we find threads of connection that span continents and cultures. Their stories resonate deeply within us, a call to action that transcends time and space. We stand at the precipice. The weight of their dreams rests upon our shoulders. Each step we take becomes a tribute to their sacrifices, a commitment to carry their stories forward. We are not mere spectators, we are participants in a grand narrative, an unfolding saga of perseverance and hope. As we draw closer to the present, we see their influence ripple through society. They inspire movements, ignite conversations, and forge bonds that transcend boundaries. The legacy of these extraordinary women is not confined to history, it lives and breathes in the hearts of those who dare to dream. So let us listen closely. Let us honor their journeys, for they are the compass guiding us toward a brighter future. In their stories, we find our own reflections, a shared humanity that binds us all. And as we embrace this truth, we step boldly into the unknown, ready to write the next chapter of our collective story. In the echoes of their voices, we hear the whispers of revolutions past. The suffragettes, with their banners held high, marched through the streets, demanding the right to be seen, to be heard. Their footsteps resonated like thunder, shaking the very foundations of a society reluctant to change. Each chant was a beacon of hope, illuminating the path toward equality. As we turn the pages of time, we find ourselves amidst the civil rights movement. Women like Rosa Parks and Ella Baker stood firm against the tide of oppression. They wielded their voices like swords, cutting through the darkness of injustice. Their bravery became a lifeline for many, a reminder that one person's courage can spark a revolution. But their stories are not merely historical footnotes. They are woven into the fabric of every struggle that continues today. The fight for gender equality, climate justice, and racial equity is a testament to the groundwork laid by those who came before us. We are the inheritors of their dreams, tasked with nurturing their legacies.
As we traverse this rich landscape of activism, we encounter the fierce spirit of Malala Yousafzai, a young woman who dared to challenge the forces that sought to silence her. Her story is one of resilience. Shot for her beliefs, she rose from the ashes, her voice more potent than ever. She reminds us that the battle for education is a battle for freedom itself.
And what of the countless unsung heroines? The women who toil in silence, whose contributions often go unnoticed yet are vital to the heartbeat of society.
They are the caregivers, the teachers, the activists working tirelessly in their communities. Their quiet strength propels movements forward, even when the world fails to acknowledge their efforts. These narratives blend together, creating a symphony of struggle and triumph.
They pulse with the rhythm of humanity's relentless quest for justice.
Each story adds depth to our understanding, urging us to recognize the interconnectedness of our experiences. As we immerse ourselves in their journeys, we begin to see the world through their eyes. The pain, the joy, the relentless pursuit of a better tomorrow. We are reminded that change is not linear, it is a winding road filled with obstacles and triumphs alike.
With each revelation, we are called to action.
The torch has been passed to us. We are not just witnesses, we are the architects of our future.
The choices we make today will echo in the lives of generations to come.
Let us carry their stories forward, letting them fuel our passion for justice. In their resilience, we find our strength. In their dreams, we find our purpose. The time for change is now, and as we stand together, we become the living testament to the power of unity and hope. With every heartbeat, we march onward, emboldened by the legacies of those who came before us. The world awaits our voice, our action. Together, we will write the next chapter, a chapter filled with the promise of a brighter tomorrow. In this moment, we find ourselves at a crossroads, where history and future collide.
Each step we take is inscribed in the annals of time.
We stand on the shoulders of giants, women like Rosa Parks, whose quiet defiance sparked a movement that resonated far beyond her hometown. Her refusal to yield her seat ignited a fire within a nation, a call to arms that demanded justice and equality for all. And then there is Harriet Tubman, the fearless conductor of the Underground Railroad. She risked her life, time and again, to lead others to freedom. Her unwavering courage transformed her into a symbol of hope, a beacon for those shackled by oppression. Tubman reminds us that true freedom is not merely the absence of chains, it is the audacity to dream, to fight fiercely for one's right to exist without fear. As we delve deeper into these stories, we uncover the threads of connection that weave through time. The voices of the past resonate in the present, urging us to confront the injustices that still linger in the shadows. The echoes of their struggles remind us that our fight is not yet over. In the heart of every protest, every rally, we feel the pulse of collective unity. We witness the power of diverse voices rising in harmony, standing shoulder to shoulder for a common cause. In those moments, we are not just spectators, we are participants in an unfolding narrative, a tapestry of resilience and hope woven by many hands. The world shifts as we gather strength from one another. We become the storytellers, the carriers of tradition and truth, honoring those who paved the way. We share the tales of our ancestors, their sacrifices igniting a fire within us. We honor their legacies by ensuring their stories are not relegated to the past, but instead inspire action today. And thus, the fight for justice continues, evolving with each generation. The torch passes, igniting new flames of passion. Young activists rise, emboldened by the courage of their forebears, demanding change with voices that ring out across the globe. They challenge the status quo, daring to envision a world where equity reigns, where love triumphs over hate. As we stand at this junction, we recognize the burden and the blessing of our responsibility. The call to action is clear. We must engage, we must listen, and we must act. The stories of the past guide us, but it is our choices that will shape the future. With every act of kindness, every stand taken against injustice, we honor those who came before us. Their legacies fuel our determination, their dreams intertwining with our own. Together, we forge a path, illuminated by the light of possibility. The moment is now. The world is watching. We are the architects of change, the guardians of hope. As we march forward, driven by purpose, we create a narrative that speaks not only to our struggles but to our triumphs. Together, we will unfurl a banner of justice, a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. And in that spirit, we find our strength, our unity, our future. Chapter 12, Conclusion, Reclaiming the Narrative. Duration, 30 minutes. Tonight's journey, Conclusion, Reclaiming the Narrative. In the shadows of history, where the echoes of battle cry and the whispers of lore intertwine, stand the Viking women. They are more than mere footnotes in the grand saga of the Norse world. They are the architects of culture, the bearers of legacy, and the unsung heroes of their time. Their strength, often overshadowed by the tales of warriors and raiders, is a force that demands recognition. With each story we uncover, we peel back the layers of time, revealing their resilience, their courage, their indomitable spirit. In a world dominated by men, these remarkable women wielded power in ways both subtle and profound. They shaped family, community, and even the very fabric of society itself. As we embark on this chapter, we will explore their untold contributions. The stakes are high. The narrative is shifting. The light of understanding is breaking through centuries of silence. As we delve deeper, we find ourselves transported to the Viking Age, between the late 8th and early 11th centuries. Across the fjords of Scandinavia, we witness the emergence of women who defied the constraints of their era. They were shieldmaidens, navigators, and traders. They forged alliances and led expeditions. Their influence stretched from the bustling markets of Birka in Sweden to the shores of the British Isles, and beyond. In 793 AD, the first recorded Viking raid on Lindisfarne marks the beginning of an era that would forever change the landscape of Europe. But hidden within the tumult of conquest lies a different story. Women were not merely waiting in the shadows, they were preparing for the battles ahead. As the warriors set sail, they held the fortresses of home. They managed estates, ensuring that the hearth remained warm and the community thrived. By the 10th century, the legendary figure of Lagertha, the warrior shieldmaiden, emerges from the mists of history. Her bravery in battle became the stuff of legend. Yet, she symbolizes more than just a warrior. She embodies the spirit of the Viking woman, fierce, resilient, and capable of leading. In the town of Hedeby, evidence suggests that women played a crucial role in trade. They held power in negotiating alliances, managing resources, and fostering connections between distant lands. The archaeological finds reveal not just their presence, but their prominence in the economic fabric of Viking society. As we journey through the centuries, we uncover the stories of women like Freydis Eiríksdóttir, who defied gender norms to claim her place in the sagas. In 1000 AD, she stood alongside her brother Leif Erikson in the New World, challenging the perceptions of femininity and courage. Her tale is a testament to the strength of the Viking woman, a force to be reckoned with, navigating uncharted territories. Yet, as we traverse the tapestry of history, we must confront the silencing of these narratives. The Viking Age was a time of great upheaval, and the stories of women were often lost, overshadowed by the grand tales of conquest. The sagas, while rich in detail, too often reduced women to mere background figures, their contributions diluted in the rush of heroic deeds. But there is hope. The modern era is awakening to the truth of these unsung heroes. Scholars and archaeologists are re-examining the past, revealing the layers of complexity within Viking society. New discoveries challenge the traditional narratives, shedding light on the vital roles women played in shaping their world. As we close this chapter, let us remember the significance of this reclamation. Recognizing the contributions of Viking women enriches our understanding of history. It breathes life into the forgotten stories that deserve to be told. It reminds us that history is not just a record of events, but a tapestry woven with the threads of countless lives, each one deserving of recognition. What lies ahead? As we turn the page, we look forward to exploring the legacies that these remarkable women left behind. We will delve into how their stories continue to inspire generations, transcending time and culture. Next chapter explores what happens next. As we peer into the shadows of the past, we uncover more than just relics of a distant age. We find whispers of resilience. Women like Lagertha, a legendary shieldmaiden, fought fiercely not only on the battlefield but against the constraints of a male-dominated world. Her story, steeped in myth yet rooted in reality, embodies the spirit of those who refuse to be confined by societal expectations. In the harsh northern climates, amidst the fjords and fierce winds, these women tended to their households, managed farms, and raised children, all while weaving their own narratives into the fabric of Viking life. Their contributions, often relegated to the margins, were vital to the survival and prosperity of their clans. They were the heart and soul, the unyielding backbone of a society that thrived on exploration and adventure. Yet, the legacy of these formidable women remains shrouded in the mists of time. In the sagas, they are often portrayed as mere companions or figures of beauty, rather than warriors and leaders in their own right. This distortion echoes through history, a reminder of how easily voices can be silenced, how easily stories can be miswritten. But the tide is shifting. As we delve deeper, we discover grave goods buried alongside women, swords, armor, and artifacts of power. These findings challenge our preconceptions, demanding that we reconsider the roles women played in their society. They were not just passive observers, they were active participants, shaping the very course of history. And just as the tides of the sea shift, so too do perceptions of the past. The academic landscape is blossoming with fresh perspectives, revealing the intricate interplay of gender, power, and culture. New excavations are unearthing the voices of the past, allowing us to hear the echoes of women who, for too long, remained unheard. Let us not forget the significance of these revelations. Each discovery acts as a key, unlocking the door to a more inclusive history. A history that honors the fierce, the brave, the nurturing, and the wise. Each narrative intertwines, creating a richer tapestry that celebrates the courage of women who dared to navigate the unknown. As we reflect on the paths they forged, we see their influence ripple through generations. Today, stories of Viking women inspire modern warriors in every field, reminding them that strength comes in many forms. Their legacies empower us to challenge norms, to question the status quo, and to embrace our own battles. So, as we turn this page, we prepare to explore the echoes of these women in our own time. Their tales resonate through the centuries, urging us to uncover the strength within ourselves. Their stories are not just remnants of the past, but guiding lights illuminating our future. What lies ahead? A deeper understanding of the profound impact these women have had on the world, and how their spirits continue to guide us toward a more equitable tomorrow. Together, we will breathe life into their stories, ensuring they are never forgotten again. In the shadows of ancient halls, we find them. Women woven into the very fabric of clan and kin, their stories echoing through the ages. Archaeologists unveil burial mounds, revealing not just the remains but a legacy buried in time. Ornate jewelry, tools of trade, and even tokens of loyalty rest alongside them, whispering secrets of lives lived boldly. Imagine a young woman, sword in hand, standing defiantly at the helm of her ship. The wind dances through her hair as she navigates uncharted waters, not merely a figurehead, but a captain of her own destiny. These were not mere tales of myth, they were the lived experiences of countless women who defied the constraints of their era. As scholars sift through earth and time, they unearth not just artifacts but fragments of a narrative long obscured. The Viking Age was a crucible of power, and women were its unsung architects. They forged alliances, brokered peace, and cultivated the lands that nourished their people. Each woman a pillar of strength, a beacon of resilience in turbulent times. In the heart of Scandinavia, a burial site reveals a woman adorned with the trappings of a warrior. Her grave, a testament to her role as both protector and provider. Histories once thought to belong solely to men now unfold in vibrant hues, painting a picture of a society rich in diversity and complexity. Yet, the journey is just beginning. With every excavation, we peel back layers of misconception, revealing a profound truth: women were not merely the keepers of hearth and home. They were strategists, leaders, and warriors. They wielded influence in ways that were often overlooked, their voices woven into the very essence of their communities. And as we stand on the cusp of understanding, we confront the shadows of erasure. The narratives surrounding these women have been silenced, often diminished to mere footnotes in history books. But now, the chorus rises. The stories of fierce mothers and bold daughters demand to be told, their echoes reverberating in the hearts of those who seek justice and equality. Let us immerse ourselves in this reawakening. The strength of women reverberates through the ages, challenging us to reflect on our contemporary struggles. In their legacy, we find courage. In their stories, we discover hope. Now, we turn our gaze to the future. A future where their influence is felt in every corner of society, urging us to rise, to fight, to create a world that honors every voice. Together, we will honor their memory by ensuring their stories are etched in the annals of time, not as relics of the past, but as guiding lights illuminating our path forward. What lies ahead is a tapestry of understanding, intricately woven with threads of resilience and empowerment. The spirits of these women beckon us, urging us to carry their flame, to amplify their stories, and to forge a new narrative that champions the strength inherent in all of us. The Odyssey continues, and the echoes of the past become an anthem for the future. In every artifact unearthed, a connection to the past ignites. The tools of battle, the symbols of power,
lie intertwined with delicate jewelry, a juxtaposition of strength and grace.
Each piece tells a story of a woman who defied expectations, who stood at the crossroads of tradition and rebellion. We delve deeper into this world, a realm where the winds of change howled fiercely.
The Viking Age, often romanticized, was a time of survival and strife. Women navigated this chaos with the same ferocity as their male counterparts.
They sailed alongside warriors, their hands steady on the helm, their hearts ablaze with purpose.
What was it like for them, we wonder? To wake each dawn with the weight of their kin's survival on their shoulders? To defend their families and forge alliances, often stepping into the shadows of history, their triumphs masked by time? Archaeological evidence reveals their prowess.
Graves filled with weapons hint at a life lived boldly, a life that challenged the norms of their day.
Some artisans, skilled in the craft of war, became legends within their own right. As we unearth these truths, a new narrative emerges, one that reshapes our understanding of gender roles in ancient societies.
And yet, the struggles they faced resonate through the centuries. For every woman who wielded a sword, there were countless others who fought silently, their battles hidden beneath the surface.
The weight of expectation, the pull of tradition, these were their silent foes.
As we explore their stories, we confront a reality that feels all too familiar. The fight for recognition, for equality, remains an echo of their struggles. In their stories, we find reflections of our own, a shared human experience that transcends time.
The call to action is clear. We must not allow their legacies to fade into obscurity.
It is our duty to amplify their voices, to ensure that the tapestry of history is woven with vibrant threads, each one representing the strength of those who came before us. We stand at a pivotal moment, a crossroads where the past meets the present. The flames of their courage flicker, urging us to carry forward their fight. In honoring their stories, we reclaim our own narratives, weaving them into the fabric of our collective history.
As we look toward tomorrow, the spirits of warrior women guide us, lighting the path with fierce determination. Their legacy is not merely a story of the past, it is a call to arms for the present. Together, we rise, fueled by the knowledge that the echoes of these remarkable women will always resonate, urging us to forge ahead with resilience and strength. In this journey, we are not alone. We are united by the shared heartbeat of our ancestors, their stories binding us together in a quest for understanding, justice, and equality. The Odyssey continues, and with every step, we honor the past while bravely stepping into a future ripe with possibility. In every corner of the world, the whispers of these warrior women beckon us. From the fierce shieldmaidens of the Norse lands to the indomitable Amazons of ancient Greece, their stories weave a rich tapestry of defiance and strength. They shattered ceilings, wielded power in a world dominated by men, and carved spaces where none existed. Take the story of Boudica, the queen who led a revolt against the Roman Empire. Her spirit, unyielding, ignited the hearts of her people. With fiery passion, she rallied her warriors, striking a blow against oppression. Her legacy, though steeped in tragedy, remains a testament to the relentless pursuit of freedom. Across oceans, we find the formidable women of the African kingdoms. The Dahomey Amazons, a fierce battalion of women warriors, stood as guardians of their realm. Trained in the art of combat, they defied expectations, proving that strength knows no gender. Their legacy pulses through time, a vibrant reminder that bravery wears many faces. Yet, these tales are not merely relics of the past. They are reflections of the struggles we continue to face today.
The fight for equality, the quest for recognition, these battles echo across generations. Each story we uncover is a thread that connects us to the resilience of those who came before. As we delve deeper, we encounter the stories of women who wielded not swords, but pens, forging their own paths in literature and philosophy. Sappho, with her lyrical brilliance, broke through the constraints of her time, crafting verses that still resonate with longing and love. She opened doors to expression, challenging the norms of her society, and inviting others to do the same.
With each revelation, we become more aware of the complexities of their lives. The sacrifices, the heartaches, the unyielding spirit that defined their existence. They fought not just for themselves, but for future generations, planting seeds of change that would blossom into movements we see today. We hear their whispers in the cries for justice, in the calls for equality, in the relentless pursuit of a world that honors all voices. They stand beside us, urging us to rise, to speak out, to challenge the status quo. Their courage fuels our own, reminding us that the fight is far from over. In the shadows of history, their stories wait patiently, defiantly. It is our responsibility to bring them into the light. To celebrate their triumphs, to acknowledge their struggles, to ensure that they are never forgotten. As we journey forward, let us carry their legacies within us, a guiding force as we navigate the complexities of our contemporary world. The winds of change are upon us, and as we stand united, we stand on the shoulders of giants. Their courage is our inspiration, their stories our strength. Together, we can forge a future that honors the past while embracing the possibilities of tomorrow. In every heartbeat, in every whispered story, we find the power to create a world where every voice matters. The echoes of warrior women resonate still, guiding us with fierce determination as we continue this odyssey of hope and resilience. The journey is ours to shape, and with every step, we honor their legacy, building a bridge from the past to a future filled with promise. Their voices, woven through time, reveal a tapestry of strength and sorrow. In the quiet corners of history, we find the silhouettes of forgotten heroines. Women like Hypatia, the brilliant philosopher of Alexandria, who dared to illuminate the minds of her contemporaries. She stood at the crossroads of knowledge, fearlessly challenging the norms of a male-dominated world. The threads of her intellect still bind us, urging us to seek truth amidst the chaos. As we traverse this landscape, we encounter Ada Lovelace, the visionary mathematician whose dreams of a mechanical future were dismissed, yet her brilliance sparked the dawn of computing. With ink-stained fingers, she envisioned a world where machines could think, forever altering the course of human ingenuity. Her legacy lives on in every algorithm, reminding us that innovation flourishes when we dare to imagine. Yet, the path was fraught with peril. The weight of societal expectations bore down upon them. The relentless tide of doubt crashed against their aspirations. But through the storm, they persevered. They transformed their pain into purpose, their struggles into stories that would inspire future generations. With each beat of history, more names emerge. Mary Wollstonecraft, whose pen ignited the flames of feminism, wrote of equality with a fervor that still echoes in modern discourse. Her words were a battle cry for liberty, a manifesto for the rights of women that spurred movements across continents. She stood unyielding, a beacon of hope in a world shrouded in inequality. As we listen, we feel the pulse of their determination. The unsung voices of women of color, like Sojourner Truth, who rose from the depths of oppression to proclaim the truth of her existence. "Ain't I a woman?" she asked, her voice reverberating through the annals of time,
challenging all to confront their biases and embrace humanity in its entirety. We uncover the stories of countless others, each a thread in the rich fabric of our shared history. They beckon us to remember, to reflect, to rise. Their whispers are like the rustling of leaves, gently reminding us that the struggles of the past are not distant echoes, but living, breathing realities that demand our attention. As we stand here, in this moment, we are called to action. To honor their legacies, to elevate their stories, and to amplify the voices that still fight for recognition. For in acknowledging their journeys, we find our own paths illuminated. We are not just inheritors of their struggles, we are the torchbearers of their dreams. Together, we forge ahead, inspired by their resilience, guided by their wisdom. The world is a canvas, and with every stroke, we create a future that reflects their unwavering spirit. The fight for justice, for equality, for love, these battles are not ours alone. They are the continuation of a legacy that began long before us, and it is our duty to carry the torch forward. In the heart of every movement, in every rallying cry, their spirits rise anew. They remind us that change is not just possible, it is inevitable when we choose to stand united. The echoes of their struggle resonate within us, urging us to dream, to create, and to persist. As we take our next steps, let us hold their stories close. Let them fuel our fire. Let them guide our hands as we carve out a future that honors, respects, and celebrates every voice. The journey is far from over. And with the strength of those who came before us, we will continue to write our own chapters in this ever-evolving narrative of humanity. Together, we are the authors of tomorrow. As we look back, we find ourselves standing on the shoulders of giants. Women who dared to dream, who fought against the confines of their circumstances. Figures like Harriet Tubman, who defied the darkness, leading countless souls to freedom. Her courage was a beacon, guiding the way through treacherous paths, illuminating the strength that lies within each of us. And then there's Ida B. Wells, whose pen became a sword, slicing through the fabric of injustice. She bore witness to horrors that were too often silenced, and through her words, she ignited a fire in the hearts of many. Her truth was a rallying cry, piercing through the veil of complacency. The way to right wrongs is to turn the light of truth upon them, she proclaimed. Her legacy teaches us that our voices, too, can become instruments of change. As we traverse these narratives, we encounter a tapestry woven with threads of pain and triumph. Women like Angela Davis, who stood boldly against systemic injustice, challenging the very foundations of oppression. Her voice, a clarion call for liberation, reminds us that the fight is not just for ourselves, but for the collective liberation of all marginalized souls. She taught us that the personal is political, and our struggles are interconnected. These stories are not merely history, they are living testaments to resilience. Each time we share their names, we breathe life into their journeys. We create a circle of remembrance, a sanctuary for their truths. Their struggles echo through the ages, a reminder that the quest for justice is ongoing, ever evolving. In the silence that follows their stories, we can hear the heartbeat of change. A rhythm pulsating with hope, urging us to act. To take up the mantle they laid before us. The fight for equity, for recognition, for love, it is a symphony, a chorus that grows with each voice that joins in. Let us not forget the myriad of women who have marched, who have spoken, and who have sacrificed. In their stories, we find not just inspiration, but a blueprint for action. We learn that true change requires courage, solidarity, and an unwavering commitment to justice. As we step into the future, we carry their legacies within us. They fuel our passions, our dreams. We are united by a profound purpose, a desire to create a world where every voice is heard, where every story is honored. With each stride, we honor their sacrifices, transforming their dreams into our reality. This journey is a continuum, a living narrative that binds us across generations. With every challenge we face, we are reminded of their strength, their tenacity. The road ahead may be fraught with obstacles, but together, we will rise. We will push against the tides of adversity, crafting a tomorrow that echoes with the harmonious blend of every voice, every story, every dream. In this shared pursuit, we become the architects of change. And as we build, we do so with the knowledge that we are not alone. The spirits of those who came before us walk beside us, guiding our steps, igniting our passions. Together, we are the embodiment of their hopes, their dreams made manifest. The journey continues, and with each moment, we write a new chapter in the story of humanity. A story that is rich, vibrant, and eternally unfolding. As we delve deeper into this narrative, we unearth the stories of those who dared to challenge the status quo. Women like Sojourner Truth, whose voice thundered in the halls of power, demanding justice for all, her words igniting a movement that transcended her time. She stood tall, a beacon of strength, proclaiming, "Ain't I a woman?" Her question reverberates still, echoing through the corridors of history, reminding us of the intersectionality of struggle. Then there is Rosa Parks, whose quiet defiance on a Montgomery bus became the spark for a revolution. A seemingly small act, but in its simplicity, it became monumental. In that moment, she sat not just for herself, but for countless souls yearning for freedom. Her bravery ignited a flame, a fire that would spread across the nation, urging others to rise, to stand, to reclaim their dignity. And let us not overlook Malala Yousafzai, a young girl whose pursuit of education in the face of violent oppression became a global rallying cry. Her story is one of unyielding spirit, a testament to the power of the human heart. With her voice, she shattered the silence imposed by fear, transforming her struggle into a movement for girls everywhere. She stands as a symbol that no one is too small to make a difference. Each of these women, and countless others, have woven threads into the fabric of our shared history. Their legacies are not just stories, they are the foundation upon which we stand today. We are reminded that the fight for justice is not a solitary endeavor but a collective journey, each voice adding depth to the chorus, each story enriching the narrative. As we witness the challenges of our present, we find ourselves at a crossroads, a moment ripe with possibility. The world is awakening, and the echoes of the past guide our steps. In the streets, we see the faces of the future, emboldened by the courage of those before them, unafraid to demand change. They march for equality, for climate justice, for the right to love and to be loved, for the freedom to be who they truly are. In this symphony of voices, we see the beauty of diversity, each note distinct yet harmonizing in a powerful crescendo. The struggle for justice knows no boundaries, it transcends race, gender, and nationality. It is a call that resonates across continents, uniting us in our shared humanity. And as we journey onward, we must remember that our actions today will ripple through time. The choices we make, the battles we fight, they are not just for us. They are for the generations yet to come. They will inherit this world, shaped by our courage, our compassion, and our unwavering resolve. So let us carry forth the torch of resilience, illuminating the path ahead. With every step, we honor the sacrifices made, the voices raised, the dreams dreamt. And as we write this new chapter, let it be one of unity, of compassion, of relentless pursuit for justice. Let it be a testament to our unbreakable spirit, a narrative that will inspire those who follow, a legacy of hope that will endure through the ages. Together, we are the stewards of this story, crafting a future that embraces every voice, every dream, every heartbeat. The journey is far from over, it is alive, vibrant, and filled with promise. And as we move forward, let us do so with the unwavering belief that change is not only possible, it is inevitable.